Chapter 1. On a planet in the universe, a handsome guy is sitting on the grass, staring into the distance with blank eyes. This person is our protagonist, Gadget. Why is it called Gadget? Because he looks exactly like Veget, but he is not Veget, just a low-level warrior, exiled to this ordinary planet to fend for himself. Since he is not Veget, and looks like Veget, then, combined with the name of another empty shell combined with Gadgeta, fuse the two names, called Gadget. Gadget has been here for several days, and at first found that he had an invincible face, Veget's face, excited for a while, but later after awakening the memory of the original body, he found that it was not Veget, just a person who looked the same, because his combat effectiveness was too low at birth to detect it, and he was directly exiled here. And because he has been on this barren planet, there is no one to communicate, the spaceship is broken, he can't leave here, he has the will to die, and he committed suicide, just when the protagonist crossed over, so Hato occupied the magpie's nest, became him, and changed his name to Gadget. Alas, it's been so many days, and there is no awakening system. Isn't it good to cross the per capita system? How come I have nothing here? How can this let me survive? This body is really waste material. After so many days of exercise, the combat effectiveness has only increased by 1 point, and I feel that the future is dark. Gadget lay on the grass, looking at the sky, wondering how he would live his days. Ding! The system is fully charged, now turn on. Gadget a carp straightened, jumped up directly. I just said, how can there be no system as a traverser? System is detecting. Ding! The target is in the world of Dragon Ball. System starts loading. System loading complete. Listening to the wonderful voice in his head, Gadget became more and more excited and danced with joy. When the system finished loading, Gadget couldn't wait to ask, System, what do you do? The system will release tasks from time to time. The host needs to complete it within the specified time, and the timeout will be punished by the system. What kind of punishment is the punishment? It won't be a direct erasure or something, right? Gadget's heart was a little hairy. The system punishment will not let the host die, but the punishment is varied, such as, the host's ceiling strength becomes a dog for a year, the host does not lift for a year, the host jumps chicken under the public, you are too bad, etc. Lying groove, so excessive, this is to make me die on the spot. Gadget jumped up and cursed. Please don't be afraid of the host, the tasks released by this system are simple and easy, unless the host's head is clamped by the door, does not want to complete, wants to be punished. Of course, I think the host is not a fool, even the task cannot be completed, then I will consider changing the host. You fart, with my current strength, it's hard to fight a dinosaur. How to complete the task? Gadget continuously outputs to the body system. Ding! Detected the strength of the host, the talent is too rubbish, specially send the host. A newcomer gift package isn't the newcomer gift package that every system will give, you don't have a blue face system, if I don't complain, don't you give it. Gadget continued to output. Open the newcomer gift package for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the strength and potential of Veget in the Z period. Happiness came too suddenly, Gadget's mouth that was still exporting suddenly stopped, and then said flatteringly. I'm sorry Tongzi, it's my fault for you, you are the best and strongest system in the world, no one can compare to you, you adults don't remember villains, the Prime Minister can hold the boat in his belly, forgive me. All said it was a big gift, I still don't believe it, humph, see that you have a good attitude of admitting your mistake this time, I will let you go, really, with this invincible face, instigated like a dog, it's really a shame. I really don't know how I chose yours because of this face? Listening to the system's complaint, Gadget looked innocent, no way, who let the original body have Veget's face, but the talent is really Rockway, exercise for so long combat effectiveness cannot be raised, no wonder will be exiled to this uninhabited planet, I'm afraid I think that if I go to other planets, I can't beat it, lose the face of the scion. But fortunately, now that he has crossed over, the system has also given Veget's strength in the Z period, and he can walk sideways before Beerus goes to Earth. As for when it is now, Gadget is not sure, but what he can know is that he can be sent here by the scions, indicating that he is at least about the same age as Kakarot, and may be older than him. Gadget is ready to go to Earth in a few days to see what stage the plot develops, these days to familiarize yourself with the strength, the sudden surge in strength, let Gadget a little flutter. Immediately Gadget got up and prepared to catch a dinosaur as tonight's food, before because of the strength problem, he couldn't beat the dinosaur, he could only eat fish, but now that he has strength, he must enjoy it. After a while, Gadget came back with a dinosaur that was countless times larger than himself. The death of the dinosaur was quite ugly, Widget because he did not control the power, a move down directly beat the dinosaur into slag, several in succession, all the same result. This head or Gadget tried to control the power, or broke half of the body, can only eat. After processing the meat, Widget cut down a bunch of trees, skewered the meat, set it up, everything was ready. It was already dark. Widget lit the fire with a qigong wave, sat in front of the fire, and waited for the meat to cook. After a while, the meat was cooked, and the breeze blew gently, and there was a burst of fragrance, which made Gadget drool, and I saw Gadget pick up the meat on the fire and nibble on it. After a while, a pile of bones piled up on the ground, and Gadget lay on the ground with a satisfied face, looking at the meteors flying in the sky. His mind did not know where to fly. Suddenly, Gadget thought of something, immediately sat up, looked around for something, and did not find it for a long time. Strange, doesn't this planet have a moon? Gadget thought that he had a tail, unlike the scions on Earth, who pulled out their tails and tried to see if they could become Super Saiyan 4, but they didn't see the moon for a long time. But it's okay, since there is no moon, then make one yourself, and it is not that it will not be, inheriting all the abilities of Veget, and it is difficult for him to make an artificial moon. Just do it. Widget raised his hand to condense energy. A dazzling ball of light appeared in his hand, raised his hand and threw it into the sky, only to see that the surroundings were instantly illuminated, no different from the day. The artificial moon flew halfway, suddenly shattered, turned into a little starlight. Seeing this scene, Widget was a little helpless, for the sudden explosion of power, a little uncontrollable. It seems that it is still necessary to familiarize yourself with the current strength first, and then go out happy. Chapter 2. A few days later. Gadget was cutting trees in the forest. Yes, you read that right, he was cutting trees, and at the same time exercising chi control. Gadget cut down all the surrounding trees, and from a distance, it was bare, but Gadget was becoming more and more skilled in controlling power. Half a month later. 2 yellow figures moved rapidly in the sky. Ordinary people could not see their figures at all. The two fought all the way from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sea, only to see one of them suddenly jumped up, condensing huge energy in the air. The other was not to be outdone, and also condensed terrifying energy. Turtle Pi Chi Gong. The most final flashlight. A blue and a golden energy wave collided together, and suddenly sent out a huge impact. The surrounding hills collapsed, and the two huge energies were stalemated in the air, and no one could help anyone. Hey! Ha! The two of them increased their energy output at the same time, directly detonating this huge energy. The whole planet was trembling, countless birds flew out of the jungle, fish in the sea jumped out of the water, and some unstable peaks collapsed. After the smoke cleared, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, suffocating. 2 people gasped in the air, and after a while, the 2 people approached each other, and then golden light appeared, and they actually became a person. It turned out that a few days ago, Widget suddenly thought that if he separated a doppelganger and practiced against each other, would he be able to exercise better, so the scene just now appeared. Gadget looked at the huge pit in front of him and said, "Just using part of the Super Saiyan power, it caused such a lot of damage, and sure enough, even the power of Vegets in the Z period is ridiculously strong. In fact, you can't blame Gadget. Vegets normal in the anime easily hangs the Gohan puppet up and hammers, and it becomes a super race, and the C is put one after another. If it is not to save the people who are absorbed by the puppet, Veget can make the Gohan puppet in seconds with one move. Now Vegeta has basically mastered his own power, but Super 2 and Super 3 are too powerful. Vegeta has not used it. I believe that no one can force him to exert his full strength at this stage. Gadget cleaned himself up, went to take a shower by the way, and grabbed a dinosaur to prepare for dinner. Returning to the wooden house he had built by cutting down trees, Gadget finished disposing of the dinosaurs and roasted them on the fire. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed that there was a weak aura nearby, and was slowly approaching, so Vegeta got up and went to check. Normally there should not be any animals close to where Vegeta lives. After all, Vegeta has been here for a while. Those animals are not fools, they will definitely stay away from this terrifying guy. Gadget flew to the sky, and saw the guy who was not afraid of death from a distance, flew directly to the side, close to one. It was actually a human being. You know, the human beings on this planet were all extinct a long time ago because of infighting, coupled with the threat of dinosaurs, and now there is actually a human here. Gadget looked at this person and felt a little familiar, with long blonde hair, small red short sleeves, and a pair of jeans, really young and beautiful. Groove, isn't this Bulma's sister Tais? How did she get here? Gadget recognized who the person was, and suddenly dropped his jaw in shock. At this time, Tais, holding a strange gun in her hand, tiptoed towards the direction of Gadget's cabin, and suddenly, a voice sounded in Tais's ears. "Hey, what do you want to do with a gun?" Tais was startled and quickly turned around and aimed her gun at Gadget. Hey, that thing doesn't work to me." Gadget just stopped, reached out and just wanted to say hello, but didn't expect Tais to shoot directly. Gadget crushed the laser cannon sent out with one hand, shook his head, and said, "All said that this thing is useless to me. If I want to be bad for you, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me?" Tais thought about it. Yes, this person suddenly appeared behind her. If she wanted to kill her, she had no ability to fight back, so she put down the gun in her hand and said, "I passed by this planet, because there was no supply, so I landed on this planet to supply. According to the information given by Gark, the human race here should have perished, but just now I saw smoke in the distance, so I came to check the situation. So that's what happened. My spaceship is damaged and can only be forced to descend on this planet." Gadget told a little lie. "Let's go where I live now. The dinosaurs on this planet are still very powerful, your gun is useless to them, follow me safely," Gadget said to Tais. Tais did not refute either. It seemed that she had seen those dinosaurs. Those dinosaurs have hundreds of combat effectiveness at worst, and the strongest have thousands, and the original body can only barely kill those weakest dinosaurs, and can only run away when encountering the stronger. Gadget led the way in front, Tais followed behind, and soon arrived. Tais looked at the mountain-like dinosaur meat and said in surprise, "How are you powerful? Even such a powerful dinosaur can deal with it." At this time, she found that the man in front of her was simply handsome in the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, and the momentum he inadvertently revealed. He was simply handsome out of the sky, and she was a little lost in her mind. "Of course, otherwise how would I survive here? I would have been eaten by the dinosaurs here as an after-dinner dessert," Gadget said, taking out a relatively small roast and handing it to Tais. Seeing that Tais didn't react, Gadget shook the meat in front of her eyes. "Hey, come back to your senses." Tais blushed a little, took the roast, and began to eat. Gadget didn't notice either. His attention was on the meat, picked up the roast, and gulped down. "My name is Gadget, I'm a scion, what's your name?" Although Gadget knows Tais, he pretends not to know her. "My name is Tais, just an ordinary human." "Tais, I introduce myself." You dare to wander the universe by yourself, are you not afraid of death? Gadget asked. I'm a writer, I came out to explore for inspiration. After all, it's impossible to create good works by staying in one place, and I still have the weapons that Bulma made for me, and the relationship of the galactic patrolman. I only explore in the galaxy, and generally I don't encounter danger. Gadget thought about it. It seems that there is no problem. This corner of the galaxy, Frisia does not look at it, it shows how rubbish it is. Tais took out a box of capsules, took out one from it and pressed it, threw it to the side. After a puff of smoke, a refrigerator appeared. She took out a few bottles of drinks from it and threw it to Gadget. Gadget raised her hand and drank it. Sweet and delicious juice flavor, good. Aren't you afraid I'll poison it? I'm sure I'll kill you and pull you back before I die, and besides, most of the poison is useless to me. Joke, the moment the toxin enters the body, Wujit can detect it, and directly force the toxin out of the body with chi, and it can't be poisoned at all. Tais didn't know how to answer, so she could only shut up and eat the meat in her hand. After eating and drinking, Tais took out another capsule, threw it on the ground, and a spaceship appeared directly. Tais opened the door and entered, not forgetting to turn back and say, I warn you, don't mess around, I have the secret weapon given by Bulma. I have to say that Tais is still very capital. The thin place is thin, the place where there is meat, the standard big beauty. Ordinary people come and directly turn into wolves, but what kind of person is Gadget? From the current 5 good youths, how could he do such a thing? Chapter 3. The next day, Gadget got up early, and today he was going to try to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gadget comes to the other side of the planet, afraid that when he becomes a gorilla, the destructive power will be too great, and he is afraid that it will affect Tais. Gadget raised his hand and condensed an artificial moon, threw it into the air. In order not to burst his clothes, Gadget took off his clothes, and then looked at the artificial moon in the sky. Knock knock knock. Wujit suddenly had a faster heartbeat, faster and faster, and then, brown hair grew all over his body, and his body quickly grew larger, directly becoming a gorilla the size of a hill. After a long time, he didn't see any changes in Gadget. He sat directly on the ground, looked at the brown hair, and fell into deep thought. Why didn't it turn into a golden gorilla? Could it be that the posture in which he transformed was wrong? Or is there not enough strength? Or did he not lose his mind? No, it stands to reason that it can become Super Saiyan 4, which step went wrong? Then Gadget crushed the artificial moon and tried again. This time he directly turned into a super race, and then into a gorilla, but the result did not change, and the immortal Gadget tried several times, but still unsuccessful. Alas, forget it, the ship will naturally be straight to the bridge. Gadget had no choice but to give up. Anyway, his current strength is strong enough, Super Saiyan 4 will go with it. After a few days of getting along, Gadget and Tais gradually became familiar and can be regarded as good friends. These days Tais will meet dinosaurs every day when she goes out. Fortunately Gadget follows, and the dinosaurs were killed by Gadget before they got close. A few days later, Tais' spaceship was recharged, ready to continue the adventure. These days Gadget was not idle, he was ready to adventure with Tais, prepared a lot of meat. How big is the appetite of the Saiyan? Tais has seen it in the past few days. She does not have so much food for Gadget to eat. Gadget can only do it herself, but suffering the creatures on this planet, these days have been made to make chickens and dogs jump, running on the ground, flying in the sky, swimming in the water. All of them have been Gadget ho-ho. Everything is ready, and Gadget and Tais embark on their journey. A few days later, Gadget lay bored on the sofa, watching Tais take a pen, quickly scratch through the notebook, and asked, Tais, how long will it take to reach the next planet? I'm so bored. These days can make Gadget bored. There is no mobile phone and computer to spend time, cannot practice. Tais has been writing novels, no one to accompany Gadget. It's not that fast, it's a few days, Tais replied impatiently. These days he was annoyed by Gadget, except for the first day Gadget didn't ask him. In the next few days, Gadget annoyed her every day asked if she hadn't arrived. How could it be so fast? Her own spaceship was not very good, the speed was not very fast, and it took 7 or 8 days every time. Every time, she had to record what she saw on the previous planet and used it as material. In the past, she was alone, and the time of 7 or 8 days was just about the same, and in the past few days, Gadget was always pestering her, causing her progress to slow down a lot. If it weren't for Gadget's good skills, she wouldn't have brought him. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking. And Gadget and Ties fell directly to the ground. Gadget covered his head. It hurts. What happened? Ties quickly got up, ran to the window, looked at the meteorite turbulence speeding outside, quickly got up, and said in a panic. It's over, I actually encountered the meteorite turbulence, I can't explain it here today. Ties ran to the control room and began to manipulate the spacecraft to avoid the meteorite. The spaceship twisted left and right in space, and Gadget crashed around in the spaceship, and everyone was knocked unconscious. After a while, the ship stabilized, and Gadget got up from the ground and asked. Is it safe? Ties has safely passed through the turbulence. As soon as the words fell, the spacecraft vibrated again, and the two looked up to see that a meteorite dozens of times larger than before struck from a distance, and it was about to arrive in front of them in the blink of an eye. It's over, such a big meteorite, can't hide, what to do? Ties was about to cry, she didn't expect to die here today, she hasn't become a great novelist. A strong suction force suddenly appeared, and Ties stumbled and fell directly to the ground. At this time, Gadget appeared in front of the spaceship, looking at the huge meteorite in front of him, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Gadget put his hands together on his waist. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. A blue energy hit the meteorite in front of him, and when the meteorite couldn't even hold up for a second, it was directly blown into ashes in the universe. Gadget returned to the spaceship. Ties flew over, hugged Gadget Fei's neck tightly, and cried out directly. I thought that this time I was going to die, woo. Gadget was a little overwhelmed, he had lived 2 lifetimes, and he hadn't even touched a girl's hand, and the current situation made him a little confused. The few love skills I watched in my previous life have long been forgotten. Suddenly hugged, Gadget reacted quickly, reached out and caught the person crying into a little flower cat in front of him, and softly comforted. It's okay, Ties. Action cannot be too unexpected, itself Gadget is handsome, and in the adventure with Gadget a few days ago, Gadget showed strong strength, handsome and powerful man, it's hard not to attract the opposite sex. And Bulma has serious idiotic attributes, and as her older sister, she will inherit at least a little. In this moment of life and death crisis, Gadget appears like a hero and directly fills Ties' heart. Don't ask is love at first sight. Under the comfort of Gadget, Ties' mood quickly stabilized, and after waking up, he found that he was held by Gadget in his arms. Ties' little face was red, and he quickly got up. Thank you Gadget! And quickly fled the scene. Leaving Gadget with a confused look and watching her close the door, at this moment Gadget finally reacted and smiled. After this incident, the relationship between Gadget and Ties became a little delicate, and they almost broke the layer of window paper. Ties' heart is a little conflicted, she has only known Gadget for a few days, and she has developed to this point, but she knows very little about Gadget, so she can't help but be a little worried. On an unknown planet, a guy with a crab head is laughing wildly in the air, behind him grows a huge tree, and his men are burning and looting everywhere, and people can only run crazy. Woo 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 woo. Who will save us? Run! Ha ha ha! An atmosphere of terror is spreading across the planet. Chapter 4. Goggeth come soon, that planet over there is so strange, there is a super big tree. Ties shouted from the window. Hearing this, Gadget also walked to the window, looked at the incomparably huge tree on the distant planet, and touched his chin. It feels a little familiar. Ding, now release the system task. Mission content, defeat Dales and save the surviving humans. Mission reward, Spirit Tree Seeds, 10 Fairy Beans Mission. Failure, seal the host's full strength for 1 day. The system, which had been closed for a long time, finally went online and released the first task. Yo-hee, here comes the mission, reward Spirit Tree Seeds and 10 Fairy Beans, not bad. It seems that the super huge tree is a spirit tree, and the planet that is planted with the spirit tree will be sucked dry, and there will be no signs of life for hundreds of years, and it may even lead to the destruction of the planet. Let's go down and see, Tais, Gadget said to Tais. Wouldn't there be any danger? That tree doesn't look like a good thing. Tais did not rush to agree. She has been wandering in the universe for a long time, and this insight is still there. That thing is not a threat to me, but the person who planted this tree may belong to our scion race, and this kind of person cannot be allowed to destroy it everywhere. Gadget explained. Well, I can also record the material, maybe it will make my novel a fire. Speaking of which, Tais is a little excited. So Tais drove the spaceship to the planet. After landing on the ground, Tais turned the spacecraft into a capsule, then pulled out another capsule and turned it into an airplane. Along the way, looking at the dry and cracked soil and yellow sand all around, it seemed that the fruit of the spirit tree was about to ripen, and the planet was about to be sucked dry. You can see the spirit tree from a distance, and there are explosions and smoke everywhere nearby. It seems that the natives of this planet and Darren's and his gang are fighting, but the situation is not very good for the natives of this planet. Damn, why can't you destroy that tree? In a huge room, a group of people were looking at the big screen, and the person standing at the front said, Is our planet really going to be destroyed? No, send troops again, we must destroy that tree and that group of people is too powerful, our weapons are useless to them, we can't hit them at all. This group of people talked a lot, but because of the disagreement and contradictions, the scene was very chaotic. Over here, Gadget and Tais have come to the vicinity of the spirit tree, and Dals also found the two of them. He is a little curious, and now there are people who are not afraid of death and dare to come over. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he saw Gadget getting off the plane, the free wagging tail, which was immediately noticed by Dales. Scion? Didn't the Scions all die when Vegeta exploded, and why did the Scions appear here? Countless thoughts crossed Dale's mind. Gadget looked at Dales and sighed. It looks really similar to Kakarot, the same crab head, that is, the temperament is different. Kakarot is clear eyes with a trace of stupidity, and Dales is evil and cold. If Kakarot doesn't break his head, it may become like this. Just when Gadget sighed, Dales was already on his face. Tais looked at the two Scions in front of him. It felt completely different. Gadget just stood there quietly. You can feel the confident, wild, powerful aura, which may be what attracts you. And Dals is not a good thing at a glance. His eyes are fierce, and he looks like the first in the world, which is really bad. Hey, you're also a Scion, do you want to have a big with me? Darren's pointed to the spirit tree behind him and said, that thing can make your strength grow rapidly, as long as you do it with me, I can give you some. At this time, his little brother was not happy, and said, Hey, boss, this thing originally produced less fruit, and now it will be distributed to him again, we can't agree. Several other accomplices also echoed. Yes, boss, let's kill him. After saying that, he rushed up and punched him, but was easily dodged by Gadget. The little brother did not believe in evil and continued to attack. Gadget punched the little brother with a backhand and hit the little brother on the stomach, and the little brother lay directly on the ground and wailed. I said, don't send your little brother to test me, just you little Karami, I can solve it with one hand. Gadget said confidently. You guy, the tone is not small, a few of you, Go together. Dals commanded the remaining men and let them go together. A few little brothers suddenly rushed over. Wujit shook his head, raised a few qigong waves, and sent them directly on the road. Dales and his subordinates are not good things, so Wujit directly hit hard. Seeing a few little brothers instantly seconded, no matter how stupid Dales was, he could also see that Gajit was not easy to mess with, as long as you join forces with me, plus there is a spirit tree, ruling the universe is just around the corner. Dals was still not dead and continued. Gajit didn't want to hear it at all, and a teleportation came to Darls, punched him in the stomach, and Darls hit him directly into the spirit tree. Since you like the spirit tree so much, let's disappear with the spirit tree. After speaking, Wujit condensed a qigong wave and hit Dales directly. A huge explosion sounded, and the spirit tree was wiped out by a qigong wave from Gajit, and Dars followed his little brother to meet the king of Hades. Gajit comes to Tais and helps her block the waves of gas and rubble from the explosion. After the spirit tree was destroyed, it became a little vitality and returned to this planet, and new plants began to grow on this planet, water reappeared in lakes and rivers, and countless animals had homes again, and they roared up to the sky with excitement to celebrate this lost and regained happiness. At this time, a large group of planes flew from afar, landed on the ground quickly, and a group of people came out of it, trotting all the way to Gajit. The person at the head respectfully bent down and said Alligato, and then the people behind him also bent down. Alligato. Gajit said lightly. It's just a matter of raising your hand, you're welcome. It's a small matter for you, to our great grace, please allow us to invite you and your companions to dine at the palace. If you say that the food of Wujit can be strong, in his previous life, he was a foodie, and he planned to taste all the Chinese delicacies, but he didn't expect to cross before he finished it, and when he arrived at the Dragon Ball world, he also had to eat the whole universe. The group came to the palace, all the way unimpeded, came to a hall, inside a super large table, full of all kinds of food. Seeing that Gajit drooled, couldn't wait to step forward and eat directly. That eating look, seeing Tais covered her head, embarrassed and disgraced. The other group of people were also stunned, and hurried to the kitchen and prepared the food. Chapter 5. After a few days of playing on that planet, Gajit and the two embark on a new journey. Gajit returns to his boring life on the spaceship. One day, Tais received a message from her sister Bulma. The content was that the Earth had an alien some time ago, although he was defeated, but left a message before he died, saying that his accomplices would arrive on the Earth in a year, and the Earth would suffer by then, so she sent a message to ask her sister if there was a strong person she knew who could help. The characteristics of aliens are also described in detail. After receiving the news, Tais went directly to Gajit to inquire about the situation, because the characteristics of aliens were the same as Gajit's, and Tais thought that it might be a scion. Well, a human with a tail, black hair, and an arrogant personality, most likely a scion. Gajit replied after listening to Tais's description. It turns out that the plot developed to the stage when Raditz arrived on Earth, and from this stage, the combat effectiveness also began to grow rapidly, and by the time of Namex, Goku's combat effectiveness soared directly from 90,000 to 1.5 billion, in just one day. It was really terrifying. It can only be said that it is God's preference for the protagonist, but when the king is fighting, do a few push-ups, Kakarot has long been gazed. It only took 4 months for the great king to reach the power that Goku only possessed in 39 years, and the talent of the great king is really 4 words, terrifying. Don't worry, those two guys are not as good as the Dales they met before. Hearing this, Tais let go of the anxiety in her heart. Dale's combat power is at least 20 or 30,000, Vegeta's combat power when he arrives on Earth is only 18,000, and Naba's combat power is less than 10,000. If you still don't worry, you can go back to Earth at that time. With Gajit's words, Tais is no longer worried. She has seen the strength of Gajit, and the crisis of the Earth can be solved casually. However, do not inform them yet, it is easier to stimulate their potential under the threat of life. Half a month later, Gadget and Ties came to a yellow planet, the planet Adraith. Yes, the planet Adraith, and Gadget wanted to learn from the elders here. At the time of the Moro chapter, Vegeta studied here for a while, and he was able to hang the Mora up and hammer, although he still lost later, but it cannot be denied that the strength of the Adraith starman. The ship landed on the edge of a city, and a group of Adrathians appeared in the city, green, pink, and blue, holding weapons and watching the two of them warily. One of them said, "Scion? Are you here to attack us?" It's true, the reputation of the Scions in the universe is not very good, and they will be regarded as enemies everywhere. No, I'm not here to invade. Besides, the Scions have been wiped out by Frisia, where can they invade other people's planets? Gadget explained. I'm here to study. When the Adrits heard this, they had come to study, and they put away the weapons in their hands. The people of Yadraith are famous and hospitable on nearby planets, and sometimes people come here to study, and they have seen this kind of thing a lot. One of them, Midori, said, "Then you come with me to see the elders." Midori led the two to the front of this room. Midori knocked on the door and said, "Elder Pibara, someone is coming to study. Please come in." A voice came from inside the room. After entering the door, a huge blue hydrated star sat on the ground. "These two are the guests who are coming to study," Midori introduced. "This is Mr. Gadget, and this is Ms. Ties. This is our Elder Pibara, and outsiders learn from Elder Pibara," he said and turned to leave. "Young man, I can feel the powerful power in your body, but your control of power is still very rough." Elder Pibara could see the problem with Gadget Tfi at a glance. "I came specifically to learn from you," Gadget said. In this way, Gadget stayed in the Star of Adrit. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. "Gadget, I didn't expect your talent to be so good. In just half a year, you have cultivated Si Lito to such a point, even I am ashamed of myself." That's right, in half a year, Gadget had given Skurito a pedicure to the point of surpassing Elder Pibara, and had learned all other skills. It can only be said that the talent given by the system to Veget is too awesome. In the past 6 months, Gadget has been studying hard, while Ties is learning about various legends in the universe from Elder Pibara and understanding the strong people in the universe. Elder Pibara looked at Ties with a thirst for knowledge, and told Ties everything he knew. Based on Gadget, Ties created a novel, The Legend of the Universe, which tells the story of a young girl who meets a powerful person on a planet while traveling in the universe, so the two venture together, getting stronger and stronger, and eventually become the legend of the universe. Now, Gadget and Ties are ready to leave. Gadget has learned almost the same, and the rest can only be felt in battle. Goodbye, Elder Pibara. If anything happens in the future, you can always find me. Looking at the direction the spaceship left, Elder Pibara sighed. Gadget's potential is unfathomable, and the universe will definitely leave his legend. At the same time, on the Snake Road, on a small planet, Wukong just arrived at the Realm King Star today, and it took Wukong half a year to reach the Realm King, and there was only half a year left to cultivate. The King of the Realm said that there were still 158 days before Vegeta and Naba arrived on Earth, and Goku had to adapt to 10 times the gravity during this time and learn the King of the Realm Fist and Genki Bullet. The warriors of the Earth, on the other hand, were taught by the gods and Bobo on the temple. Gohan and Vic cultivate in the wild. Needless to say, Vic is the nanny of the Sun family. Now bring Gohan, and in the theater version after that, pick up Xiao Fang to school, and learn to use a mobile phone for this, and there is no salary, a proper big wrong. Now, there is less than half a year before the Scions arrive on Earth. After a long period of time, the two of them finally arrived on Earth. Woohoo, finally arrived! Gadget looked at the Earth outside the window, a little excited and said, he was about to be driven crazy by this boring journey. This time back to Earth he must let Bulma rebuild a spaceship, Tai's spaceship was designed only with her own in mind, not designed too big. The layout inside was also prepared for Tai's to write a novel. There was no room for Gojit to move at all. Situ, Bulma's house. Bulma is now improving the combat power detector left by Raditz, and after she takes it apart, she finds that there is actually a bugging device in this thing, which scares her into a cold sweat. She quickly contacted Klin and them, but now they were all cultivating in the Heavenly God Temple, and they couldn't contact them at all. Chapter 6. Tai's looked at the earth in front of her, and she was also very excited. She hadn't been home for a long time, she had been traveling in space all these years, and she was very worried about home. The spacecraft soon flew to Earth, entered the atmosphere, passed through the atmosphere and went all the way to the western capital. Here, this is my home, Tai said, pointing to the huge circular building in front of her. It hasn't changed after so long, Tai sighed. Then the ship landed on the grass of the yard, and Dr. Breves and Mrs. Brive came out of it to see what was going on. Oh, it's actually Tai's back, Mrs. Brive said happily, holding Dr. Brive's hand. It's good to come back, Dr. Breves said with some joy. As a parent, how can anyone not worry about their children? Tai's has been gone for so many years, although she occasionally contacts her family, but if she does not see her daughter's safe appearance, she will inevitably worry, and now they are happy to see Tai's back. As soon as Tai's got off the spacecraft, she saw her parents looking at her with a smile. Her nose suddenly soured, tears rolled in her eyes, and she pounced directly and hugged the two. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Just come back, just come back. Looking at this warm picture, Gajit was not in a hurry to get off the spaceship, giving them a little time first. Mrs. Breves shushed her daughter, while Dr. Breve watched the mother and daughter quietly. Feeling that the time was almost up, Gajit also stepped off the spaceship, and Mrs. Breves saw Gajit and was surprised. Oh, Tai's also brought a handsome guy. Is Tai's your boyfriend? That's right, I'm Tai's boyfriend, and my name is Gajit. Gajit and Tai's established their relationship when they studied on the planet Adrit. At this time, Bulma noticed the movement outside, came out to check the situation, came to the living room, saw Gajit and Tai's, and suddenly exclaimed, Sister, are you back? And also brought a super handsome guy as a boyfriend. Bulma pointed at Gajit and said, Sister, where are you looking for a handsome guy? I also want to find one. Although Bulma already has a boyfriend like Yamcha, this does not prevent her from looking at handsome guys. She has seen Bulma's behavior strangely, for her sister, she knows very well, likes handsome guys, and can't walk when she sees handsome guys. Gajit was met when I was traveling. I was in a supply resource, but I didn't expect to run into Gajit, whose ship was broken, and his ship had been scrapped, so we traveled together. Tai's briefly explained the passage of meeting Gajit. That's really a special fate, the two of you can come together, it must be God's arrangement. Mrs. Brive said happily that she was also very happy that her daughter could find lifelong happiness, and she still believed in her daughter's vision. After some small talk, Mrs. Brive got up and left, and in the small talk she learned that Gajit was very good at eating, so she prepared to order the kitchen to cook more, lest there be enough to eat. Tai's and Bulma also got up and walked in the direction where their mother left. It seems that the mother and daughter should have something to whisper, and Tai's did not forget to turn around and say, Gajit, if you want to go shopping, remember to come back at dinner time. Dr. Breves chatted with Gajit for a while, and Gajit took the opportunity to say, Doctor, my own spaceship is damaged, can you please help me redesign a spaceship? I can't build a spaceship that can fly in space with the technology I have now. Dr. Breves replied, My ship Tai's has been brought back, if there is that spaceship, can it be successful? Gajit has been prepared, and Dr. Breves in the plot also recreated one through the technology in the spaceship when Goku came to Earth, which is the one that Goku later went to Namek. If there is something to learn from, I need to study it and give you an answer when the time comes. Dr. Breves is also curious about technology from the universe, but he can't guarantee success. Hearing Dr. Breves' answer, Gadget knew that this should be stable. Dr. Breves left directly. It seems that he went to ask Thais for something. It seems that alien technology is still very attractive to this type of person. Gadget also couldn't stay, ready to go to the Temple of Heaven to see the warriors of the earth. In fact, Gadget had a doubt in his heart. In his previous life, it was said on the internet that Bobo was a hidden boss, and Goku's freedom was taught by Bobo, and Bobo did not have any big moves during the Majin Buu period, and he was able to catch the fist that turned into Super Saiyan Trunks, indicating that Bobo actually hid his strength. Gadget put his 2 fingers together, put it on his forehead, and disappeared directly, and the black cat raised by Dr. Breves in the distance widened his eyes and ran to the location where Gadget left to check, but found nothing. On the Heavenly God Temple, Klin, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamcha are cultivating, and Tien Shen and Bobo are watching from the sidelines. Suddenly, Gadget appeared on the temple, and everyone also saw Gadget, especially the tail behind Gadget, and they all tensed up. Scion! Didn't you say that you won't come to Earth in a year? Why did it come after half a year? Shouted Klin in fright. No, look closely, this Scion in front of me is a little different, can't feel the breath at all. If he doesn't appear in front of us, we can't find it, indicating that this Scion will control the breath according to intelligence. Those 2 Scions will not control the breath, they rely very much on the combat effectiveness detector in front of them, and this Scion in front of them does not wear that kind of thing. And Raditz said that 2 Scions will arrive on Earth in a year, so this Scion in front of him should not be the guy in Raditz's mouth. Several of them calmly analyzed and finally came to a conclusion. Yes, I'm not with Raditz. I came to Earth with Thais, Bulma's sister, and half a year ago Bulma sent a message to Thais to explain the situation on Earth, so I came to Earth with me. Gadget briefly explained his origin to everyone. I've heard Bulma mention her sister, but I haven't heard that her sister has a boyfriend. Yamu said slightly questioningly. If you don't believe me, you can call Bulma and ask. So Yamcha left to find her cell phone and called Bulma. Taking advantage of Yamcha's phone call, Wujit carefully observed the mysterious Bobo in the mouths of netizens. Chapter 7. In Gaji Tfi's perception, Bobo's chi is not as strong as Gram, similar to the others, and Tenjin is the weakest of them. Bobo was dressed like an ancient Egyptian, with black skin, a slightly chubby body, and an expressionless face following the side of the gods. Gadget didn't think Bobo was a hidden boss no matter how he looked at it, but he didn't have any way to test Bobo now, so Gadget turned to observe Klin and them. Klin and the others were talking in low voices, glancing at Gadget from time to time, seemingly discussing Gadget. Can you believe what that guy said? It doesn't look like he's lying to us, and he himself asked Bulma to call and ask Bulma. It should be true. I think it's true too. That guy looks very strong, can't feel his chi at all. How did he get to the Heavenly God Temple? We didn't find it at all. If he wants to kill us, we can't escape at all. At this time, Yamcha found the phone and came back. He immediately called Bulma. Toot toot toot. Yamcha, how many calls did I call you before, but I didn't answer? It's good, it's long. As soon as Bulma answered the phone, it was a number of this. Yamcha didn't know how to answer for a while, stunned in place. Klin snatched the phone and said, Bulma, now is not the time to be more calculated. Isn't Yamcha also working hard to cultivate for the earth? Yes, Yamcha echoed on the side. Am I such an unreasonable person? I make so many calls because I have important things. The other day I took apart Raditz's combat power detector and found that there was actually a bugging device inside. The bugging device should be used to spy on the Scions. Maybe the matter about Dragon Ball has been leaked. What? Everyone was shocked. Dragon Ball was the most important thing on Earth, and besides those 2 Scions, there were other guys who knew. Of course, it is also possible that there is no leakage. After all, the other party cannot monitor Raditz all the time. According to Raditz, the other two scions are more powerful than him, then those two scions may be the focus of monitoring. Listening to Bulma's analysis, everyone was still a little worried. After all, it was a guy that even scions could monitor, and he was definitely strong in scion. Okay, let's not talk about that. What are you calling me for? Bulma asked. That's right, there is a scion from our side. He said that he came to Earth with your sister ties. We want to confirm with you. After all, it is a scion. Are you talking about Gadget? He actually ran to you? He is my brother-in-law, just arrived on Earth today. Don't worry, I trust my sister's vision. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gadget's that guy, the feeling they give is really a little scary. How's that? Are you done asking? Gadget asked, watching them finish the call, and walked over. I'm sorry, Gadget, it's about the survival of the Earth, we have to be careful. Klin said slightly apologetically. I know, and there's nothing wrong with you being cautious in this situation. Gadget didn't mind either. Those two guys who are coming to Earth should be Vegeta and his men, and the remaining scions are only them, me, and Kakarot. Then Gogeta said. This guy Vegeta is a prince of the Scion, he is very talented, he had a combat power of 3,000 when he was born, and now he is close to 20,000. How are you going to protect the planet? Gadget looked at everyone and continued. Your strongest people now, their combat power is only close to 2,000, even if they cultivate, they are not stronger. So what you lack most right now is time. Gadget's words made everyone's faces change. Gadget said these words in order to let Tenjin and Bobo take them to the Spirit Time House. Gadget wanted to try to transform into Super Saiyan 4 again, probably because Gadget did not have enough control over his own power, and after cultivating on the planet Adrate for half a year, Gadget felt that he could transform into Super Saiyan 4. That guy named Vegeta is so strong. Then how do we have a chance of winning? Klin and Dumpling's frightened faces turned white, and Yamcha and Tianjin Rice also looked solemn. So I say you're missing time. Is there any way you can delay their arrival, or something that speeds up time? I heard that you have such a thing as Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Gadget actually said it to Bobo. Sure enough, Bobo said. To speed up the time thing, the Heavenly God Temple has a room called the Spirit Time House, which stays in it for a year, and only one day has passed outside. However, the environment inside is very bad. Goku only stayed in it for a month when he was a child, and a person can only enter for 2 days in his life. If the time is exceeded, then the entrance will disappear, and only 2 people can enter at a time. Bobo told everyone about the functions and precautions of the Spirit Time House. There is actually such a place in the Heavenly God Temple. Mr. Bobo, why didn't you tell us before? Because the environment inside is very harsh, and I didn't know that the time would be so tight. Bobo replied. We are ready to prepare, in groups of 2 and 2, go in to cultivate, and if we really can't stand it, we will come out and change people. Tianjin Meal arranged. I'll go find the other guy, that guy is also a good combat power, and tell him about the Spirit Time House by the way. Gadget is going to find Vic and Gohan, Gohan's talent cannot be wasted. Saying go, Gadget directly teleported and came directly to the place where Gohan and Vic were. At this moment, Vic and Gohan are practicing against each other, and it cannot be said that they are training. Vic unilaterally abuses Gohan, and Gohan is beaten with a blue nose and a swollen face. Yo, your bike. Gadget extended his hand to greet. You guy, a scion. Vic reacted instantly, and his face changed greatly. Don't panic, listen to me first. Gadget told Vic about the Spirit Time House, and continued. Gohan, I'm going to take Bulma's house, and then I'll guide him. After all, being a scion can better make him stronger. Without waiting for Vic to speak, Gadget flashed, directly copied Gohan, and then used teleportation to return to the western capital. Bulma's house. Gadget's flying figure suddenly appeared, startling the mother and daughter. After seeing the person coming, Tais gently patted Gadget's arm, coquettishly said, "Don't be so haunted, very scary." Gadget smiled, scratched his head. Said, "Next time I must pay attention." And put Gohan down. This is Bulma saw Gohan, quickly stepped forward, and said, "Where did you find Gohan? Did you know that Kiki is dying?" Chapter 8. Bulma picks up her phone and calls Kiki, telling her that Gohan is now at his house and telling her to come over quickly. "Gohan is in Bina. I brought it back by the way when I went to find Bike. Gohan's potential is very large, I want to train him." Gadget spoke her mind. But Kiki won't say yes. Bulma knows Kiki, she knows Kiki won't agree, she wants Gohan to be a great scholar. "Don't worry, I have a way." Gadget looked confident, he had a way to get Kiki to agree. Because the system has released the task again. Mission content, train Gohan and make him a qualified fighter. Mission reward, mysterious form. And mission failure, losing all Super Saiyan's transformed. This task is still a bit difficult, after all, Kiki's level is very sad. But why is Gadget so confident? Because the system opens another function, through time and space, can take people through time and space. As long as Gohan and Kiki are brought to the future space-time, or Shiru space-time, then I believe that Kiki will not only not hinder, but also supervise Gohan's cultivation, and in the future space-time, humans are about to be killed by artificial humans, which is simply hell. If Gohan has been cultivating, then those enemies will be sad after that. "Madam, dinner is ready," said a servant as he came in. "Then let's go eat first. Gohan has survived in the wild for so long, he hasn't eaten something delicious for a long time," Gadget said to Gohan. Gohan was still a little confused, and suddenly came to Aunt Bulma's house. But the temptation of food made him not think so much, and he just wanted to eat a good meal now. At the table, Gohan and Gadget were eating a lot, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Only Tais looked calm, she has been with Gadget for a long time, she has been immune. After eating and drinking, Gadget and Gohan collapsed on the sofa. It's so full," the two said at the same time. Then Gadget spoke again. "Gohan. Hey! Have you ever thought about cultivating seriously?" "No, my dream is to be a scholar." "Think about it, is it your dream to be a scholar, or your mother's dream?" Gohan suddenly fell into thought. "Yes, to be a great scholar has always come out of my mother's mouth." "So, what is the dream of self-interest?" Gadget also saw Gohan's confusion. And said, "You are still young, and when you manage some things in the future, you will figure out what you want." Gohan nodded understandingly. At this time, Kiki rushed to Bulma's house, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw Gohan lying on the sofa. She ran to Gohan like crazy, picked up Gohan, looked left and right. "My Gohan! Nothing happened to you, Goku is dead, you can't do anything more," Kiki cried as she held Gohan. The Bull Demon King comforted Kiki in the back. Okay, isn't Gohan okay? It's all that guy Vic who took Gohan away for so long. If it wasn't for Gadget bringing Gohan back, I don't know when I will see Gohan again. This time I said nothing and I wouldn't let someone else take Gohan away," Kiki said angrily. But Gadget said, "I brought Gohan back to train him. Gohan's potential is huge, I believe he can become a great warrior." "What? No, I won't let Gohan do such a dangerous thing. Her future is to become a great scholar, and fighting such dangerous things has Goku." Kiki shouted with excitement when she heard that Gadget was also going to train Gohan. Gadget said helplessly, "Kiki, you have to know that the next enemies will become stronger and stronger, and now even Goku is dead. Do you want to see Gohan die in front of your eyes in the future? The only way is to make Gohan stronger than anyone, so that there will be no tragedy. Now Kiki can't listen to anything, she just wants to go home with Gohan. She picked up Gohan and turned to leave. Gadget knows that convincing Kiki won't succeed for a while, so Kiki leaves them to stop them. Let Kiki calm down for a few days first, and Gadget is ready to go to the temple to guide the Klin people first. Early the next morning, Gadget, after breakfast, came to the temple. Yo, it's all there. Gadget greeted several people in Klin, and Klin also greeted. Gadget, early. Big stinked a face, did not make a sound, it seems that Gadget took Gohan away. So, are you ready to enter the Spirit Time House? Gadget asked. Vic wants to go first, then Tianjin rice and dumplings, then me and Yamcha. Klin replied. Vic alone, then I'll go in with you. Gadget flashed and patted Vic's shoulder. Hey? So fast? Vic was taken aback. Whatever you want, Vic snorted coldly. Let's go, then. Mr. Bobo, take us there, Gadget said to Mr. Bobo. The group followed Bobo to the door of a room, and Bobo pointed to the door and said. Behind the door is the Spirit Time House. Gadget and Vic pushed the door in, and after the door closed, Vic found that Klin couldn't feel their chi anymore. The two walked outside, looking around, it was white and there was no end in sight. Gadget walked to the place where gravity was 10 times the gravity, and felt it carefully, but he didn't feel anything at all. Vic also walked out, and suddenly, a stumble, fell directly. The gravity here is the same as that of planet Vegeta, 10 times the gravity of the Earth, which is very suitable for your cultivation. Gadget explained. Klin and the others waited outside. How long do you say Vic and Gadget can stay inside? Yamcha asked suddenly. Bobo said that Goku only stayed for a month when he was a child, and Vic will definitely be able to stay longer, I guess he can stay for 3 months. Tianjin Fan continued. I can't see through Gadget, but in my perception, Gadget is unfathomable. That's right, Gadget feels like a bottomless pit to me, and the more I perceive it, the more terrifying it gets. Klin also said. At this time, Yamcha said. Gadget is so powerful, when the Scions come, can't they rely on Gadget? We have just met, we need help, if we can rely on Gadget, why should he let us work hard to cultivate? Maybe he will leave after a while, and the Earth still depends on us to protect. Klin explained to Yamcha. Tianjin Rice said. It is better to rely on others than on yourself. If you have to rely on others every time there is a crisis, then what are you going to do with all your strength? It is better to go home and eat and wait for death. Yamcha was so speechless that he could only scratch his head in embarrassment and smile bitterly. Chapter 9. Inside the Spirit Time House, Gadget is fighting Bike, and somewhere far away, there is another Gadget. Gadget has been studying on the planet Adrath for half a year, and his control of his own energy has long been perfect, and his skills have also been learned, and he has divided a doppelganger to train Vic, and the body is ready to try to transform into Super Saiyan 4 again. Gadget flew with all his strength to the exit of the Spirit Time House, flying farther and farther, and did not stop until he couldn't see the exit. Gadget didn't worry about not finding the exit, as long as Vic and the doppelganger were still there, he could use teleportation to return to the exit, no matter how bad it was, he directly broke the space with power and could still go out. Gadget raised his hand, and in an instant an artificial moon appeared, flung into the sky, dazzling light shone on the earth, and then a huge figure appeared. Gadget turned into a golden giant ape, and a terrifying aura emanated, and the space was shattered. Outside the temple, a golden light suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, and then, the space shattered, and a terrifying aura gushed out from inside, and the entire earth was shaking. What happened? The group waiting outside the door tilted around and questioned. People in the city are fleeing. Run away. The end of the world is coming. The earth is going to be destroyed. In the Spirit Time House, Vic was overwhelmed by this breath and fell to the ground, unable to move. This terrifying force, is it Gadget? Vic said with difficulty. At this time Gadget's doppelganger helped Vic block the impact, saying, "The body is trying to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. What is that?" Vic, at this stage, "I don't understand yet." "Now you don't understand, you definitely don't know, you'll know later." Gadget gave a mysterious smile. After a while, the breath disappeared, and Gadget pinched his chin and said, "Still failed." The next moment, a red figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Succeeded." Gadget turned around and saw that Gadget of Super Saiyan 4 was standing there, black shawl hair, red eye sockets, upper body full of red hair, red tail swinging freely, full of wild breath. Vic also stood up at this time. "What is this transformation? And what happened to the terrifying aura just now?" "This is Super Saiyan 4, and the movement just now was caused by the transformation," Gadget replied. Outside the door, Clin a few people. The vibration disappeared. Clin stood up and said, "What's going on? Is it that the Scions have arrived?" "No way, they still have half a year to arrive," Clin retorted directly. "Is it possible that it was caused by Wujit? How strong he is, we haven't seen yet." Tianjin Fan calmly analyzed. "The source of the shock just now is the Heavenly God Temple, and only Gadget has that ability." Tianjin Fan said again. "Ask Gadget when he comes out. That's all there is to it," Clin replied. People on the earth felt the shaking disappear, and people quieted down. It turned out to be an earthquake. "I thought it was the end of the world." "Yes, yes. More than 3 months have passed in the Spirit Time House. And during this time, Vic has advanced by leaps and bounds under the guidance of Gadget, and his combat power has exceeded 10,000, surpassing Goku. Gone, Bike. Your strength has reached the bottleneck, and it will be difficult to improve in a short time." Gadget and Vic left the Spirit Time House, and as soon as they went out, Vic's powerful chi was perceived by Clin. "Such a powerful chi! It's only been a few hours since I went in, Vic has changed so much. The effect of cultivation in the Spirit Time House is so good." Several people talked about it. Gadget was fully dressed, but Vic was in rags, a striking contrast. "Which of you is going first?" "Let's go with rice and dumplings first," Clin said. "Anyway, there is still a long time, so there is no hurry." Tianjin Rice Dumplings walked directly in. "By the way, did you cause that terrifying aura before?" Gadget. Clin thought about it, and he still had palpitations. Vic directly replied. "That's caused by Gadget's attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 4 inside." Super Saiyan 4. Clin wondered the same. "It's a transformation of a Saiyan," Gadget explained. "You'll see it later. I left first, stayed in it for 3 months, and my mouth faded out of the bird." After speaking, a teleportation moved back to the western capital. Gadget finds Tais and asks her to prepare food for herself. At the table, Gadget said to Tais, "In a few days, I'm going to take Gohan and Kiki to a parallel time and space and let him see the hellish world." Gadget tells Tais about the desperate future world. "Is there really a parallel space-time?" Tais asked with a little doubt. After all, even a learned person like Dr. Breves had not produced results, and she still had doubts about this. "You'll know when you go." In that world, the Breves and his wife died, leaving only Bulma struggling to support, and Gohan died in battle. Gohan with a broken arm can make Kiki realize the importance of strength. "You are ready, that world, human beings are dying, prepare a little material or something, it will definitely be used. By the way, ask Bulma if she is going," Gadget said as he ate. "In the past few days, go to the Heavenly God Temple to guide the remaining few people, and improve a little more, otherwise they will all die like the plot, which will be very troublesome." A few days later, on the Heavenly God Temple, several people in Klin Tianjin Rice were trained by Wujit, and their strength increased by leaps and bounds, much stronger than in the original plot. In the plot, when the Scions arrive on Earth, Klin in full strength is 1770 combat power, Yamcha is 1480, Dumplings are 810, Tianjin Rice is 1830, and Vic 3500. After training with Wuji Tfi, Klin's combat power is 4650, Yamcha is 3830, Dumplings are 2270, Tianjin Rice is 5050, and Bic is up to 10,000 combat power. The needle does not poke, and can deal with Naba and Vegeta. Your current strength is almost able to deal with Vegeta and Nabuk, but you still have to be careful. Vegeta's strength is still stronger than yours. You try to deal with him. He handed it over to Sun Wukong. Gajit tells them before he leaves that if he pies off Vegeta, he can still kill a few people before Goku arrives. Next, you cultivate by yourself, practice a little more cooperation. It is very useful when the difference in combat effectiveness is not large, especially the Sun Fist and Chi Round Slash, which have unexpected effects. Gajit gave a little advice. Chapter 10. The next day, Gajit and Tais got up early, packed their things, and got ready to go. Bulma was also ready, and the three of them took a plane and went to Bunshan Kiki's house. Kiki house. Kiki is preparing breakfast for Gohan, who is studying in the room. At this time, there was the sound of an airplane outside the window, and then, there was a knock on the door, and Kiki opened the door. It was Bulma. Bulma? Is there something going on so early? It's me who has something. Gajit came out from behind Bulma, and when she saw Gajit, Kiki's face was a little displeased, but she still let a few people into the house. If you are here to persuade me, then don't open your mouth, I won't let Gohan cultivate with you. Kiki spoke directly. I'll take you to meet someone, and if you still stick to your original idea after meeting that person, then I won't bother anymore. Gajit replied. Okay, go now. Kiki didn't want to delay either. The sooner she solved this matter, the better. These days she felt like a big stone in her heart, and she was afraid that Gajit and Vic would take people away directly. I'll go after you finish breakfast, and Gohan will go too. After that, Gajit found a chair and sat down, waiting for Kiki and Gohan to finish eating. Kiki called Gohan out and prepared to eat. After Gohan came out of the room, he saw several people in the hall and was stunned for a moment. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Gajit. Gohan didn't know Tais, so he could only look at Bulma suspiciously. She's my sister Tais and Gajit's girlfriend. Bulma introduces Tais to Gohan. Aunt Tais. Gohan greeted politely. Kiki also came out of the kitchen at this time, holding dozens of buns in her hand. Gohan is so small, the amount of rice is so big. It's really worthy of being a scion, and the amount of food is so big at a young age. Tais sighed. Would you like to eat together? Kiki asked. No need, we already ate when we came. After Gohan and Kiki have finished eating, they are ready to go. System, open the space-time channel. Gajit said in his heart. A colorful door appeared in front of him, and Gajit looked at the passage in front of him, feeling that the aura inside was very mysterious. Just walk through this passage. Gajit said to everyone. When did you have this means? Tais asked. Gajit, who studied in the planet of Adrit, made an excuse, and happened to have been studying there for a long time, so he used it as an excuse. Let's go. Gajit led the way first, and then several people also entered. The passage is covered with colorful light, and the exit can be seen not far away. It didn't take long to reach the exit. Looking at the place full of ruins, Gajit sighed. How miserable. This world. Where is this? Tais asked Gajit. The future world, probably more than 10 years from our world. Gajit also forgot what time period it was. I know you have a lot of questions, and you'll know when you meet people. Gadget took the teleportation pose, and with the other hand held ties. You just need to touch me or ties. Bulma pulls Kiki with one hand and ties with the other, while Gohan is led by Kiki. After a burst of afterimages, several people disappeared. On the ruins, Mika Gohan is training against Trunks. The movements of the two were so fast that an afterimage appeared, and ordinary people could not see their movements at all. After practicing for a while, the two stopped, and Mika Gohan said, Trunks, your combat power has reached the point where you can transform into a Super Saiyan, let's try it today. Okay, brother Gohan. Trunks said with a little excitement, if he could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would be able to fight the androids without delaying his feat. The point of transforming into a Super Saiyan is anger, turning anger into power and bursting out the potential in your body. Angry, Trunks recalled that the android was killing people everywhere, and people's shouts of fear filled the entire brain, and thought of Gohan before in order to save him. He was broken by the artificial man with an arm, and his heart was directly filled with anger. Ah! Trunks roared and exploded, the arrogance on his body turned white and golden. Gohan continued to stimulate Trunks. Imagine, if I die in front of your eyes, unleash that anger, that power. Trunks thought of the mocking voices of the two artificial humans if brother Gohan died in front of him. This waste is finally dead. Yes, finally no one can stop us. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Trunks raised his head and yelled. Ha! I saw Trunks' hair and eyebrows turn golden, with turquoise pupils exuding a cold aura, and his eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Trunks successfully turned into a Super Saiyan. That's it, suppress the excitement in your heart, stay in Super Saiyan state, remember this feeling. Gohan was on the side to guide. Trunks frowned, trying to control the power in his body, but only held out for a moment before returning to normal. Ha ha ha! Trunks put his hands on his knees and gasped heavily. It's already very good, being able to turn into a Super Saiyan. As long as you contact slowly, you can successfully control the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Gohan encouraged Trunks. After resting for a while, the two were ready to go back to the basement. Suddenly, several people appeared in front of him. It was Wujit and his group. Gohan instantly took a fighting stance, but after seeing who was coming, Gohan's eyes instantly moistened. Here, Kiki looked at Gohan in front of her and recognized it at a glance. It was her and Goku's son Gohan. The cuffs that fluttered in the wind were particularly obvious. Kiki's tears came out at once, directly holding Mika Gohan, touching the empty sleeves. Kiki's tears couldn't stop flowing. My Gohan, how did it become like this? Hearing Kiki's words, Bulma, Tais, and Gohan knew that the person in front of them who had a broken arm was Gohan. Future Gohan also cried with excitement, watching his mother in his memory appear in front of him. Gohan couldn't hold back. After all, he was only in his early 20s, it was the time of youthful blood, but he resisted the heavy task of protecting the earth, almost overwhelming him. Trunks also saw the young mother, how beautiful Bulma was at this time, and now Bulma is old, there are many wrinkles on her face, because of the artificial human thing, all day long. But he did not dare to go up and recognize each other. He was afraid that after the recognition, Bulma would not be able to accept it, causing him to disappear himself. Gadget saw Trunks' concern and whispered to Bulma. That blue-haired one over there is your son. Bulma froze instantly. Her son? She wasn't prepared. Trunks looked at the person next to Bulma and whispered something to Bulma. Bulma instantly looked over, a look of shock. He also understood what was said, walked directly over, and said. You are a young mother. Trunks is still a little puzzled. How did this group of people get here? I didn't expect my son to be so handsome. He deserves to be my son. Bulma's brain circuitry is still as clear, and the focus is elsewhere. Chapter 11. After Kiki and future Gohan calmed down, Gadget said. Let's go to your place and talk first. Future Gohan also thought of the threat of artificial humans and led everyone to the basement where they lived. As soon as he got to the entrance, Trunks shouted inside. "Mom, I'm back." After hearing the voice, the people inside said, "Came back so early today, don't work out with Gohan for a while." Before he finished speaking, he saw the people behind Trunks, his younger self and sister, as well as Kiki and Gohan. This future Bulma was also stunned for a moment, but then thought, "I came from before, young me." It was Bulma. It seemed that she was already thinking about the time machine, or she already had the drawings, but she lacked materials, Gadget thought. "No, strictly speaking, it's just parallel time and space," Gadget said. "Parallel space-time." Future Bulma instantly understood what Gadget meant. She still had the illusion that she could go back in time and change the future, but it seemed impossible. "Sit all." Future Bulma took out many chairs and asked everyone to sit down. Tais looked at her haggard sister in front of her, and she had an indescribable feeling in her heart, coupled with the environment on the earth when she came. Bulma must have suffered a lot and suffered a lot now. Bulma looked at her future self, and her heart was also very sad. Why is the future like this, and what is Gohan's hand? Kiki spoke directly. Little Gohan looked at his grown-up self, the scars on his face, the broken arm, and suddenly thought of what Gadget said before, strength is the most important. His dream should not be to become a scholar, at least his future self cannot become a scholar. "You must have developed a scion invasion of Earth?" asked future Bulma. "Half a year to go," Bulma replied. "After the scion invasion, the gods of Earth died and the Dragon Balls disappeared with them. We went to Vic's hometown of Namex to borrow the Dragon Balls, where we met Frieza, the king of the universe, and Goku turned into a Super Saiyan there and defeated Frieza. After a year, Frieza struck again and was killed by Goku. 3 years later, artificial humans appeared on Earth. They couldn't sense the breath, but they were ridiculously strong. Goku died of a heart attack, and the warriors of Earth died one after another, leaving only Gohan and Trunks. Because Vic is also dead, the Earth's Dragon Balls are no longer available, and the new nemesis cannot be found, and they cannot be resurrected." Future Bulma told everything that happened. After listening to this, Kiki understood why Gadget brought her here. Now she sees the future Gohan like this, she is very hurt in her heart. Gohan is like this now maybe because when she was a child, she didn't let Gohan exercise with Goku, and wanted to train Gohan to become a great scholar, resulting in the current Gohan's strength is not enough, resulting in a broken arm. Fortunately, there is an opportunity to remedy this. Tais felt sorry for her sister, and she whispered to Gadget, "Is there any way I can help them?" "Of course, you wouldn't think I brought you here just to change Kiki." Gadget confidently said that. When several people heard this, they all looked at Gadget, and there was no Gadget in their original history, so they didn't know this person either. "Just find the new nemesis, don't forget. The two of us have been to the planet Yadraith, and I can teleport, and I am much more powerful than Kakarot," Gadget said proudly. Gadget was someone who had cultivated Stel Lito to a level even more powerful than Elder Pibara, and he moved in an instant, and his hand was captured. "Really?" Future Gohan looked excited. In his impression, his father Son Goku is an invincible existence. If it weren't for that damn heart disease, how could artificial humans wreak havoc on Earth? "Of course, I'll take you now." Gadget got up, grabbed future Gohan's shoulder, put his fingers on his forehead, and searched carefully. Found it. The breath similar to Vic is the new Nami nemesis. Then, let's go. With a whoosh, Gadget and future Gohan disappeared. On a distant planet, a group of Vic are farming, and suddenly, Gadget and Mika Gohan appear in front of them, startling the people who are farming. "Who are you?" the nemesis asked warily. "I am the son of Son Goku, son Gohan," Gohan said, pointing to himself. At this time, a person rushed out of the group and said happily, "Gohan? You are Gohan." Came exactly every day, and after more than 10 years, Dandy also grew up. "Gohan, what's going on with your hand?" Dandy said, pointing to Gohan's hand. "Are you Dandy?" "Exactly, take us to meet." The great elder Gohan didn't explain, and directly wanted to see the great elder. Dandy didn't ask much, and directly took the two to meet the great elder. "Great elder, Gohan is here," Dandy said to the great elder when he arrived at the place where the great elder lived. "Great elder, I want to borrow the Dragon Ball." Gohan went straight to the point. "It's the son of Sun Wukong, the..." Great elder recognized Gohan at a glance. "Is something big happening on Earth again?" Gohan nodded and explained the general story. "That's the case, so you guys are going to borrow Dragon Balls?" The great elder instructed. Dandy, notify the tribes and send the Dragon Balls over." Dandy answered and went out. "Sun Wukong died of a heart attack, can the dragon resurrect him?" Gadget asked the great elder. "As long as the soul is still there, it can be resurrected," the great elder replied. Sure enough, the Dragon Balls of the Namek star are more powerful than the Earth's, and the Earth's divine dragon says that because it is a natural death, it cannot be resurrected, but the Omegas can, and it is clear at a glance. After a while, Dandy returned with the Dragon Ball, and several people put down the Dragon Ball and left. "Well, please, Dandy," Gohan said too. Dandy couldn't understand for a while, and then the sky darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls shone brightly, and then the Amaki god Dragon Boranga appeared. "O person who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, you can make 3 wishes. Please resurrect my father Son Goku." Gohan uttered his first wish. Dandy croaked for a while to the dragon. After listening to it, the dragon was silent for a while, saying, "Sun Wukong does not want to be resurrected, please make a new wish." Gohan was dumbfounded. At this time Goku connected with the king of the realm to Gohan, and said, "Gohan, I have been dead for so many years, and I don't want to be resurrected. You have great potential, I believe you can defeat artificial humans and protect the safety of the earth." But Gohan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gadget. "Kakarot, don't you want to challenge stronger people, see the wider world, and be willing to stay in Huangchuan and live forever?" Goku was obviously a little moved, but still couldn't make up his mind. Gadget saw this and continued. "If you think Super Saiyan 3 is the end, then I tell you, you are still a frog at the bottom of the well, and there are still a lot of people who are stronger than you." Gadget took another dose of medicine. Chapter 12. Sun Wukong is now invincible in the entire prefecture, the strength of Super Saiyan 3 is unmatched, Ribs can barely fight Goku, Vegeta was sent to hell by Hades because of his deep sins in his life, and Goku can't fight him. Now hearing Gadget say that there are people stronger than him, Goku instantly had an idea. Resurrection is resurrection, he wants to see more strong people. "Okay then, convinced by you." Gohan instantly became excited. "Yay!" Then Dandy croaked. Shenlong's eyes were red, compared to the okay gesture. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Please name the second wish." The halo on Sun Wukong's head on the King of the Realm disappeared, and Goku was not resurrected for the first time. There was no special feeling. I saw him put his finger on his forehead and said to the King of the Realm, "Goodbye, Lord King of the Realm, I have bothered you for so many years." Then it disappeared. The Realm King looked at the place where Goku left and sighed. This guy Goku has been resurrected again, and those enemies of his are afraid to be miserable. Goku has been with him for so many years, he is still clear about Goku's power, and in his impression, no one can compare with it except that adult. On the side of Namek, Goku teleported to Gohan's side, looking at Gohan in front of him, he was also quite distressed. "Yo, Gohan! Dad. Gohan hugged Goku, tears couldn't stop flowing. In front of Goku, he could also vent the grievances he had suffered over the years like a child. Gohan, you've worked hard all these years. Goku patted Gohan's back. Shenlong is still here, hurry up and make a wish. Yes. Gohan let go of Goku and then said to Dandy. Please resurrect the people who were killed by artificial humans, except for the bad guys. Dandy repeated the previous operation. And said to the dragon in a burst, only those whose souls are still in the underworld can be resurrected, and those who have been reincarnated have no way to resurrect, and this wish consumes 2 wishes. Shenlong said to several people. Okay, just make it happen. Gohan replies to Shinryu. Shenlong's eyes turned red and he fulfilled his wish again. In heaven, Vic and Klin were all resurrected, and in hell, Vegeta's soul disappeared, and on earth, Vegeta rose from the ruins. There are also many resurrected people on earth, but compared to the number killed by artificial humans, it is still very small, and most of them have been reincarnated. Then, goodbye. Shenlong finished speaking, golden light appeared all over his body, and then 7 dragon balls rose into the air and flew away, like shooting stars across the sky. The sky is also shining with sunlight again. After making a wish, Gadget looked at Goku and said. Kakarot, first meeting, I'm. Gadget, I can feel that you are strong. Goku looked excited, and he couldn't wait to compete with Gadget. Gadget saw his thoughts and interrupted Goku's words. You go to heaven first to bring Vic and them to Earth, I will take Gohan back to Earth, and when the artificial humans are solved, I will fight with you. Goku happily goes to find Vic them. Leaving Gadget and Gohan. Gohan entered the room and thanked the Great Elder. Thank you Great Elder for your help. You're welcome, Sun Wukong is the benefactor of the Nemesis, now that you are in trouble, we should also lend a hand. The Great Elder said with a smile. We're going back. Grand Elder, Dandy. Gohan said a little reluctantly, before meeting his childhood playmate and separating again. Come and play often when you have time. Dandy waved his hand at Gohan, although Dandy was also reluctant in his heart, but he knew that Gohan still had important things to do, and did not open his mouth to keep it. Gadget's flying hand was on Gohan's shoulder. When I'm done with things, I'll take Krin-san with me to play with you. Gohan promised Dandy. Gadget then uses teleportation to return to Earth. Future Bulma saw the two come back, and quickly stepped forward and asked. How is it? Is it successful? Trunks also looked at Gohan expectantly. Gohan flashed a smile and said. Dad is resurrected, and so are the people killed by artificial humans. Yay! Trunks shouted, and future Bulma smiled. Daddy now go to heaven and bring Uncle Klin back. Uncle Vegeta went to hell because of his sins, and now he should be resurrected in the place where he died. As soon as Gohan's words fell, Goku appeared with everyone. The small basement was crowded with people, 2 Kiki, 2 Gohan, 2 Bulma, a group of Scions and Earthlings, plus Gadget and others. The basement could not sit down at all, and everyone could only come outside. The future Kiki is also distressed to see the future Gohan, while Vegeta recognizes Trunks. For a while, the scene was very moving. It is imperative to solve the artificial humans first, otherwise the newly resurrected people may be killed again. Gadget spoke. Let me go and get rid of them, a bunch of broken copper and iron. Vegeta was still so proud that he took the job directly. After Vegeta died, although he had no physical body to cultivate, he already felt the Super Saiyan 2 realm, 2 artificial humans. This is not a hand-to-hand capture. In the future, Bulma will go to the basement and take out the radio and receive the news. Now for unknown reasons, the person who was originally killed by the artificial man has been resurrected. Artificial humans are destroying in such and such a region. Vegeta listened and got up directly and headed for the area. Is there a problem with Vegeta going there alone? In the future, Bulma is a little worried. After all, Vegeta was killed once by an artificial human. No problem, now Vegeta's power far exceeds those two artificial humans. Goku sees that Vegeta has reached the realm of Super Saiyan 2, so that Bulma will not worry about it in the future. Bulma looked at the distant Vegeta and thought, is that my future husband? The current Bulma can't figure out how her future self thinks of Vegeta, she is short and looks dragged to death. So she came to the future Bulma and asked her in a low voice, "Future me, what do you think of that Vegeta?" Future Bulma heard Bulma's inquiry, covered her mouth and snickered, saying, "Because." Bulma showed a shocked expression. On this side, Gajit came to Kiki and said, "Now you can promise to let Gohan practice, Kiki." Both Kiki nodded, and future Kiki said that they both understood the importance of power and no longer stopped Gohan from cultivating. At this point, Goku said to Gajit, "Now let me see your power, Gajit." Gajit shook his head and said, "Wait for tomorrow, take the two Gohan and Trunks to the Spirit Time House in the Celestial Temple, their foundation is too poor, take some time to teach, let you see it inside." Chapter 13. Early the next morning, Gajit and Goku take two Gohan with them. And Trunks, who came to the Temple of Heaven. "Yo, Tenjin, you are also resurrected." Goku greeted warmly. "And Mr. Bobo?" Bobo said in a humble voice. "It's wonderful, Tenjin-sama is resurrected. The god of heaven died because of the battle of Vic and died with him. Bobo stayed alone in the temple of the heavenly god for more than 10 years, lonely to death, and now the god of heaven is resurrected, Bobo is very happy. We came this time to enter the Spirit Time House to cultivate, the foundation of Gohan and Trunks is too poor, we have to start from scratch." Goku stated the purpose of the trip. "No problem, I'll take you there, the Spirit Time House is at the bottom of the temple." Bobo directly agreed and led the group to the bottom of the temple. When he arrived at the door, Goku suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a minute, I'll go find Vegeta, he's definitely coming too." Then walked away with teleportation. This time 6 people went in. Gajit suddenly remembered that there was a bug in the Spirit Time House, and only 2 people could enter at a time during the Shiru period, but when it came to Majin Buu, Vic, and Goten Trunks, plus Majin Buu, a total of 4 people went in, and nothing happened. That's magical. So this time Gajit is ready to enter with everyone, even if the exit really disappears, it can directly break the space with power. After a while, Goku returned with Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was still so arrogant, and he sneered. "Abominable cockroach, there is such a good place not to say earlier, if the artificial man appeared and went in to cultivate, how could he be killed so many people by those 2 broken copper and iron?" Goku scratched his head in embarrassment and explained. "I died of a heart attack at that time. I can't tell you. And at that time, I didn't know that artificial humans appeared, and I only went in for a while when I was a child, and then forgot." Vegeta snorted coldly and didn't say anything. "Let's go, everyone go in." Gajit began. "All of them?" Goku was a little surprised, he knew the rules of the Spirit Time House. You can only enter 2 people at a time, otherwise the exit will disappear. Bobo explained from the sidelines. "No problem, I have a way, trust me." Gajit said confidently. "Then let's go inside." Goku saw Gajit's confident look, and didn't say more, and went straight in. The rest of the group followed in, leaving Gajit and Bobo, and Gajit said, "If we haven't come out after a long time, please inform Bulma to collect the Dragon Balls and see how we are. Don't worry, the chances of this situation are very small, but for the sake of safety, it is better to be a backhand and trouble you, Mr. Bobo." "Okay." Bobo agreed. Gajit turned around and entered the Spirit Time House as well. Inside the Spirit Time House, several people looked curiously at the snow-white world in front of them, the endless border. In this place, there was only a small building. Gohan walked outside, and was immediately pressed to one knee by the powerful gravity. The gravity here is 4 times that outside, the air is only a quarter and the temperature varies between 50 degrees Celsius and -40. The most important thing is that after a year here, only a day has passed outside. However, each person can only stay for 2 days, and only 2 people can enter at a time. But Gadget said he had a way, so we all came in together. Gaku explained the situation to everyone. After trimming a little, after eating, Gaku couldn't sit still. Gadget, now let me see your power. A look of excitement appeared on Goku's face. The others also looked at the two, they also wanted to see Gaku and Gadget's flying power. Come on, I hope you don't get hit. Gadget said to Gaku. A group of people came outside, Gaku and Gadget stood opposite each other, and the others stood slightly selected to watch. Gaku did not transform into a Super Saiyan, rushed directly to Gadget, waved his right hand, and Gadget reached out to easily block it. Gaku immediately raised his foot and kicked out, but was still easily caught by Gaku, and Gaku began to attack wildly. Click! Gaku easily dodged. Awesome! Several people who were watching the battle sighed, and of course, Vegeta looked calm. Immediately afterwards, Gadget punched with a backhand and hit Gaku directly in the abdomen, and Gaku flew out directly, rolled in the air a few times, and landed steadily. It's amazing, Gadget Gaku! Instantly exploded, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and attacked Gadget again. I saw Gaku flash behind Gadget, raised his hand and slashed at Gadget. Gadget turned to dodge, and threw a punch. Gaku crossed his hands and blocked the punch. Gaku was repelled by this punch, and 2 scratches were scratched on the ground. Gaku raised his hand to send out Qigong waves, which were easily knocked away by Wujit, and Gaku then released Qigong waves continuously, and a series of Qigong waves flew towards Wujit. That's right, Gaku uses the classic Prince battle method. For a while, the place where Gadget was emitted a thick smoke, and Gaku looked in front of him warily. He was sure that Gadget was not defeated so easily. Suddenly, Gaku felt something, and turned his head to see that Gadget was above his back, and a huge energy bomb had condensed in Gadget's hand. Gadget hit the energy bomb towards Gaku, and Gaku didn't have time to dodge, so he could only take this trick. Gaku opened his hands and blocked the energy projectile, but the force was too strong and he was crushed to the ground by the energy bomb. Wujit fired another Qigong wave, which directly detonated a huge energy bomb, and the chi wave generated by the explosion made it difficult for everyone watching the battle to resist. What a terrifying energy! Is Uncle Gaku okay? Miku Gohan and Trunks said with difficulty. Gohan was hiding behind Vegeta at this time, and he was already dumbfounded. Kakarot is not so easy to lose. Neither of them is useful yet, this is just a warm-up. Vegeta's fists were clenched, and with his vision, it was not difficult to see that neither of them had used their full strength, but because he had no physical body and could not cultivate in the years he went to hell in the years when he died, he fell behind Gaku by a long margin. Ah! Miku Gohan and Trunks were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. This is still a warm-up. For them, this force is already very terrifying. If they had this power, the artificial people would have been eliminated by them long ago. The smoke cleared, Gaku was scarred, and the clothes on his body were torn, but in the perception of several people, Goku's chi did not weaken. Gaku tore off the orange martial arts suit on his upper body and said, Gadget, you are so powerful. You are so powerful without transforming into a Super Saiyan, but I will not admit defeat. Next, I will use all my strength. Chapter 14. This is the power that it took me more than 10 years to reach after my death, after surpassing the Super Saiyan, once again surpassing the Super Saiyan transformation, I call it Super Saiyan 3. After speaking, Gaku shouted loudly. Ah! As Goku's voice sounded, golden aura appeared on Goku's body, and then, lightning was emitted all around, and the terrifying aura shocked everyone retreated. Well, it's scary. Mika Gohan muttered as he looked at Goku in mid-air. Vegeta's eyes revealed unwillingness. If he also had a physical body after death, then he would most likely reach this level. The transformation continued, the terrifying aura was still spreading, the light was becoming more and more dazzling, and the few people watching the battle had to retreat again. Suddenly, Goku emitted a dazzling light, and several people watching the battle had to close their eyes. After a storm, several people opened their eyes and looked into the air again, only to see Goku's waist-length hair. His eyes were cold, because he had no eyebrows, which seemed more intimidating. Has the abominable Kakarot reached such a point? Vegeta's heart was even more unwilling, and his fists were clenched fiercely. The remaining three were already stunned in surprise. Where had they ever seen such a terrifying chi? Goku's powerful aura shook the surrounding space, almost shattered. Long wait, Gadget Goku dissipated the arrogance on his body and took a fighting stance. Gadget also took a fighting stance. In an instant, both people disappeared in place, appeared on the ground, and at the same time swung out their fists. The moment the fists collided, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and then the two appeared in the air again, scuffling together, and each collision set off a wave of chi. In the process of fierce battle, Gadget gradually increased his strength. Goku gradually fell into the downwind. Gadget seized the opportunity and punched Goku away. Turtle Pi Chi Gong and Turtle Pi Chi Gong. Two people condense energy at the same time and send out Turtle Pi Qigong. Two huge energies collided together, and the scene instantly erupted into a terrifying impact. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan to resist, and Gohan was directly blown away. Fortunately, Vegeta's eyes were quick, grabbed his feet, and the other two also transformed into Super Saiyans to resist. Around the two people in the confrontation, small fragments broke out of multiple spaces, and the closer to the energy center, the larger the rift. The scene froze for a while. Gadget felt bad and detonated the energy. Boom boom boom. The terrifying explosion blew everyone watching the battle away. Goku crossed his hands and blocked the impact. Gadget still looked relaxed, looking at the direction of the explosion, his hair fluttering in the wind. After the explosion, the smoke cleared, leaving only two people standing in the air, and the ground formed a huge crater due to the huge energy. Looking at the damage caused, Gadget is a little nerve-wracking. This space can't withstand the power of him and Goku, and if it continues to fight, this space may collapse. Enough, Kakarot, you have seen my power. Gadget said to Goku. Goku also knew that he couldn't fight anymore, but he was still unwilling and didn't see the full power of Gadget, so he said, Gadget, please, let me see your true power. I know, you haven't exerted your full strength. You haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. I don't believe you won't transform into a Super Saiyan. Gadget's normal power has already surpassed the Super 3, and the power after transformation will be even more terrifying. If you can't help it, then let you see it. Gadget turned to the few people who were blown away by the impact and said, You guys come here too, I'll teach you by the way. Several people in the distance instantly got up and quickly ran to Gadget's side. Gadget began to teach, he said. Super Saiyan, you all know. Several people nodded, only Gohan looked confused. The so-called Super Saiyan is a transformation achieved by a Saiyan after reaching a certain level of combat effectiveness, and triggering its own power through anger. After speaking, Gadget instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. It's my state. The transformation of a Super Saiyan can increase its strength by 50 times, which is the state that Gohan and Trunks now reach in the future. This state will lose energy even if you don't fight, and it will consume a lot of physical strength in battle. Next is the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Gogeta burst, and the muscles in his body swelled a little. This is a further improvement, and at this stage, there is no problem in defeating those two artificial humans. The speed and strength of this form have increased significantly, but the consumption of chi is fast, and it is not suitable for long-term combat. Next is the wrong transformation. Gadget's muscles swelled again, and his figure became taller. Although the strength has increased, the speed is relatively reduced, and if you can't hit the enemy, no matter how strong the strength is, it is useless. After speaking, Gadget changed back to a thin and small body. Below is the most suitable combat form for Super Saiyan. I call Super Saiyan Full Power, which can perfectly use Super Saiyan power and overcome all the shortcomings of Super Saiyan. There is no difference between the full power of the Super race and the normal Super race. Then, next, Super Saiyan 2, 100-fold increase from normal. Gadget radiated lightning around his body, his hair was fixed upwards, he didn't flutter like Super 1, and his eyes were sharper. If I'm not mistaken, Vegeta should have reached this level, Gogeta said. That's right, I've been in hell for so many years, I've already groped this realm, but I just don't have a physical body to cultivate. Vegeta replied. Next, it's Goku's Super Saiyan 3 just now. Gadget roared and turned into Super Saiyan 3. Although this form is powerful, it is a great burden on the body, and it will leak air, so it cannot fight for a long time. Combat effectiveness is 400 times greater than normal. Gadget spoke out about the shortcomings of Super 3. That's right. Goku affirmed Gadget's words. Finally, it is Super Saiyan 4 who transforms by drawing out the power of the Saiyan's tail. Gadget's head exploded, the terrifying power emanated, red hair grew on his body, his tail also turned red, a shawl of black hair, red eye sockets, exuding a violent wildness. Sorry, I have just mastered this form, and I can't control energy skillfully. The energy emitted by Super Saiyan 4 made several people terrified. That's all my power, Kakarot. Gadget said to Goku. Well, it's so powerful, it turns out that there is such a transformation. Goku said with excitement on his face. Saiyans still have many transformations, but I haven't mastered them yet. Gadget returned to normalcy and said to everyone. Several people were shocked to see Super Saiyan 4. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4 is still too far away for the two of you, let's master Super Saiyan 2 first. Gadget said to Mika, Gohan and Trunks. Then said to Goku and Vegeta. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4 requires the use of a tail, and becoming a Super Saiyan in the state of the giant ape is the power generated by the combination of the Super Saiyan and the Great Ape. Chapter 15. It turns out that Super Saiyan 4 needs a tail to transform. But Vegeta and I don't have tails anymore, what's going on? Goku wondered. When the power of the human form exceeds the power of the Great Ape form, the tail will not grow. Gadget explained. So now only Gohan can grow a tail. Hey! Goku is a little lost, seeing the Super Saiyan 4 form, he also wants to try to transform. Can't grow a tail naturally, you can use external force, isn't there still a Dragon Ball on Earth? Gadget's words brought Goku back to life full of blood. Yes, there are still Dragon Balls on Earth. Goku said excitedly. Vegeta is also a little moved, as long as he becomes Super Saiyan 4 before Kakarot, then he can surpass Kakarot. Thinking of this, Vegeta clenched his fists in excitement. Next, several people began to cultivate inside the Spirit Time House. On the other side, two Bulma were discussing something. It's really powerful, I can actually come up with such a powerful machine, and there are design drawings, it's really worthy of me. Bulma looked proud. In front of her was a stack of drawings, yes, the drawings of a time machine. Although there are already drawings, they are not perfect enough, there are still some problems to solve, I need your help. Future Bulma said to Bulma, she knew that her younger self, who was equally talented, could help her complete the creation of the time machine. With Bulma's help, the time machine may appear earlier than in the plot, although there is no need to use the time machine to go back in time, but Bulma still wants to create it in the future, which is her hard work for so many years, how can she give up? The two began their research on time machines. Tais, on her part, is collecting information about artificial humans, and after seeing this tragic world, she is eager to write the story of this world into a novel. So Tais gets on the plane, searches for survivors, and tells them the news that the androids have been defeated. But people did not believe it, because the cunning artificial man used this trick to trick the hidden human into brutally killing him. But Tais was not discouraged, and kept traveling everywhere, telling people the news that artificial humans had been eliminated. And in a certain area, people found the debris of artificial humans that were bombarded into slag by Vegeta, and finally believed that artificial humans were killed, and the news spread rapidly, and it didn't take long for the survivors on Earth to know, and people rushed out of the shelter to cheer, and the cheers resounded in the sky. The rising sun seemed to celebrate this hard-won peace. Now, in Bulma's house, the newly resurrected Klin, Vic Chi, Tianjin Fan, Turtle Immortal, and others are discussing future countermeasures. They have been to the Great Realm King Star before, and have seen the martial arts atmosphere there, which is impressive. They died at that time, did not have so many ideas, and now they are resurrected, and the earth is full of disasters, so they want to let everyone on the earth know martial arts, learn martial arts, and develop the earth into a planet similar to the Great Realm King. First the Great Demon King of Vic ruled the world, then the Scions invaded the earth, Frisia's resurgence, and now the artificial humans are rampant, and the earth has experienced too many disasters. It is necessary to let the earthlings also have the ability to protect themselves, and they are not required to be able to destroy the invaders. After all, the enemy is getting stronger and stronger every time. The aliens are all perverts. At the beginning, Klin Tianjin Fan and others could barely keep up, and then gradually fell behind, and finally could only watch Goku getting stronger and stronger. Yamcha recognized the reality and began to rot himself. Bulma may have seen Yamcha clearly, so she broke up with him. Her man cannot be the strongest, but cannot lose the fighting spirit, lose his dreams, and Vegeta happened to appear in front of Bulma's eyes at that time. At that time, Vegeta did not feel desperate because Goku turned into a Super Saiyan. On the contrary, he cultivated harder, although he often cursed. And his attitude towards Bulma is the kind of domineering type. Initially when Bulma saw Yamcha, he was also domineering, spirited, invincible. As soon as they met, Bulma was attracted by Yamcha, but I don't know when, Yamcha changed, became cringe-wincing, and even showed weakness when facing her, and finally the two of them broke up peacefully, and finally cheapened Vegeta. But Tianjin Rice did not, still worked hard to cultivate. In the Majin Buu period, Tianjin Rice was still cultivating in the deep mountains and old forests, but when the earth encountered a crisis, he would still stand up. It can be said that Tianjin Rice is the best martial artist on the earth. Although Klin also saw the reality clearly, but he did not rot because of this. He still worked hard to cultivate, silently did his best, and when it came to the super period, Klin chose to be a policeman, and he was still silently guarding the earth. At the power conference, the warriors of the earth were all on board, but there was no Yamcha, which may be the reason. They all saw that Yamcha's martial arts heart had been broken. That's all for later. The priority is to rebuild the homeland first, and then discover martial arts. As for how to develop martial arts, they don't have a good idea yet. Inside the Spirit Time House. 3 months have passed in it. Goku is training 2 Gohan. Little Gohan needs to lay a good foundation, so Xiao Gohan's strength has not improved much, but there is still a combat power of more than 10,000. Goku taught him some skills, the control and use of Qi, and some Qigong wave skills or something, but Xiao Gohan's strength still has a huge improvement, compared to before, dozens of times. Future Gohan also studied together. After all, he didn't really learn, he groped it out little by little. If the foundation of future Gohan is laid, those 2 artificial people are not his opponents at all. Gohan in the Shala period, in less than a year, directly from not transforming into a Super Saiyan to Super 2, the span in between, partly because Gohan's talent is good, and the other part is that Goku has laid a good foundation. Goku has come all the way, took a lot of detours. When he teaches Gohan, he can let Gohan avoid these detours and directly advance by leaps and bounds. Having someone ahead and opening the way for yourself are two different concepts. Now that Gohan in the future has reached the full power of Super 1, he is only one step away from transforming into Super 2. Vegeta taught Trunks, and for a son, he also had high hopes to surpass Kakarot's son, but Trunks especially admired Miki Gohan, which made him particularly annoyed and could only increase his training, and now Trunks is one step away from reaching super full power. While training Trunks, Vegeta was cultivating, and he had already mastered the power of Super 2 and walked out of a distance. Wujit is familiar with Super Saiyan 4, thanks to Vegeta's talent. Wujit's cultivation speed is fast, familiar with mastering the Super 4 transformation, and out of half, and then half, you can reach the full power of Super 4. Chapter 16. A day later, Gajit's group came out of the Spirit Time House, and several of them were greatly improved. The first is Xiao Gohan, whose combat power has reached 30,000, and his foundation is solid, and he will not cower and shrink like the original and dare not fight. But Gohan's heart still hasn't changed. Maybe it's because of Kiki's teaching since childhood, or because of his own reasons. Gohan is too kind, which is not a good habit when fighting, and he can only make changes if he suffers losses in the future. It is worth mentioning that Gohan's tail grew again when he was cultivating. And in the future, Gohan will not have this kind of problem. After so many years of fighting with artificial humans, he has already honed his firm beliefs. In the future, Gohan's combat power has reached the late stage of Super 2, and he is almost able to reach the peak. In contrast, Trance is a little worse, and he has initially mastered the Super Second Transformation, which is already very powerful. Not everyone can compare with Gohan. Gohan's potential is huge, and only Broly can compare with him. When Vegeta was about to come out, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and barely kept up with Goku. And Goku has reached the full power of Super Saiyan 3, overcoming the characteristics of Super 3 air leakage and huge physical consumption. I have to say that Goku is really a genius. He can always find a way. Gajit has mastered Super 4 perfectly, reaching the full power of Super 4, which is the state in which Goku absorbs Gohan, Goten, and others in the anime. After coming out, Bobo had already prepared a sumptuous meal, and after a group of people enjoyed it beautifully, he returned to the western capital. The western capital is still in ruins, but it is already under construction, and it is believed that it will soon be able to restore its former prosperity. The two Bulma are still studying the time machine. Tais has not returned from her outing, and only the Turtle Immortals and others are there. After Gajit and the others returned, they began to discuss future plans, and the Turtle Immortal spoke first. Now in this situation, we have decided to develop martial arts on the earth, let the people of the earth know martial arts, and practice martial arts, and pass on the martial arts, so that there was still hope when facing the enemy before. Instead of relying on Gohan and Trunks like now, others can only survive, and there is no hope at all. But how are we going to go about it? Mika Gohan asks key questions. With the power of the king, as well as the world's first martial arts conference, several of us have won the first place, and Wukong defeated the great demon king of Vic to save the world, the capsule company of the Bulma family, through these to make a name, and then open a martial arts hall, and then find some people with qualified character and talent to teach them martial arts. Klin gave the general idea. Teaching people this kind of thing still has to be handed over to the Turtle Immortals, and the Scions know how to fight. Let them teach these newcomers. I am afraid that they will explode on the spot. At this time, Gajit came to Kiki and said, "When we go back, you can also let Goku open a martial arts gym or something. There are still people who know Goku at that time, and make money while cultivating. I believe Goku will not refuse. You let Gohan learn is better to make money." When Kiki heard this, it seemed to make some sense, and she nodded. After a few days, now the whole world knows the news that artificial humans have been defeated. The world has entered the stage of reconstruction, I believe that in another month or two, it will be able to return to the level before artificial humans, but the population is still relatively small, and this can only be recovered through time. Thais has also returned. She knows the history of this world well, and now she is sorting out the materials to prepare for future writing. But as soon as she came back, Gadget posted it, counting the time in the spirit time house. He hadn't seen his girlfriend for a year, and now he couldn't wait to get tired of being together all the time. Thais can only put down the things at hand and accompany Gadget. Gadget's life has been very moist these days, with Thais during the day and Thais at night, hee. One day, by the pool, Gadget was lying on Thais's lap, opening her mouth and waiting for Thais to feed the fruit. Suddenly, Gadget felt that somewhere on earth, a huge, an evil aura appeared, and the others also felt it and got up one after another. What an evil breath! And very scary. A new enemy. It's not been long since the androids. Cold sweat broke down on everyone's faces. Artificial humans are simply not comparable, not a hierarchy. Vic explained. Let's go over and see what it is. Gadget got up. Although that chi is very strong, much stronger than Super 3 Wukong, he can hold it with one hand. A group of people flew mightily in the direction of that chi. On the other side, somewhere on Earth, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared here, and then a person emerged from it, pink skin, and a tentacle-like thing on his head, probably to the waist, wearing a top similar to the one Gaku wore. As soon as he came out, he looked around and found that there were potholes everywhere, and it was devastated. Could it be that this world was also destroyed by me like this? It's not right. If I destroyed it, there would not be so many people alive on the earth. In Majin Buu's perception, there are still many humans on the earth, and the chi of the earth warriors is still there, and the chi of Son Goku and Vegeta is similar to that of his side, but Son Gohan is not as strong as Gohan in his world. However, Buu does not plan to go to them. He is going to find the egg of the demon Buu in this world first, absorb him, and maybe make him stronger. He's moving. This speed, so fast. Where does he want to go? Several people exploded and followed. A group of people followed to the edge of a mountain range, and Buu's chi stayed in this mountain. In front of Buu, there is an egg, the egg that seals the Majin Buu in this world. Buu reached out and poured energy into the egg. At this time, Wujit and his group also arrived. Wujit recognized Majin Buu at a glance. Originally he thought it was an evil thought wave, but he didn't expect it to be Majin Buu, the egg next to this Buu. It seems to be Buu of this world, then this Buu is from another world. Seeing Gadget's arrival, Buu stopped the energy injection, turned to look at them, and smiled. You guys came quite quickly. Buu's gaze swept over several of them, and when he saw Gadget, his pupil shrank, and the feeling this person gave him was very bad. In Buu's world, Goku and Vegeta did not merge to form Veget, and Goku was absorbed by Buu before Vegeta arrived, and Vegeta after he arrived was also brutally killed and absorbed, so Buu didn't know Gadget, who looked like Veget, but Gogeta gave him a dangerous feeling. Chapter 17. First meeting, everyone in this world. Buu greeted, as if it were a friend. If it were not for the terrifying and powerful evil aura on his body, everyone thought it was an old friend for many years. What are you? Vegeta couldn't help but ask out loud. The world. Vic keenly captures this keyword. Could it be that like Gadget, it came from another world? Klin said in surprise. Vic in this world is also thoughtful. Yes, I came from another world. Buu stretched out his hand and applauded. Then he pointed to Gadget and said, I don't know this guy here. He's the Gadget in Klin's mouth, a guy from another world like me. Buu looked at Gadget, and the look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Buu absorbed the Monkey King, Vegeta, and others of that world. His strength was greatly improved, and his vision was also improved. He could detect that there was a huge amount of energy hidden in Gadget's body, but he still had the confidence to be able to win Gadget. After all, he had not experienced Veget's beating, and absorbed so many people, his self-confidence was bursting, and no one was empty. Majin Bu, this guy is Majin Bu. Gadget said to everyone. It seems that you know me. Bu was a little surprised, and became more and more jealous of Gadget. This guy actually knows himself? Majin Bu. Gaku scratched his head. Where do I think I heard about it? Gaku thought about it carefully, and suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, I remembered that I heard from Lord Kai Wang, who said that many years ago, there was a demon that was destroying everywhere in the universe, called Majin Bu, but then I don't know how it disappeared. The egg next to him is the egg that sealed Majin Bu, and his master sealed Majin Bu because he was afraid of the power of Majin Bu, so he sealed Majin Bu and hid it on the earth. Gadget explained. Didn't I say before that Super Saiyan 3 is not invincible? That's right, Super Saiyan 3 can't beat this Bu in front of you. Gadget said to Gaku. Gaku also saw the gap between the two and nodded. That's right, I'm invincible now. Bu patted his chest confidently, looking confident. In my world, Son Gohan is also stronger than the Son Gohan of Super Saiyan 3, I just don't know what happened in your world, Son Gohan is so weak. Bu pointed to Son Gohan and said. But no matter how strong it is useless, I am invincible. What did you do to us in that world? Gaku felt a little bad. It's all here. Bu patted his stomach. You absorbed them all? Gadget asked. Smart, after absorbing them, I found that their memory can actually travel through time and space, so I used the Dragon Ball, the open passage through time and space, to come here, looking for stronger opponents. Bu explained how he got here. Then let Uncle Ben be your opponent. Vegeta said with a confident look and pointed at Bu. You. Bu stretched out his hand, shook his finger, and said. No, it's not enough to see, a 10,000-year-old second, even Sun Wukong didn't speak, don't be prestigious. Bu's words directly ignited Vegeta, and Vegeta directly transformed into a super race, and a Qigong wave directly hit over, blowing up the entire mountain. Hey, Vegeta, don't be so sudden, okay? Gaku flew in midair and said to Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, did not speak, and continued to attack Bu. Vegeta flashed to Bu's face and punched straight into the door. Bu only slightly sideways his head and dodged. Vegeta continued to attack, all easily dodged by Bu. Vegeta raised his foot and kicked, was blocked by Bu with his hand. Bu backhanded punch, hit Vegeta on the stomach. Vegeta's eyes suddenly widened, spitting stomach acid in his mouth. Bu took another punch, hit Vegeta in the face, directly knocked Vegeta out, hit several mountains, fell into a lake. Humph, at this level, you still dare to make a move? Bu shook his head disdainfully. The underwater Vegeta directly became Super Saiyan 3, and the water of the entire lake was shaken by the breath of the Super 3, revealing the Vegeta at the bottom of the lake. Vegeta rushed straight at Bu and threw a punch. Bu also threw a punch, and the moment the fist collided, the power that erupted collapsed the surrounding mountains. Immediately afterwards, the two quickly exchanged hands in the air, fists and feet combined. The speed was very fast, the naked eye could not see at all, and terrifying lightning burst out around them. However, Vegeta was not an opponent at all, and after a while, he fell into the downwind and was hit in the stomach by Bu with a heavy punch. Vegeta resisted this punch hard and decisively counterattacked, but still couldn't hit Bu. Bu's fist hit Vegeta like raindrops, the fist to the flesh. Vegeta can only be passively beaten. Bu kicked heavily and kicked Vegeta's stomach, cough. Vegeta covered his stomach. Bu grabbed Vegeta's hair, the other hand aimed at Vegeta's face, a Qigong wave condensed in his hand. Humph, vulnerable. Then emitted a dazzling light, Vegeta flew out directly upside down. Bu raised his hand to condense a huge energy bomb, ready to mend the knife. Gaku couldn't sit still, directly transformed into Super 3, rushed up, and in the future Gohan also transformed into Super 2, followed along. The two clamped Bu, forcing Bu to put down the energy bomb in his hand to deal with the attack of the two people. Goku and future Gohan hit Bu left and right, and Bu coped easily, saying while hiding, "It's useless for you to go together, the gap in strength is not something that the number of people can make up." As soon as Vegeta came out of the pile of stones, he saw Goku being shot away by Bu and flying towards him, and the two people collided directly together, directly into the mountain behind him. Gohan was also blasted away by Bu's easy punch, and then Bu cast a princely battle technique on Goku and Vegeta, and a series of Kigong waves blew up the mountain. "Daddy!" Mika, Gohan and Trunks shouted loudly. "Goku!" Klin also looked worried. For this level of fighting, they can't help at all. Gadget looked calmly at the top of Bu. Bu also found out, and looked up to see Goku and Vegeta's clothes tattered and somewhat embarrassed. "Teleportation," Bu said lightly. Just now, Goku used teleportation to escape above Bu, and if it was a little later, he might be seriously injured by Bu's Prince combat method. In Sun Wukong's memory, there is a move called fusion, which can make two people combined. I don't know if you in this world. Bu looked at Goku and said, "Now you are too weak, I can't lift it at all, maybe the warriors you and Vegeta fused can be my opponent." Chapter 18. Oh. You're talking about the fusion technique of the Madame Starman, this I will. Of course, Goku knew this trick. This trick was learned by a Madame Star when he was in heaven, and he heard that person said that it was very powerful, but no one could use this trick with Goku at that time. "Soga, Vegeta, let's use this trick, we can definitely defeat Majin Bu." Goku turned his head and said to Vegeta with a look of excitement. "What kind of move is that?" Vegeta asked rhetorically. Goku fell to the ground and showed Vegeta the fusion move, saying, "Maintain the chi of the two people to the same level, and then this way, that, you can fuse successfully." "What a joke! You want me to do this shameful gesture? Don't even think about it." Vegeta blushed angrily and roared at Goku. Goku whispered to Vegeta, "Where is the shame? Why can't I feel it?" Vegeta turned around, clasped his hands to his chest, and snorted coldly. "I won't fuse with you anyway." Goku continued to persuade. "The power of fusion is really strong, and don't you want to see the power of Gadget? Maybe the power of fusion success can defeat Gadget." Vegeta paused and was obviously a little moved. In the Spirit Time House, Vegeta has already seen Gadget's terrifying power, and the Majin Bu in front of him is not a oral for Gadget. Is the power of fusion really that great? Vegeta still a little unconvinced, and asked again. "I promise, it's better than you think." Goku's sworn assurance. "I can say okay, only this once." Vegeta repeatedly stressed that only this time. Next, the ritual begins. Goku and Vegeta begin to merge, the two stand in the same straight line, hands raised to their chests, sideways to the side, and take crab steps, their hands drawing a semicircle in the air. "Melt fit. Wait a minute." When they were about to finish, Gadget stopped it with a voice. "Wrong, your fingers are crooked, do it all over again." "Damn, blame you Kakarote, and I have to repeat that shameful action." "Hey? It's not just me, Vegeta." Goku complained dissatisfied. Next, the two of them do it all over again. "Fusion fusion." Saw the moment the fingers of the two touched, the two emitted dazzling light, and the others were forced to close their eyes. Only Gadget could see clearly, and the bodies of the two slowly melted together and became a new person. Only after the light passed, did the rest open their eyes and look at the place of fusion. Gogoth also looked at Gogeta in front of him. In the anime, Gogeta appeared a total of 3 times. The first time was in the theatrical version, against evil Nianbo. At that time, Gogeta, who didn't talk much and solved the enemy cleanly, did not have any change in expression throughout the process. The second time was when GT, fighting against the Super 1-star dragon. At that time, Gajita, the personality was different from the Hell time, some naughty, fun-loving, spoofing the Super 1-star dragon, was jokingly called the Wave King by the majority of netizens. The third time is also in the theatrical version, this time against Broly. This time the personality is similar to that of Hell, but there are still some differences. This time Gajita is also grim, but the eyebrows are a little softer, and the fighting style is different from the previous 2 times. Gajita guesses that Gajita's personality is determined based on the psychological state of the 2 before the fusion of the 2 of Kyuubi. When the first fusion, both of them were already dead, and their hearts were naturally different from the time of Or, and at that time, the 2 were beaten helpless by the evil thought wave. It was under the overwhelming power of the evil thought wave, and it was born in a desperate situation. At this time, the empty shell 2, the heart is heavy, the 2 shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the netherworld and the Yang, there is no way back, so the fused Vegeta is calm. After briefly introducing himself, he does not say a word, does not move, and decides the evil thought wave with a thunderous momentum. The smile that appeared at the end, relaxed and freehand, can't help but make people sigh. Where is the limit of Gajita? The second appearance is in the Evil Dragon chapter of Dragon Ball GT. At this time, Goku was made smaller by the Black Star Dragon Ball, possibly because of Dragon Ball. Goku's personality has also changed after becoming smaller, similar to an old urchin, even if the Super 4 transformation temporarily becomes an adult, but it cannot fully offset the impact of Dragon Ball. And Vegeta, who transformed into Super Saiyan 4 for the first time, and Vegeta for the first time, how could he not be curious about the power of the new form? You know, Vegeta in the Shala period, after coming out of the Spirit Time House, couldn't wait to find Churu to test his strength, and put on that classic gesture, quickly lying on Vegeta. The 2 in such a mood, fused into the Vegeta. The personality is completely different from the Hell Gajita. At this time Gajita, under the influence of Vegeta, want to test how powerful his strength is, hard connected to the Super 1-star Dragon's Prince combat method, and under the influence of Goku, separated the doppelganger, playing the Super 1-star Dragon, and at the same time, under the influence of the common sense of responsibility of the 2, Vegeta made a trick, the big explosion. Turtle sent Kigong, ready to solve the Super 1-star Dragon, but because of insufficient energy, it could not successfully solve the enemy, so much so that it fell into the name of the King of Waves. And Gajita's third appearance is in the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super Broly, and this time the situation is a little familiar with the Hell time, but there is a difference. This time the fusion was after the assembly of force. At this time, Goku experienced the extreme of freedom, the movements were free, and the heart was dashing. Vegeta was happy to get his baby daughter, and the relationship with Bulma warmed up, with the iron gentleness of protecting his wife and daughter, and at the same time, the 2 were ravaged by Broly in the form of anger, and saw Broly's terrifying strength and physique, and the resulting fusion of Gajita, like Hell, was silent, but there was a little softer between the eyebrows. The fighting style is also similar to the Thunder of Hell Gajita and GT Gajita, and on the basis of the momentum and sinking, it is a little more wanton and dashing, and the 4 or 2 pounds of one move embodies the aesthetics of fighting to the fullest. How to say, this feeling is not bad. Gajita clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy in his body, and Gajita looked up with a confident and charming smile. Gajita slowly flew into the sky, parallel to Bu, and Bu also smiled slightly. It's more powerful than I expected, but it's still not as strong as me. When Gajita heard this, the corners of his mouth rose. How do you know if you don't try it? Gajita exudes golden aura and transforms into a Super Saiyan. That's it, Super Gajita. Chapter 19. With a roar from Gajita, terrifying power erupted from his body. Gajita also did not grind, and directly started fighting. After all, there is Gadget, he wants to solve Majin Buu as soon as possible, and then fight with Gadget. I saw Gajita rush to Buu's face, and his fist instantly swung out, hitting Buu's head directly. Buu crossed his fists to block the punch, and then the two scuffled together, very fast. Only Gadget in the audience could see clearly, and Gohan could barely keep up with their speed in the future, and everyone else was shocked. It's so powerful, I didn't expect Goku and Vegeta to become so powerful after combining. Klin sighed. It should be easy to solve that, Majin Buu, Trunks said happily. No, Gadget retorted, Gajita's current strength is not much different from Majin Buu, although Gajita's strength is stronger, but Majin Buu's physique is very special, beaten into slag can be restored, and can also magic. It's hard to say, unless Gajita uses stronger power to directly destroy Majin Buu, Gadget explained. But if you directly kill Majin Buu, the people absorbed by him will also die with him. Gadget voiced Gajita's concerns. Ah! After hearing Gadget's explanation, the rest of the people immediately panicked. So what are you going to do? Just try the forced separation technique. I went to school on the planet Adrit, Gadget jumped. After saying that, Gadget flashed and appeared behind Buu, who was now fighting with Gajita and did not find Gajita at all. Gadget punched Buu directly on the waist, Buu's eyes widened suddenly, and Gajita also stopped, ready to see what means Gadget had. As soon as Buu turned around, he was greeted with another punch. This punch directly dented Buu's face, and then Gadget punched Buu's stomach, and then put his hands together, and a Kigong wave hit Buu, and golden light appeared on Buu's body, and then several people popped up, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Mushin and Trunks, and a fat Buu. At this time, the demon Buu suddenly howled loudly, and the expression on his face was very painful. The rest of the people saw that the absorbed people were separated, and quickly stepped forward to catch them. Wujit also did not give Buu time to change into a small Buu, condensed a Kigong wave in his hand, directly blasted Buu into ashes, and then made up another Kigong wave and sent him back to the west. Just like that, the demon Buu, who flaunted his might in another world, was killed just in another world, and it can only be said that he was unlucky, and just happened to meet Wujit's hanging wall. Then Gadget turned his head to look at Gajita and said, "Don't you want to see my strength? Come on." Gajita was not in a hurry to attack. After all, he had just fought with Majin Buu, and the head of Majin Buu was easily killed by Gadget, so Gajita intends to show all his strength. Yay! Gajita arched up, roared madly, and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Gadget also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and now Gajita, the normal, can't deal with it. Just now Majin Buu was the reason for the sneak attack and forced separation restraint, which was successfully solved. Wujita took the lead in making a move. Raising his hand was a Kigong wave. Wujit backhanded back a Kigong wave. The two Kigong waves collided and exploded, and then the two fought in the smoke. The collision of fists and feet made a huge sound, and the power emitted made all the surrounding rocks collapse and collapse. It didn't take long for Gajita to be beaten out by Gajita, and then Gajita used teleportation and appeared behind Gajita. Gajita had expected it, turned the first energy bomb. Gadget's left hand flew the energy bomb, the right hand had already condensed Kigong waves, and hit Gajita with his face. Gajita reacted quickly, stretched out his hands to catch it, but little by little was pushed out. Wujit directly detonated Kigong waves, and the terrifying energy instantly devoured Wujita. However, behind Goguth instantly appeared behind Gajita, and Gajita moved behind Gajita in an instant. With an instant, Gajita kicked out hard and hit Gadget's face. Gadget reached out and grabbed Gajita's foot directly. What? Gajita tried to pull out his legs, but was tightly grabbed by Gajito, who grabbed Gajita's feet with both hands, spun them around, and threw them hard to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered into a net, and a cloud of smoke filled the air. Then Wujit opened his bow left and right, performing the classic prince's combat method, and a series of energy bombs flew to the ground. Boom boom boom! The smoke on the ground became larger and larger, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. Gadget raised his hands above his head, condensed a huge energy projectile, and flung it to the ground again. Boo-they! Terrifying energy scattered, and the people watching the battle around did not have time to dodge, and directly flew and crashed into the stone pile in the distance. It hurts. Sun Wukong of another world covered his head. The other world is called World Number 1, people are called Number 1 so and so, this world is still the original name. Then memories emerged. Wasn't he absorbed by Majin Buu? What's going on? There can't be anyone in the universe who can defeat the guy who absorbed a group of them, right? While Number 1 Goku was still meditating, Klin pulled Number 1 Goku's train of thought back. Goku, you're awake. Klin stepped forward to help Number 1 Goku up. Because of the explosion just now, everyone flew away, and Klin was relatively weak, and the Number 1 Goku in his hand was directly thrown out and hit the stone head-on, so he woke up. Trunks holds his father, Gohan with a broken arm carries Number 1 Bike, Big holds Number 1 Gohan, and Gohan carries 2 small ones, because Gohan is 2 dish, so he is far away, so he is not affected. Fat Buu, nobody cares about me? Klin. Aren't you dead? Number 1 Goku asked puzzled. Here's the thing. Climarala explained to Goku Number 1. Soga. Turned out to be Majin Buu looking for death by himself, running to other parallel worlds over there with nothing to do, and then ran into hard stubble and was destroyed by others. So I'm in another world now. The guy you said who defeated Majin Buu is the one over there. Number 1 Goku looked at Gadget in the sky in the distance. That's right. Klin turned around for sure. On this side of the battlefield, the smoke cleared, revealing the Gogeta inside. Gogeta crossed his fists and blocked most of the attacks, and the last large energy bullet caused a lot of damage to Gogeta, and at the moment Gogeta was scarred, but his eyes were full of excitement. Gadget, you guy is really strong, and Super 1 can beat me like this. Please let me see your full strength. Gadget. Gogeta said loudly. I know. Gadget supported his forehead and fused with the Goku guy. His personality still hasn't changed, and he still likes to challenge powerful forces. Chapter 20. No matter which world's Monkey King, he can't change the attribute of martial idiot. Although Goku in the Z period also pursues power, but it gives people the feeling of being a generation of grandmasters, Shailu persuades Gohan to quickly eliminate Shailu, don't force Shiru to be cornered and do something, and give up resurrection for the safety of the earth after death. Although Shailu was given a fairy bean, but it was also to better demonstrate the power of Gohan. In layman's terms, it is to grasp it. Majin Buu chapter, the burden of training the next generation and protecting the earth is passed on from generation to generation. But in the super period, Goku's whole person changed, overly pursuing powerful power, causing the prologue of the power conference. In the Moro chapter, Moro begged Wukong for mercy, and Goku actually gave the only immortal bean to Meluo. It is outrageous, can you grasp it? Just help people like this, if you want to be kind, don't you just give some vitality like the king, you have to increase the difficulty for yourself. If it were not for the residual divine power of the king god of the great realm in Obu's body, the earth would be GG. As you wish. Gadget said slowly, staring at Gogeta. Wujit clenched his fists, his forehead burst with green tendons, and terrifying power burst out from his body, and his body was full of golden light, entering the Super 4 form. Super 4's sense of oppression, long hair with a shawl, muscles full of strength, a freely wagging tail, and an ambitious posture made Number 1 Goku in the distance stunned. Siguo Yi. Number 1 Goku said excitedly, his body was ready to move. At this time, Bike's face was scared green, he didn't follow Vegeta and them into the Spirit Time House, naturally he hadn't seen this wild Super Saiyan 4. I'm going on. Gogoth reminded Gogeta. Gadget's figure disappeared instantly. Nanny. Gogeta's pupils shrank, he couldn't see Gogeta's movements at all, and he was instantly kicked and flew, and Gogeta, who was flying in the air, hurriedly stabilized his figure and looked around for Gogeta's figure. But before he could find it, he was sent flying again, and after being hit in the air a few times, Gogeta was slammed to the ground. Ultimate Turtle Sect Kigong. Wujit used a big move to hit Wujita directly, and Wujita resisted it with both hands in the ruins, but he couldn't stop it at all, but fortunately, Wujit withdrew most of his energy at the last moment and disintegrated Wujita. Gaku and Vegeta lie in the blasted pit and are seriously injured. Gogeta slowly landed on the ground, raised his hand and used healing magic. I don't know if the Adrits will be, here I will set them to, after all, they will teleport and force separation. Such divine skills, there is no reason why they will not simply heal magic. Gaku and Vegeta instantly recovered. It's really powerful, Gogeta. Gaku exclaimed. Humph, sooner or later I will transform like this. Vegeta still had an arrogant expression. At this time, the others flew in from a distance, and after a brief exchange, they looked at Gaku number 1 and asked about the situation in their world. Number 1 Gaku briefly told the development of their time and space. Since Frisia invaded the Earth, the two sides began to have differences, this time and space, because there is no Trunks to ride the time machine, artificial people are rampant, and no one time and space is the same as the original plot, but when it came to Majin Buu, something changed. Vegeta was absorbed by Majin Buu, the man did not appear, all the warriors were absorbed. If not for Majin Buu came to find death, number 1 space-time would really be dominated by Majin Buu. Let's go back to the western capital first, they should be in a hurry over there. Go back and talk slowly. You guys go back first, I'll deal with Majin Buu's egg and that fat Buu. Gogeta said and flew away. At this time, Gaku took the group back to the western capital with teleportation. Gogeta found Majin Buu's egg in a ruin, because there was no Babadai spell cast, so Majin Buu did not absorb the energy, otherwise in the previous battle between Gogeta and Gogeta, Majin Buu would have come out of his shell. How to deal with it? Gogeta was a little nerve-wracking. Majin Buu was only at the level of 3 in the end, and it didn't help Gogeta much. If you don't bring back my time and space, Buu's healing magic will still help a lot in that time period, and it can also protect the Tai's family, not bad. Gogeta dotted and said to himself. Then Gogeta looked around for the traces of Fat Buu, also found under a pile of rubble. This Fat Buu Wujit did not want, after all, he has a deep relationship with Satan, and he also has a Buu, so he will not take love. Then Gogeta carried Fat Buu and flew back to the egg. Gogeta was not ready to let Majin Buu come out, take it back to let Bulma study here, and then take back the original time and space for Dr. Brive to study, maximize the value, and then release him. In this way, Gogeta returned to the western capital with 2 Buu. On this side, the absorbed people all woke up, sat around the table, frantically dazzling, and the people who served the dishes on the side were dumbfounded. Are these people hungry ghosts reincarnated, so they can eat? Yo, it's all there. Gogeta also sat down to show off, a little hungry for a fight. Ka. Ka ka. After a while, there were plates piled up in front of Gogeta. Woohoo, good food. Saw Gogeta finish eating, number 1 Gaku couldn't wait to step forward, followed by number 1 Vegeta, number 1 Gohan and 2 small ones. No need to ask, they all want to see Super Saiyan 4. So, Gogeta, what's going on with your form, the new transformation of the Saiyan? Number 1 Gaku asked straight to the point. Previously, number 1 Gaku learned from Goku's mouth that transformation is now only Gogeta, and they don't know exactly how. Let number 1 Gaku go to Gogeta himself to ask, was overheard by number 1 Vegeta. The 2 little ones also want to see the wild transformation in number 1 Goku's mouth, so they all came together. Okay, let you see and see. Gogeta, who had just eaten, was in a good mood and agreed to their request. So a group of people came to the open space outside the house. You all know the transformation in front of the Super Saiyan, I won't say it. Super Saiyan 4 is the transformation I achieved by channeling the power of the tail. After speaking, Gadget flicked his tail behind him. Super Saiyan 4. The people in Time and Space number 1 were a little shocked with Bike, while the others were particularly calm because they had seen it. Bulma and Tais were speechless. After all, they didn't know how to fight, they didn't feel angry, they thought it was just a change of color in their hair. What was there to look at? In the future, Bulma does not think so. The stronger the better, she has experienced so much suffering, and her vision is naturally more long-term. Gadget clenched his fists, his body shining golden, swelling in a circle, and transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Bulma, who was still in a state of interest, instantly widened her eyes, and Tais was also shocked. The appearance, temperament, and evil smile of Super Saiyan 4 can be experienced by yourself. Gadget walked to Tais' side. How about it? Your husband and I are handsome, hee hee. Handsome. Chapter 21. Tais said with a little pride, this is her person, what's wrong with pride? Bulma poked the hair on Gadget's arm curiously. It's actually real. Yes. Bulma thought it was something like a sweater, but she didn't expect it to be real hair, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The two little ones were also very curious, jumping around Gadget, and Xiao Yushan directly grabbed Gadget's tail. However, Gadget did not show that Scions lose their combat effectiveness when caught by the tail. Shouldn't it? Both empty shells looked puzzled, and the Scion would be weak when he was caught by the tail, not at all like Gadget was showing now. Veget also saw their doubts and explained to them. I have done exercises about tails myself, and after becoming Super 4, the Deputy Master of Tails is no longer available. Okay, what should be shown has been shown to you, now tell me what you are going to do. Gadget returned to normal, grabbed the two mischievous imps beside him, and asked the person in Time and Space 1. We are ready to make a wish to the dragon and return to our own time and space, and then Goku will go to Nameki's again, borrow the Dragon Balls of the Nameki's people, and restore the Earth to its original state. Vic number 1 is already planned. After the resurrection of Vic before, the Dragon Balls were also resurrected, and Goku and his party collected the Dragon Balls, ready to make a wish to grow a tail, and then transform into Super 4. Now they can only let them use it first. Wait a year later, you can really go to Nameki's. The Dragon Balls over there can be used in just over 3 months, much faster than the Earth. Then future Bulma took out the Dragon Balls and gave them to Goku number 1 to use. Bring this guy with you. Gadget said as he came over with Fat Bu and handed it to Goku number 1. You guys solve it yourself. This guy is Majin Bu. The people in Time and Space number 1 instantly became alert. Don't worry, this Bu's personality is similar to the Great Realm King God, it is the good part of Majin Bu, and the evil part has been eliminated by me. Gadget explained to them, and then Big number 1 also told the relationship between Bu and Satan, and he felt that this Bu could be brought back. However, number 1 Vegeta still didn't want this fat Bu to live and insisted on killing him, or number 1 Goku was good at talking, so he reluctantly persuaded. Come out, Shenlong. As soon as the sky darkened, the divine dragon appeared again after many years. The person who summoned me, say your wishes. No matter what your wishes, I can help you fulfill them. Please let us return to the original time and space. Several people in Time and Space number 1 said to the Divine Dragon. This wish is very simple. Duan. The dragon's eyes were red, and a space-time vortex appeared in the clearing on the side. Your wish has been fulfilled. Then, goodbye. After speaking, the dragon disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls flew into the sky, ready to scatter away, and Gadget saw the timing and cut off the 7 Dragon Balls. After landing, Gadget handed the stone-turned Dragon Ball to future Bulma, saying, Put it away, you won't have to look for it in a year then. Goodbye, everyone. Everyone in time and space number 1 is ready to leave, they still have a lot of things to solve on their side, so they won't stay here longer. Goodbye. Goodbye. No. One space-time, everyone has entered the space-time vortex and returned to their own world. On the other side, the Realm King God Realm, it's not good, Lord Realm King God, Majin Buu is gone. Nanny. The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen looked shocked, quickly grabbed Jebit's hand, and asked excitedly. What happened? Why is Majin Buu missing? I don't know, when I arrived on Earth, there was a ruins over there, and the egg that sealed Majin Buu had disappeared. Jebit said everything he saw on Earth. Damn, why is that? Eastern Realm King Shenzhen looked terrified, he thought that the demon Buu had broken through the seal. Go to Earth right away. Okay. Earth. Gadget is lying on a beach chair, looking at Goku and Vegeta who are competing in front of him, pointing out a few words from time to time, with a bunch of fruits on the side. Life is really moist. Suddenly, Gadget sensed something and got up to stop Goku and Vegeta's fight. Someone is coming, stop first. Hey! The two of them heard what Gadget said, and looked at Gadget suspiciously. As early as when Jebit went to Earth to check on the situation of Majin Buu, Gadget found him, but Gadget ignored it, because he knew that if the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen knew that the egg that sealed Majin Buu was missing, he would definitely go to Earth to find out the truth. Here it comes. Eastern Realm King Shin and Jebit flew in from a distance, they found here because of the breath of Goku and Vegeta when they were fighting. Goku still looked familiar, and stepped forward to greet. Yo, hello. Hello hello. The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen replied politely, and then began to ask about the egg that sealed Majin Buu. At first he thought that Majin Buu had broken through the seal, but turned his head and thought that if Majin Buu came out, the Earth would have been destroyed a long time ago. In his perception, Goku and Vegeta are already the most powerful people on the planet, but they are still not as good as Majin Buu, and it is impossible to eliminate Majin Buu, so he asked them. So that's the case, you're looking for the egg that Gujit brought back that day, but what do you want this thing for? Do you also have to study it? Goku asked strangely. What, so you guys took it? Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebit breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It turned out that the egg was found and taken away by the people on Earth. So where is it now? We want to take him away. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen desperately wanted to take it into his own hands. I won't bother you with this, I'll take care of it. Gadget waved his hand and refused the request of the Eastern King God. Bastard! Jebit was just about to speak, but was persuaded to retreat by the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen. Please give me a reason. Reason? Majin Buu is at best beyond the level of 3, which is his immortal body, and white magic is more troublesome. Now Goku should be able to destroy Majin Buu with all his strength. You want a reason? Probably this guy is good to feed, obedient, suitable for taking care of the nursing home. These words came out of Gadget's mouth, there was nothing wrong with it, but the Realm King Shen Xin did not think so. After all, the horror of Majin Buu was deep in his mind. Impossible, how can someone be able to defeat Majin Buu? Jebit roared. How impossible? Yes, with your weak strength, how can you beat the demon Buu? The power of the gods is so small. What I said is not wrong, the god of the realm Gadget said something that shocked the Eastern Realm King Shin and Jebit. Chapter 22. Realm King God. When I was cultivating with Lord Realm, I seem to have heard him mention. Goku tried to recall things. About the Realm King God, that's right. The King of the Realm God at the top of the universe gods, there are two gods. The God of the Realm, in charge of life and creation, the God of destruction, in charge of destruction and destruction. However, this guy is driving ducks on the shelves, and he doesn't know anything about the responsibilities of the God of the Realm, only Majin Buu in his head, Gadget said and shook his head. In fact, he can't be blamed, the great realm king god was absorbed by Bu, and he didn't have time to leave any words, and the rest of the realm king god was either absorbed or killed, and could only be taken over by this youngest rookie who didn't know anything. How can Lord Realm God be as weak as you say? A guy like Universe Emperor Frisia, Lord Realm King God can solve it with one finger. Jebbet said loudly to Gadget, very dissatisfied with Gadget's words. Frisia's kind of little character, who can't just destroy him. Vegeta replied disdainfully. Goku grabbed the key place, the God of Destruction, God of Destruction. Is this guy you're talking about strong, Gadget? At my current level, I can't beat it. Gadget shrugged, the God of Destruction must at least be able to transform into an opponent who can transform into Super Blue or be comfortable with extreme skills. Goku suddenly became interested. Gadget said that the guy who can't be beaten, how strong must he be? Seeing Goku's appearance, Gadget quickly interrupted him and said, he is not something you can contact at this stage, and I have only heard of his name, don't come and ask me. Hey! Don't ignore me! Jebbet was angry and corrupted. These guys who did not respect the Lord of the Realm King God actually talked and laughed in front of the Lord of the Realm King God, and did not put the Lord of the Realm King God in his eyes at all. All in all, Majin Buu won't let you take it. Gadget said and left directly. He was going to find ties to play happily. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Goku. Okay, Lord Realm King God, isn't it just a demon Bu? Gadget has eliminated one before, although that guy is very strong, but it is not a guy who can't be defeated. And another Bu. And it was wiped out. When the two heard this, they were so shocked that they took off. Goku Barabala told the two of them roughly what had happened before. Through Goku's description, the Realm King God and Jebbet finally believed it, but there was still an incredulous expression on their faces. Then, excuse me. Take your leave. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen and Jebbet left, and after the big problem in their hearts was solved, they felt that their breathing was much calmer. Gadget lived another few more days of a comfortable and ordinary life. Gadget and the others are ready to go back, and with the help of Bulma succeeds in building a time machine in the future. Let's go, goodbye. 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 After speaking, the group stepped into the space-time tunnel and returned to the original space-time. At this time, the Realm King God and Jebbet came to Earth through teleportation. Mr. Goku Lord Kai Wang God. Goku responded enthusiastically. I came this time to ask Mr. Goku for help. Eastern Realm King Shenzhen has been busy eliminating Babadai these days, but he didn't find that Babadai actually enslaved Dopura, the king of the demon world, so that the Eastern Realm King Shenzhen really had no choice, he could only come to Earth for help. King Shenzhen of the Eastern Realm roughly described the matter. If you don't eliminate him, sooner or later he will find someone from Earth. No problem. Goku readily agreed. He wanted to meet the strong people in the universe. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, are you going? Vegeta first replied. No, I'm going to cultivate. I will definitely become Super Saiyan 4 before you, Kakarot. Vegeta was not interested in that kind of color, and left after speaking. Gohan and Trunks are going to go, and they can't let this kind of guy come to Earth. After all, the crisis of artificial humans has not been long past, and the Earth has only been calm for a few days. Please grab my shoulders, and we'll go now. The three of Goku put their arms on Jebbet's shoulders, and Jebbet used teleportation to travel to an unknown planet. It's so powerful, I didn't expect you to move instantly. Goku patted Jebbet's shoulder. I took a lot of effort when I first learned this trick. Of course. As a servant of the Lord God of the realm, how can he be a useless person? He still has very powerful skills. The Eastern Realm King Shenzhen interrupted their conversation. Over there is Babadai's spaceship. He uses magic to control many evil guys. This guy is bent on resurrecting Majin Buu. Babadai has an evil heart like his father, he has destroyed many planets before this, he must be destroyed, and he can no longer be allowed to plague the universe. Hearing this, Trunks couldn't sit still. How could he let this kind of guy go to the earth, and instantly transformed into a super race. Let me come, but you can't let this evil guy go to the earth. To destroy. The Qigong wave in his hand condensed huge energy and hit Babadai's spaceship. Boom! The terrifying power smashed Babadai's spaceship in an instant. Damn it! Abominable! Who is? A demon-looking guy escorted a yellow-skinned dwarf and flew out of the smoke, and the rest of the spaceship died under Trunks' blow. It's you again, Realm King God. And brought a helper. I must kill you this time. Babadai was embarrassed and stared angrily at the Realm King God. If his eyes could kill, the Realm King God would have been killed by him hundreds of times. The Eastern Realm King Shengzhen smiled, as if to say, Babadai, I haven't seen such a pull for so long. Dapura, kill them all, hurry up. Babadai was angry to death and yelled at Dapla. Yes, Lord Babadai. Dapla did not have much BB, directly moved his hand, straight at Trunks, and was about to hit Trunks with one punch. Gaku teleported in front of Trunks, crossed his hands, and blocked the blow. Trunks, leave this guy to me. Trunks nodded in agreement, and then looked at Babadai. He wanted to kill this potential threat in the cradle. Babadai was seen by Trunks, instantly panicked, raised his legs and was about to escape, but how did he run past Trunks, and was caught up by Trunks in an instant, a sword cut in half, and a Qigong wave hit the dust in the universe. As soon as Babadai died, Dapura, who was controlled by him, came to his senses, and this instant of Kung Fu was seized by Wukong, punched in the face, flew out directly, and hit the stone in the distance. Turtle Pai Chi Gong Ha. A turtle school Qigong, sent to Pula and Babadai reunion. There happened to be a companion on the Huangchuan Road. Chapter 23. Woohoo, finally back! As soon as he stepped out of the time-space passage, Gadget threw the egg on the ground, stretched out, howled, and then was punched in the head. Ties crossed his waist with both hands. Don't scream, it scares me. Smith Marseille. Gadget covered his head and squatted on the ground, apologizing at the speed of light. Okay, let's go back quickly. Ties touched Gadget's head. Gadget stopped making trouble, and used teleportation to take everyone back to the western capital. Daddy, Mom, we're back. Uncle, Aunt. Ties and Bulma happily pulled Mrs. Brive into the house and told the story of this time. Gadget introduces Dr. Brive to the egg that sealed Majin Buu behind him. Doctor, I would like to ask you to study this egg. This egg is sealed with an evil guy. It is said to be made by an evil magician in the universe. His body structure is different, and it can be restored if it is beaten into slag. Gadget tells Dr. Brive about Majin Buu's general abilities. Oh, roar! So interesting! Dr. Brive instantly became interested, greeted Kiki and Gohan, and took the egg into the laboratory. At the dinner table, Gadget and Gohan were still gulping. Kiki sat on the side. Her expression was a little complicated. In the end, she still spoke. I agree with Gohan to practice martial arts. She didn't want the story of the future world to repeat itself in this world. Seeing Gohan's broken arm and the scars on her face made her feel very uncomfortable. Don't be so sad, Gohan's potential is unmatched. As long as he doesn't waste martial arts, no one in this world will be his opponent. Except, of course, me. Gadget silently excluded himself in his heart. And who said that if you practice martial arts, you can't become a scholar? Do you want both? Gadget's words made Kiki's eyes shine. He didn't let Gohan practice martial arts because he was afraid that he would become a battle freak like Goku, so he let him learn. Wisdom can make people wise. Are you full, Gohan? Full. Gohan half lay in his chair and patted his stomach happily. Okay, let's go to Bun Mountain now. Pack your bags, I'll find you a good teacher. Didn't Uncle Gadget teach me? Xiao Gohan asked suspiciously. You are still young, you need to lay a good foundation, and it is not suitable for the cultivation method of adults. Let's go. Gohan hugged Kiki and returned to Bun Mountain with Gogito. Kiki finished packing her things and everything was ready, and Gogoth used teleportation to come to the Turtle Immortal. Haha! It's Kiki and Gohan. The Kame Sento was leisurely basking in the sun on the beach and saw Kiki greeting Gohan happily. This is... The Turtle Immortal looked at Gogit and asked Kiki. Introduce yourself. My name is Gogit, like Goku, I am also a Scion race. This time, I want to ask you to exercise Gohan. This way. The Turtle Immortal sighed a little. Little Gohan is stronger than me now, I have nothing to teach him. Not surprisingly, the Turtle Immortal refused, since he taught Tianjin rice dumplings, he has not accepted any more apprentices. Gohan, this kid, everything is good, but the personality is too kind. If it is an ordinary child, there is no problem, but he is the son of Son Goku, and Gohan does not believe in his own strength, this is very troublesome, please, teach him the true heart of martial arts. After hearing this, the Turtle Immortal agreed to accept Gohan. Why did Gogit give Gohan to the Turtle Immortal? The reason is actually very simple, the Turtle Immortal is a person who really has great wisdom and great merit, and he can cultivate Gohan into a martial artist who is even better than Goku. You must say here, what can that lecherous old man of the Turtle Immortal teach? The Turtle Immortal Master Chingwu Tedu, created his own turtle fairy flow, taught Wukong, the first strong man in the universe, and the strongest human on the earth, Klin. Why can Klin marry the 18th? Just because he saved the life of the 18th? Too naive. Is the 18th the kind of person who will agree with his body if saved? Definitely not. It is precisely with the good conduct and correct attitude taught by the Turtle Immortals that Klin can attract number 18 and let number 18 marry him. To put it bluntly, that is, Klin is good enough. He also guided the disciple of the rival Crane Immortal Tianjin rice dumplings to the right path, and when the Vic Great Demon King disturbed the world, he faced the Vic Great Demon King alone and faced the fear in his heart, which required great courage. If he is not a Turtle Immortal, then he is not a Turtle Immortal, and he has already become a Feather Immortal, called a Turtle Immortal. Okay, the Turtle Immortal accepts Gohan, and then Gogit's task will be stable. Then I'll take my leave, goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Gogit. Little Gohan waved goodbye to Gogit. Brush. Gogit teleported away. Ding. Trigger mission, save desperate time and space mission. Details, after Shuru kills Trunks, take a time machine to go back in time, and the Earth returns to peaceful days, but the arrival of Babadai once again plunges the Earth into crisis. This time, no one can save the Earth. The system of mission reward, Divine Breath, that has been quiet for a long time is online again today, and Gogit still thinks that Gohan's task is completed. This task, well, how to say, the world of despair. There is no one who can fight, what a desperate enough. Only Bulma is left, there is no hope at all. Maybe when Trunks died, Bulma no longer had the desire to live, what a distress. Gogit returned to the western capital and asked Tais if she wanted to go with her, but Tais refused, her novel was not finished, so she didn't run around with Gogit, there was no way, Gogit had to go alone. Help on Earth in a certain time and space. Who can save me? I don't want to die. In this time and space, because there was no Trunks, Babadai successfully released the Majin Buu, the King God and Jebet also died, the God of Destruction died together, and the Angel Weiss entered the standby state. Somewhere, a door of time and space appeared, and Gogit walked out from inside. What a disaster, there are still Earthlings. On Earth, let me see how many people are left. Gogit searched carefully and found that the people on Earth were almost dead, and the two guys, Babadai and Majin Buu, were destroying a large city. Hey, I found. The Bulma of this world is not dead, but she is already dead. The Bulma of this world is still in that basement, only this time, she did not act, but lay on the bed, quietly waiting for death. In this world, there is nothing worthy of Bulma's nostalgia, everything she knows is destroyed, and she does not want or have the ability to save this desperate world. Chapter 24. Are you determined to die? Bulma? A voice woke up Bulma, who was already about to see heaven. Goku. Are you here to take me to heaven? In the blur, Bulma seemed to see Goku's figure. Bulma lay weakly on the bed, but the light in her eyes grew brighter. Goku came to pick her up and take her to heaven. I'm sorry, I'm not the Monkey King. The light in Bulma's eyes quickly dimmed and returned to the Walking Dead. Introduce yourself. Gadget, it's Taiza's husband. Of course, not this world. Bulma is still like that, there is no change at all. I can help you destroy the two guys who are destroying the earth. Bulma's eyes brightened a little, but she still didn't reply. Can I help you resurrect Trunks? Really? Bulma got up in an instant and grabbed Gadget's arm. Of course, but, before that, let me fix those two annoying guys. Do you want to go together? I'm going. Bulma does not want the immediate hope to disappear, and chooses to go together, just like a person who falls into the water, will cling to the life-saving straw. Gadget raised his hand and cast healing magic, and Bulma visibly energized, and then cast an instant movement to the place where Babadai Majin Buu was. At this time, Majin Buu is wreaking havoc, and Babadai laughs evilly. Hey! Hey! Suddenly, Babadai froze with a smile, his heart was pierced, he called Majin Buu with difficulty, and the next second, boom! Was blasted into slag. It was Gadget's handwriting. At this moment, Gadget and Bulma were standing on the roof of the ruins, and Gadget's hand had not yet been lowered. Majin Buu saw that Babadai was dead, and shouted happily. Hoo! The annoying guy is finally dead. Yay! All right. Don't be too early, I'll send you to accompany him later. Gadget said coldly. With all his strength, he instantly punched the demon Buu in the face, and Buu plowed a long mark on the ground. I'm going to kill you, abominable. Majin Buu's head was tilted by this punch, and after recovering, his anger rushed, and the holes in his head and arms spewed smoke, and then he stretched out a hand and raised it above his head and began to condense energy bombs. Big bang! Attack! Gadget used a trick, a momentary body, came to the face of Majin Buu, in the terrified expression of Majin Buu, directly beat Majin Buu into slag, there was nothing left. Done! Gadget put away his posture, teleported to Bulma's side, put his hand on Bulma's shoulder. Found it, go! The figures of the two disappeared into the ruins of the city, the ruined city was empty, only the smoke in the sky drifted with the wind. On an emerald green planet, the Namex people were farming in the water, and Gadget suddenly appeared, which startled many Namexians. Who are you? The nemesis looked at Gadget and Bulma warily, could it be the intruder again? After Gadget explained their intentions, they were taken to the Great Elder's hut. Long time no see. Bulma the Great Elder in front of him was the Great Elder who was temporarily living in Bulma's house when Namanex's star was broken. Great Elder! After seeing familiar people, Bulma was like a world away. At that time, she was young and beautiful, lively and lovely, all kinds of the past appeared in her mind again, that beautiful years, was broken by the ruthless artificial man, began a struggle that lasted for more than 10 years, finally defeated the artificial man, and as a result, Trunks was killed again. Bulma felt that the sky was falling, but watching the earth slowly restore peace, Bulma barely cheered up and worked hard to live, but the good times did not last long, and new enemies appeared on the earth. This time, no one could stand up, and Bulma was desperate and bent on death. How miserable! Great Elder, we came this time to borrow the Dragon Balls. Bulma said excitedly, there is hope, there is hope. No problem. The Great Elder agreed without the slightest hesitation. Dandy, go inform the villages, bring the dragon balls. Yes, the adult Dandy quickly left. After a while, Dandy returned with 7 people, each holding a dragon ball in his hand. Let's begin. The great elder ordered. Bala 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 bala. Dandy read out an incomprehensible passage and summoned the dragon. Whoever summoned me, you can make 3 wishes. Name ex-god Dragon Palunga asked to several people. Please resurrect my son Trunks. Bulma made a wish to the dragon, and Dandy on the side was in charge of translating. This wish is very simple. Gabi made okay gestures, and with a look of his eyes, Trunks was resurrected far away on earth. Please name a second wish. Bulma hesitated, he didn't know if the warriors of earth would be willing to be resurrected after so many years. Bulma, I am. Goku. Above the mansion, Goku's hand on the back of the King of Realm, towards Bulma. Goku. Bulma looked up at the sky, how many years had passed, and she heard Goku's voice again. We won't be resurrected, after all, we have all been dead for so many years, and Vegeta has washed away her sins and reincarnated. After listening to Goku's words, Bulma was silent. Yes, after so many years, even if they were resurrected, Bulma didn't know how to face them, with this old posture. It's enough to have Trunks, hasn't it been like this for so many years? After figuring it out, Bulma no longer regretted it, and a smile bloomed on her face again. I see. Goku, Earth pleases you, Bulma. Goku finally said and cut off the connection. Then resurrect those killed by Babadai, Dopura, Majin Buu. Gajit suggested. Dandy looked at the Great Elder, the Great Elder nodded, and then Dandy made a wish to the dragon, Duan, the wish came true. Thank you very much for these 2 wishes. Great Elder, Bulma thanked the Great Elder. You're welcome. The Great Elder nodded in satisfaction. Then Gajit returns to Earth with Bulma. On Earth, Trunks looked at himself in shock. Wasn't I killed by a monster? Really? While Trunks was still in shock, Gajit appeared in front of him with Bulma. Trunks? Bulma hugged Trunks, her eyes were already full of tears. This strong woman who supported half of the sky for a world with one hand, at this time, she couldn't control her tears. Mom! Trunks hugged the person in his arms. He didn't dare to imagine how Bulma would collapse after he died, and the white-haired person sent the black-haired person. After a while after the 2 of them, Bulma adjusted her mood. Thank you, Gajit. Bulma looked at the man in front of him who resembled Goku and claimed to be her brother-in-law, and sincerely thanked him. Chapter 25. Thank you very much, Mr. Gajit. Trunks could see that if it weren't for Gajit, he wouldn't have been resurrected. Haha, if you really want to thank me, just treat me to a big meal. Gajit quipped with a smile. Let's go back first, I'll make you a big meal. Bulma took Trunks' hand and said to Gajit that the figure of the 3 people was pulled by the old elder in the setting sun. Back in the basement, Bulma starts cooking and Gajit and Trunks talk at the table. Mr. Goggoth can defeat that monster, it must be very powerful. Trunks recalled the green-skinned monster that killed him. There were several different chi in that monster, even Gohan's big brothers. Trunks thought that Chiru destroyed the earth like this. You're talking about Shailu, after that guy killed you, he took your time machine back in time, and it was another guy who destroyed everywhere on the earth. Stronger than Shailu. Shailu is completely beyond the 2nd level, or achieved through the near-death resurrection of Scion cells. When he killed you, it was still in primary form. Trunks, you are still too weak. However, if he stays here for a little longer, maybe he will be controlled by Babadai or killed by Majin Buu. Talking about Shailu, Gajit recalled the plot of Shailu. This guy is okay, so many bosses, just look at Shailu and little Buu, and learn to teleport. If Shailu is not dead, he should be able to become stronger. As soon as Trunks died in this time and space, Majin Buu was released, and then Gajit came here, so Trunks' body is still on Earth, and the soul has not yet reached heaven. Super 2? Is it a super scion? Trunks was a little puzzled, he only knew super scion. What is super 2? You can understand it as a further transformation of the super scion. I will stay here for a while, guiding you. Gadget is ready to enter the spirit time house again. The task here has been completed, the reward has arrived. Go inside to familiarize yourself with the spirit of the gods, and see if you can transform into super red and super blue. Then Trunks will please you, Gadget. Bulma also heard their conversation on the side, and when she heard that Gadget wanted to guide Trunks, she was naturally very happy. The stronger Trunks, the less likely it was to die. After eating and drinking, Gadget took Trunks to the Temple of Heaven. However, when Gadget came to the temple was already damaged to the point of being destroyed, and the inside of the temple was destroyed. There is no way, I can't open a plug-in for Trunks, so I have to practice outside. A few days passed like that. On this day, Gadget, as usual, separated a doppelganger to guide Trunks, and the body studied the Chi of God, and after a few days of research, Gadget has been able to initially use the Chi of God, similar to the situation when Goku and Beerus fought when Goku was beaten back to normal and then transformed into a Super Saiyan. The body has adapted to the Chi of God, and the next step is to transform into Super Red and Super Blue. While the two were busy cultivating, a time machine suddenly appeared near the basement. In an instant, Gadget opened his eyes, and the doppelgangers of Trunks and Gadget also stopped fighting, and they both felt the same chi as Trunks. This breath? Exactly like me? Trunks was a little surprised, but instantly guessed that a certain time and space self used a time machine to come to his own time and space. But what did another time and space self come to do? Wondering Trunks, Gadget also went over, and Gadget probably knew the origin of this Trunks. After a while, the two returned to the basement. Bulma was talking and laughing with another Trunks and Little Dance, and when she saw the two returning, Bulma happily said to them, "Trunks, Gadget, you are back." Bulma is very happy at this time. Not only is her son resurrected, but now there is another son, and she also has a daughter-in-law, and it seems that she will soon become a grandmother. At this time, the two who came in the future saw Trunks and Gadget who came back, and the future Trunks, later called him Date, he was older than Trunks here, saw Gokut, and his eyes widened immediately. Veget. Date couldn't believe it, that face full of invincibility, he actually saw it here again, he actually saw the invincible Veget here. How could it be? Is it possible that Mr. Goku and Dad in this time and space are not dead? Impossible. And he obviously adjusted the time before Babadai and Dopura arrived on Earth, but he just heard his mother say that someone had eliminated Majin Buu and Babadai. What went wrong? Damn, it's going to grow brains. At this time, Gadget has already determined that Date is the Date who returns to the past after the Zama's chapter, but Gadget also wonders, shouldn't they go back in time and create a new time and space? How could they run here? Gadget asked the system in his heart. After all, he does not travel through time and space, and every time he relies on the power of the system to open the space-time channel. Ding, answer the host, because the residual energy of the system has not yet dissipated when the host travels to this space-time, attracting the time machine that is traveling through time and space. So it is. Gadget nodded in his heart. It's Gadget, not Veget, Trunks, Bulma reminded Date, and Trunks also explained. Mr. Gadget is also from a parallel time and space, he is Mom's brother-in-law, our uncle. Isn't it Veget? But Date still didn't believe it. Gadget and Veget had the same face, and the temperament was exactly the same, that kind of temperament, not casually imitated. I don't know why I look exactly like Veget, it's hard to explain. Gadget is a little nerve-wracking. It's good to meet someone who doesn't know Veget, and he doesn't know how to explain it when he meets someone who has met Veget. You know Veget, too. Date was shocked again. Veget is not a person who can appear casually. Of course, Son Goku and Vegeta's combined. I've seen it in another time and space. Gadget told a little lie, but they didn't know what they said. Lord Beerus said that traveling through time and space casually is a felony. Date told Gadget about the terrible consequences of traveling through time and space. Don't worry, Trunks, I won't cause a new time and space to be born, don't worry. Just kidding, as a traverser, there is also a system. What's wrong with traveling through time and space? There is a system to wipe the ass. If there is really a problem, let him go to the system theory. Chapter 26. Speaking of parallel space-time, we have to talk about parallel space-time in the world of Dragon Ball. Okay, now let's brush up on the concept of parallel space-time in the Dragon Ball world. The following are the author's personal views. First of all, why did parallel space-time arise? It is interfered by factors that do not belong to this space-time, resulting in changes in the original development of this space-time, so it leads to the change of parallel space-time. Only counterclockwise walking will give birth to a new parallel space-time. Clockwise walking will not affect. The king god of the realm can use the power of the ring of time clockwise to reach the future, but it is strictly forbidden to walk counterclockwise, indicating that clockwise walking will not lead to the birth of parallel space-time. In Dragon Ball Super, when the 10th universe king god Zamasu took out the ring of time, there were a total of 6 rings in the box, indicating that there were a total of 6 parallel space-times, and in his dialogue with Zamasu, he could learn that the 12th universe once gave birth to a high-level civilization capable of making time machines, and a parallel space-time was born here, space-time B, space-time as the main space-time is space-time A. Because these two spacetimes diverged in the 12th universe, the development of the 7th universe was not affected, and the development of the plots of the two spacetime was exactly the same. A spacetime date because he could not find Dr. Gross Research Institute, or only found a ruin, and did not find the research institute hidden underground, so a time-space Shalo developed safely. For this reason, a spacetime date took a time machine to return to the past. See spacetime was thus produced, gave special medicine, took advantage of the 17th and 18th has not yet started, found the research institute, found the drawings of 2 artificial people, successfully made a remote control, and eliminated the artificial people, because there is no Shiru in C spacetime, so date did not take the embryo of the underground research institute to heart, at most it is a level with number 17. And number 18. After defeating the artificial human, there is no reason to follow Vegeta to cultivate, and the strength is seriously insufficient. After a space-time date went back, he used the remote control to defeat the artificial human, during which date may also go to the underground research institute to find the embryo, but because number 17 and number 18 destroyed the upper layer of the institute, the lower layer was more or less affected, and Shalo was born to also destroy the underground research institute to an immortal appearance, giving Trunks an illusion. The embryo may have died under the attack of number 17 and number 18, so he relaxed his vigilance, and was finally attacked by a spacetime Shalo. A spacetime Shiru takes a time machine to travel back in time, D spacetime generation. The development in front of B spacetime is also the same as that of a spacetime, and when it comes to taking a time machine to return to the past, changes quietly occur, and the B spacetime Big Special takes the time machine to reach D spacetime, producing E spacetime, and the development behind D spacetime is the same as the plot, so the D spacetime is the plot spacetime. B spacetime date returns to B spacetime, defeats the androids, destroys Shalo, defeats Babadidapura, and then Black Goku appears, and is finally eliminated by the whole king. C spacetime because of the help of a spacetime master, and there is no Shiru, so it safely passed the artificial man chapter. As for the later Majin Buu chapter, the probability will also be spent safely. C spacetime Wukong because of the special medicine, did not die. After 7 years of cultivation, the probability can reach the super 3rd level, in the bad can also have a super 2nd level, get a Dapla, easily, because Goku is not dead, so Vegeta will not die pestering Goku to fight. Majin Buu will naturally not be resurrected. D. Spacetime, the mainline spacetime, after the development of the Super Period, the 10th Universe Alternate Realm King God learned through the mouth of the 7th Universe Realm King God Xin, there is a human monkey king who is more powerful than the god, who became disgusted by this, and developed evil thoughts, and was finally destroyed by Beerus. F. Spacetime, here is because B. Spacetime Big cannot beat Black Wukong, came to D. Spacetime for help, and received the image of B. Space. Time Master, Beerus destroyed Zama's. Beerus was disturbed by other spacetime factors, so a new spacetime was produced. E-time and space, no big special crossing. Goku died of a heart attack, artificial humans raged on, Shuru secretly developed, and finally became a complete body. Whether it will be controlled by Babadai later, or killed by Majin Buu, it is unknown. F. Spacetime, consistent with the development of the grassroots level of D. Spacetime, but without a big special help, Zama's successfully stole Goku's body, ran to B. Spacetime, and Zama's of B. Spacetime made trouble on Earth, and Goku here can only continue to become stronger against Zama's body because Zama's destroyed the Super Dragon Ball. G. Spacetime, B. Spacetime because B. Spacetime was erased by the whole king, use the time machine to return to the time before the appearance of Babadidapura. There are B. Spacetime and G. Spacetime special, two big special sit, the probability of being able to live safely. The parallel time and space that appeared in the Dragon Ball plot are all here. A total of 7 time and space, 1 was erased by the whole king, and there are 6 left, corresponding to 6 time rings. These 6 times and spaces are under the management of all kings, have a complete system of gods, and are under the jurisdiction of all kings, called the whole universe. Those fanfics and GTS are naturalized as fragments of space-time, incomplete universes. Okay, after saying the parallel time and space, return to the plot. That's how date settled here. The number of people trained by Gadget also changed from 1 person to 2, it doesn't matter, 1 sheep rushes, 2 sheep also drive, all the same. The level of DTE is still a lot higher than Trunks, and DTE is at least the level of Super 3, and Trunks has not even reached Super 2, the same are Trunks. Why is the gap so big? Alas, Gadget sighed inwardly. Date's transformation is already perfect, the Super 2 form has the level of Super 3, it has reached the limit. If you want to improve, you can only try Super 3 or Divine Chi, so coincidentally, Wujit is also learning, so the two studied together like this. DTE stayed on the side of Chrono for a while and practiced with Vegeta, so DTE was very familiar with the Chi of God. Date, being beaten by my father every day, can you not be familiar with it? And so it went on for a while. Half a month later, Wujit mastered the Chi of God and learned the transformation of Super Red, which is not good for the time being, and needs to be further familiar with and control of Chi of God. DTE also frowned a little, I believe that he will be able to complete the transformation after a while. And Trunks sighed, only reached the 2nd stage of the Super 1, just learned to transform, was educated by DTE. DTE can barely use the Divine Chi freely, needs this experimental subject, so Trunks suffered and was taken by DTE. Trunks saw the other self so strong, fought hard, exercised desperately, and had a tendency to develop towards Vegeta. Go back in time to more than half a month ago on Earth. Chapter 27. Realm King Shin and Jebet are resurrected by the Demex Divine Dragon. Incredible! Are we actually resurrected? Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet both looked incredulous. What about Babadai and Dapura? The two searched until they found the eggshell that sealed Majin Buu. Realm King Shen Xin's face was terrified. Retreating one after another, he and Jebet quickly fled back to the Realm King God realm. When the King of the World Shenzhen and Jebet resurrected Majin Buu in Babadai, they appeared to stop it, but it was useless, they couldn't beat Dapura, and they were killed in seconds, and after Majin Buu was resurrected, Dapla provoked Majin Buu, and was eaten as a snack by Majin Buu. That demon, it's really out. The horror of Majin Buu has been deeply engraved in the mind of the Realm King God, and the thought of Majin Buu's harmless face makes the Realm King God tremble. It's terrible. Realm King Shen Xin collapsed to the ground, his eyes blank, not knowing what to do. Lord Realm King God, you have to cheer up, only you can protect this universe. Jebit on the side saw the Realm King Shenzhen collapsed to the ground, and quickly helped him up and cheered him on. After a long time, the Realm King Shenzhen perked up, and Jebit was right, he couldn't fall. So the two returned to Earth to inquire about the news, and from those resurrected people, they determined that Majin Buu was really resurrected and killed many people on Earth. However, the Realm King Shenzhen and Jebit cautiously and carefully searched the Earth for a long time, and did not find any trace of Babadai and Majin Buu, but they also did not meet Gadget and them, because Majin Buu had not yet destroyed to the basement side, and the Realm King Shenzhen and Jebit followed the traces left by Majin Buu, so they did not meet. Then, they go to the universe to find traces of the Babadai Majin Buu. However, after searching in the universe for more than half a month, Babadai and Majin Buu were not found, and the strongholds in the Babadai universe were not found. So they turned back to Earth and searched again. This time they carefully turned the Earth over, so this time, they met the three of Gadget. Yo, Lord God of the Realm! Da Te saw the Realm King Shenzhen and greeted him warmly. He was still thinking about how to find the Realm King Shen Lord, and he appeared by himself. Gadget also withdrew from meditation and Trunks and Gadget doppelgangers also stopped practicing. You know me? Realm King Shen Xin was a little surprised. Someone here actually knew him? Well, it's a bit complicated to say. Da Te tried to explain things concisely, but it was still shocking. God of destruction, angels, kings, Zamas, Black Gaku, etc., and travel through time and space, what are these? I have never heard of them. The Realm King Shen Xin is still so ignorant, without the teachings of the old Realm King God, he doesn't know anything. The Realm King Shen Xin didn't have time to figure out why this person knew him, and the most urgent thing was to find out the traces of Majin Buu. The King of the Realm, Shin Shin, briefly described Majin Buu and Babadai to the three of Gadget. Have you seen these two guys? Babadai and Majin Buu. Gadget replied nonchalantly. I've already killed. You Gadget stood up, jumped off the hill where he was sitting and meditating just now, and walked to Date's side. No matter what time and space, you are like this. Chasing Babadai and Majin Buu around, leaving the responsibility of the Realm King God behind. Gadget said again. Go to the Realm King. God Realm, go to the God Realm for what? Realm King Shenzhen was a little puzzled. Let you recognize this world. Gadget looked up, his eyes were terrifying, and the terrifying aura emanated, and he instantly took it back. Body, can't move. Realm King Shenzhen and Jebit broke out in a cold sweat, they were so shocked by Gadget's terrifying power that their bodies were afraid. Let's go. Jebit honestly led everyone to the Realm King God realm. Where is the Realm King Excalibur? Gadget looked at the Realm King God. Follow me, over there. Realm King God Shin pointed in a direction. The five came to a stone pillar, and the Realm King Divine Sword was inserted on it. As soon as Gadget grabbed the Realm King Excalibur, with a little force, he pulled it out, giving Jebit on the side a dumbfounded look. Then, in Jebit's surprised gaze, Gadget broke the Realm King Excalibur again. Realm King Divine Sword broken. Jebit simply doubted life. A figure appeared from the break of the Realm King Divine Sword, it was the old Realm King God. Oops, someone finally released me. The old Realm King God was very happy, he had been sealed for so long, and he was finally released. Who are you, old sir? Realm King Shen Xin asked to the old Realm King God. I'm you. Well? 15 generations ago. The Realm King God, the old Realm King God counted his fingers, thought carefully, and replied. Old, ancestor. Realm King Shengzhen was so surprised that he couldn't speak. A long time ago, there was a very bad guy who was afraid of my power and sealed me inside the Realm King Divine Sword," said the old Realm King God while nodding, as if this was how to convince himself. "I'm finally free." The old Realm King God twisted his waist, moved his body, and said happily. Gadget rolled his eyes and didn't hesitate to debunk him. "Lord Beerus was afraid that you would die, so he sealed you." The old Realm King God who was moving his body, his eyes were about to pop out. "What? How do you know?" "It's not because you, the ignorant junior, the god of destruction, the angels, the whole king or something, don't know, chasing the demon Bew around. If I hadn't made a wish with the nemesis divine dragon, I would have died a long time ago." Gadget shook his head and pointed at the Realm King Shengzhen and said, "I let you out just to teach him well and stop him messing around." "What?" The old Realm King jumped straight to his feet in anger, and punched the Realm King Shengzhen's head. "You stupid, what kind of thing is Majin Bew? It's worth you to run all over the world. Do you know what you should do as a Realm King God?" This. They. Realm King God Xin twisted and pinched, his eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to look at the old Realm King God. Hoo. The old Realm King God was so angry that his breathing was not smooth, and the Realm King Shengzhen and Jebet hurriedly helped the old Realm King God and gave him smooth breath. The old Realm King God survived this. "Thank you so much, I will definitely teach this junior well. From today onwards, you will follow me to learn, and I will supplement that knowledge for you." The old Realm King God first thanked Wujit, then pointed to the nose of the Realm King Shengzhen and said loudly. That. Da Te suddenly began. "Lord Old Realm King God, can you contact Mr. Ves and Lord Beerus?" Chapter 28. "That's right." Da Te said briefly about Zama's. "This way." The Old World King God also saw the seriousness of the problem. "There is no problem, I will contact Weiss the." Old World King God didn't know where to take out a mirror-like thing and called Weiss. Weiss, are you there?" The Old World King God called to the mirror, and the figure of Weiss appeared in the mirror. Seeing the Old World King God, he was a little surprised, and covered his mouth. "Oh, Lord Old World King God, you have broken through the seal." The two chattered. "Lord Old Realm King God, I don't know what is the matter with me. It's like this." The Old World King God Balabala told the story of Zama's again. "Oh, if this Zama's appears, ask Lord Beerus to make a move, no problem, you say, Lord Beerus." As early as when Ves answered the phone, Beerus stretched out his ears to eavesdrop. Beerus squeezed over and said to the Old World King God. "No problem, if that guy named Zama's appears in our universe, I will make a move." Beerus has not made a move for a long time, his hands are a little itchy. If Zama's appears, let Beerus teach him to be a man. At this time, Gujit also squeezed over. Beerus and Weiss said, "Lord Beerus, Mr. Weiss, please come to Earth in your free time." "Who are you guy?" Beerus saw Gajit and asked impatiently. "Lord Beerus, I'm Gajit, there are many delicious foods on Earth." Gajit tempts Beerus with food, and he doesn't believe that Beerus won't come. Gajit's purpose is simple, he wants Weiss to point him out. "Really, if you lie to me, I will definitely destroy you," Beerus said threateningly, a little incredulous. "Of course, Lord Beerus, if it doesn't taste good, you will destroy me along with the earth." Gajit patted his chest with a confident look. "Just kidding, as far as the food on the earth is concerned, you must not kill Beerus, you have not even eaten instant noodles, and you can eat anything delicious. You boy, do you have something to ask me for?" Beerus squinted, a show that I had seen through you. "Haha. Seen through by Lord Beerus?" Gajit held the back of his head. "I want to ask Mr. Weiss to guide me in my cultivation." Gajit did not hide it, and said his purpose openly. If the food of the earth is not delicious, I will not let Weiss guide you. Beerus has lived so long, what food has not been eaten? He didn't believe there could be anything delicious on earth. Gogeta wants Weiss's guidance and must first satisfy Beerus's stomach. Then I will wait on earth for Lord Beerus. Done, Gogeta's inner ecstasy, with Weiss's guidance, he will definitely be able to go further. Then, Lord Lao Realm King Shen, let's go first, you slowly educate your juniors. Goget gave Realm King Shen Xin a look that you begged for your blessings. Then he pulled Da Te and Trunks to leave. They stayed here and it was okay, it was better to go back and prepare more food. On Beerus's side, he and Weiss also set off for Earth, and Beerus and Ves wanted to learn more and more detailed information about Zamas from Date. In the universe, Beerus put his hand on Weiss's shoulder, his feet were suspended in the air, and his other hand supported his head. Weiss, do you believe what the guy named Goget said? Is that place called Earth really have food? I remember going there once before, the guy called the dinosaur was so rude. I destroyed him. Weiss picked up the scepter and checked the information of the Earth. Oh roar, Lord Beerus, this planet called Earth has developed a very prosperous human civilization. By the way, Frisia was defeated by a scion named Sun Wukong on Earth. Nanny. Beerus's eyes widened, a little incredulous. When he woke up, although Frisia did not look good to himself, in the universe, no one should be able to beat him. Son Goku turned into something called Super Saiyan and defeated Frisia Ves's scepter revealed Goku's face, exactly the situation on Namek. Then the strongest in the universe now is the guy named Sun Wukong. No, Sun Wukong is dead, died of a heart attack. Artificial humans have appeared on the Earth, more powerful than Frisia, and the humans on the Earth have almost been killed. The picture in the scepter appears again with the android number 17 and number 18, and then the picture turns into Shiru, Majin Buu. Beerus, behind Ves, also saw the picture in the scepter, and sighed. This Earth is really a disaster. It's all to blame Lord Beerus. If it weren't for Lord Beerus sleeping for so long every time he slept, he didn't properly fulfill his responsibility to destroy God, so that many civilizations in our universe were destroyed by evil people, and our universe was in the last state all year round. Weiss's words made Beerus very angry, and Beerus yelled at Ves. Wordiness is dead, Weiss. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, I'm not saying you're lazy, haha. Ves apologized the strongest, but his words once again stimulated Beerus. Humph. Beerus turned his head and didn't want to speak. He had long been used to that poisonous mouth for so many years, but he would still get angry. Weiss also knew that Beerus himself sulked all his life, and it would be fine after a while. Soon Weiss and Beerus arrived on Earth. Goget's side, having just returned to Earth, and Bulma had just begun to prepare food when Beerus and Ves arrived. Bulma's house, in the clearing, a large group of people sat around the dining table, and the table was full of food. This one is delicious too. That's delicious too. Ves and Beerus entered the city like beggars and had never seen the world. Goget also ate the food quickly, and said as he said. Lord Beerus, I'm right. Beerus could only respond, but the speed in his hand became faster. Goget immediately found out. That's so cunning, Lord Beerus. So Goget also sped up. The table turned into a battlefield for the two, and Ves quickly picked up the food he had prepared for the last tasting to prevent it from being affected. In the end, Beerus and Goget both ate and lay on the ground. Not bad, boy, almost won me. Beerus said to Goget. Worthy of being Lord Beerus. Goget replied with difficulty, he couldn't eat anything at all, and he wanted to vomit when he saw the food. Next to Beerus and Goget, Date and Ves sit under the umbrella, and Date speaks the details of Zamas. So it is. Knowing that humans who are more powerful than gods have thoughts that they should not have. Weiss pointed out precisely the reason for the appearance of Black Goku. At this time, Beerus said. Go to the 10th universe now and destroy that guy named Zamas. Lord Beerus, that's the person of the 10th universe, even if you want to destroy it, it is a matter of the 10th universe. Ves retorted Beerus. That's right. Beerus thought of the 10th universe's destruction god Elephant. If he knew that he ran to destroy the trainee realm king god of his universe, he would definitely have to trouble himself again. Chapter 29. In the evening, Beerus and Weiss had another big meal, and then returned to the destruction god realm, and Weiss would return tomorrow to pick up the 3 of Wujit to cultivate in the realm king god realm. Early the next morning, the 3 of Gajit finished packing up their things and followed Weiss to the destruction god realm. After arriving at the god of destruction realm, before Weiss could speak, Gajit said first. I want to challenge Lord Beerus, I want to see the power of the god of destruction. Oh! Beerus, who was drinking morning tea, glanced up at Gajit, and said disdainfully. You are too weak, I can't be interested. Gajit had already prepared. I prepared food for Lord Beerus. When Beerus heard this, he reluctantly promised Gajit. Then let you see the power of the god of destruction. Beerus stood up and flew into the air, with Gajit standing opposite Beerus. Do whatever you want. Beerus beckoned to Gajit, signaling him to attack. Gajit charged his strength, directly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, attacked, unfolded his fists and feet, and attacked Beerus madly. While dodging, Beerus said. You look fierce like this, but your strength is not very good. Gajit didn't reply, speeding up his attack. Beerus's figure disappeared instantly, appeared behind Gajit, stretched out his hand, a hand knife directly slashed Gajit. Gajit stabilized his body, looked up, where there was Beerus's figure, and then Gajit was punched again in the face, and Gajit's body smashed heavily on the ground, setting off a puff of smoke. If you only have this ability, then it can be over. Beerus said lightly in mid-air. How could I only have this level? Came Gajit's confident voice in the smoke. Then I heard Gajit and Gajit yelling, ah! HH! A dazzling flash of light soared into the sky, and the rubble on the ground flew everywhere, and Weiss opened the shield to block the impact for the 2 behind him. At this time, Wujit transformed into a super 4th form, rushed towards Beerus with a thunderous momentum, and smashed a powerful punch towards Beerus, and Beerus resisted with both hands, showing a smile. This is like words. The 2 began a hand-to-hand fight. Ah! Gajit gritted his teeth and also punched Beerus hard in the face, and Beerus turned his face sideways and bruises appeared on his forehead. Weiss, who was watching the battle, said, ah, yes, Lord Beerus looks a little angry. Sure enough, Beerus grabbed Gajit's hand on the face, and said, don't be too proud, boy. Another punch, hit Gajit the stomach, Gajit spat out blood, Beerus turned and whipped his legs, Gajit flew out quickly, crashed into the forest, a long mark on the ground, full of smoke. Gajit exploded the stones around him, and rushed towards Beerus again, and the 2 began a new round of hand-to-hand combat. The 2 fought all the way to the lake, separated after fighting each other, and began to throw Qigong waves, and for a while purple and gold Qigong waves flew everywhere, destroying the surroundings to the point of not being human. Beerus punched the Qigong waves that flew over, rushed to Wujit, the Qigong waves in Wujit's hand were fired continuously, strings of golden Qigong waves flew to Beerus. Beerus came and went freely in this dense Qigong wave, and rushed to Wujit in an instant, punched out hard. Wujit crossed his hands, resisted this punch, and immediately fought back. Beerus flashed to the top of Wujit's head, clasped his hands, raised above his head, ready to give Wujit a hard look. Wujit flashed and disappeared, and kicked from the right side of Beerus. Beerus dodged sideways, Gajit turned around and punched, Beerus grabbed it with one hand, and Gujit also punched with his other hand, which was also caught by Beerus. Beerus grabbed Gajit's 2 hands, his knees were forced, and he pressed it against Gajit's chest. Gajit bent over and was in pain. Beerus condensed energy with one hand. Gadget raised his head, there was no time to dodge, his hands were hard connected, and he pushed hard to the sky. Beerus teleported to Gadget, and the Qigong wave that had been condensed for a long time in his hand was attached to Gadget's chest and exploded fiercely. In the smoke, Gadget fell from inside and smashed on the ground, stirring up a puff of smoke. The smoke cleared, and although Gadget was still standing, he was covered in scars and bleeding from the corners of his mouth. That's awesome! Lord! Beerus Gadget sighed, he felt that Beerus was just playing with him. Gadget felt that his current strength should be able to match the Super Blue in Dragon Ball Super, but it was still casually held by Beerus. Drink! Gadget used all his strength, Super 4 full power, and in GT Goku absorbed the Scion energy of Gohan and others to reach the realm. Big Bang Turtle Pi Qigong. Wuji made a unique move, a big explosion Turtle Pi Qigong hit Beerus. Beerus stretched out with one hand and threw out a destructive energy. The destructive energy quickly increased in flight, and collided with the Big Bang Turtle Pi Qigong. Ah! Gadget desperately outputs in an attempt to break the destructive energy. Beerus also increases his strength, and Gadget's attack is pushed back. Gadget tried to catch the destruction energy with both hands, and at the moment of contact, the destructive energy quickly wrapped around Gadget's whole body, and from a distance, Gadget's whole person was wrapped in the destruction energy. Ah! Gadget let out a cry of pain, and Beerus fell to the destructive energy, looked at Gadget, and said, "Have you reached the limit?" Gadget must have heard Beerus's words, clenched his hands hard, and responded, "Not yet." Yay! In the surprised gaze of Beerus, Gadget absorbed the destructive energy and turned it into his own energy. At this moment, Gadget reached Super 4 super power, and after Goku was beaten back to normal by a Star Dragon in GT, after overloading the absorption of the Scion energy of Gohan and others, the transformed form was still the appearance of Super 4, but the strength and speed were greatly improved, and the one Star Dragon was beaten. Evolved again. Beerus was a little surprised, he was actually able to absorb the energy of his opponent and evolve. This is thanks to the energy of Lord Beerus. A little skill, boy. Beerus began to get a little excited, he hadn't met such an opponent for a long time. Then let's continue. Of course. A new round of battle slowly unfolds. It's amazing. Date and Trunks in the audience side. What kind of transformation is that, actually able to absorb energy? Trunks, who had never seen the world, looked excited, it turned out that Scions could become so strong. And Date said, although Mr. Gadget is very powerful, he is still not as weak as Lord Beerus, and much weaker than Veget. Although he knew that Gadget was not Veget, Date couldn't help but compare the two. Chapter 31. Whice's words shocked the two Trunks tiger bodies. This is different from their previous cultivation, isn't their cultivation just to improve their strength? In Whice, strength is not the most important, realm is the most important. Wujit was not surprised that he had his own understanding of these things, but listening to Whice's words, his own realm was still not enough to see. Okay, let's start cultivating next. Whice led the three to a clearing. Whice conjured a scepter in his hand, waved it against the ground, and two pieces of iron appeared in front of Date and Trunks, and there were two holes in the iron block that could be passed through by both hands and easily lifted. Then, to Mr. Trunks, please do strength and endurance training first. Hold this and walk around the God of Destruction realm. If you walk slowly, you will order a different dimension. Whice pointed to the road that gradually disappeared behind and said, and the two who were frightened quickly began to cultivate. Why is it so heavy? The two struggled to hold the pieces of iron and walked forward slowly. This is the weight I made for you. Wes covered his mouth and snickered. Looking at the two gradually moving away, Ves began to guide Gadget to cultivate. Mr. Gadget, your current level should be able to learn that trick. The body and consciousness are separated, so that all parts of the body automatically make judgments, do not need to think about it before acting, and can do it faster and stronger. Weiss probably explained the ability to be at ease. Sure enough, Wes turned on teaching Jit to be at ease. If you can truly master this move, you will generate the power of God and enter the realm of true God. So, let Mr. Gajit feel it first. Weiss beckoned for Gajit to attack. Gagith rushed forward and attacked Weiss, whose figure dodged flexibly, like a butterfly dancing in a sea of flowers, and Vegeta did not touch Weiss at all. After a brief exchange, Weiss stopped. Gajit, Mr. Gajit, how do you feel? It's amazing. Gajit felt that Weiss was like a cloud, and before his fist had struck, the wind of his fist blew it away, and he couldn't touch it. Gajit voiced his feelings. But I'm still confused. It's okay, this trick is already difficult to learn, and it took many years for Lord Beerus to barely be able to use it, but Lord Beerus has not been able to use it perfectly. Weiss encourages Gajit and relaxes his mind. In this way, the three of Wujit have been staying in the Destruction God Realm to cultivate. Half a month later, destroy the God Realm. Gajit and the two trunks are training against each other. Gajit is trying the free extremities taught by Weiss. The two trunks attack Gajit with all their might. Gajit dodges, and Weiss guides Gajit on the side. Mr. Gajit, calm your mind and let your body act on its own. Gajit frowned, still not understanding the magical ability of being at ease. After practicing for a while, Gajit still had no clue, and Weiss stopped the three. It's still too hard, Weiss. Gajit said helplessly. Don't be discouraged, Mr. Gajit, I believe that with your talent, it won't be long before you can learn it, but you haven't found the trick yet. After half a month of cultivation, Weiss found that Wujit had terrifying potential, which was the most potential person that VES had seen in so many years, even Lord Beerus could not compare. Okay. He's thinking so much, let's go eat something first. Weiss's voice pulled Gajit's thoughts back to reality. Hearing the meal, Gajit put all the problems behind, now his heart only had food. Another month passed. Mr. Gajit's movements are getting more and more similar. Weiss's voice came from a distance, and the two trunks who were cutting the grass looked up and saw that Gajit was attacking VES, and Gajit still didn't touch Weiss at all, but it could be seen that Gajit's movements had changed significantly and became more ethereal. That's thanks to Weiss's teaching. Gajit said to Weiss as he stopped his attack. Humph, is this kid still far behind? In the distance, Beerus still had a tsundere expression, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he could see Beerus's approval of Gajit. Since then, Wujit's understanding of the extreme intention of freedom has advanced by leaps and bounds, and in less than half a year, Wujit has successfully entered the threshold of the extreme intention of freedom and comprehended the extreme intention of freedom. Mr. Gajit's comprehension of the extreme of freedom is not yet able to freely control attacks, can only passively dodge attacks, and the duration is extremely short, not a perfect realm. However, Mr. Gajit is already very powerful. In less than half a year, he can comprehend the ultimate meaning. According to my expectations, it will take at least a year for Mr. Gajit to comprehend it. Lord Beerus used it. Before Weiss could finish his words, he heard Beerus yell. Shut up, Weiss. Seeing that Beerus was angry, Weiss didn't say anything, and furthermore, Beerus might be going to hit someone. Lord Beerus, Mr. Weiss, we are ready to return to Earth. The three of Wujit came to the God of Destruction realm. It has been half a year, and the food they brought has basically been eaten, and several people plan to go back. After all, cultivation also has to combine work and rest, and they are ready to take a rest. Let's go together. VES Beerus missed the food on Earth. He hadn't eaten it for more than half a year, and VES was also a little hungry, so several people rushed to Earth non-stop. After half a year of cultivation, Wujit successfully mastered the Extreme Omen, Super Blue transformed, Da Special successfully transformed into Super Red, and Trunks reached Super 2. Beerus and VES returned to the God of Destruction realm after eating a meal on Earth's beauty, and Gadget was also ready to return to his own time and space, and after being away for so long, he missed ties a little. The original plan was to teach Trunks to go back for a while, but because of the arrival of Date and the unexpected acquaintance with Beerus and Weiss, Gadget did not want to give up such a good opportunity to cultivate, so he decided to stay longer. In half a year, Vegeta and Nappa have already arrived on Earth, but I don't know how the battle is going this time. Xiao Gohan's combat power exceeds Vegeta, plus the cultivation of the Turtle Immortals. I think it should be able to spend safely. I just don't know if Frieza will pass through the bugging device of Vegeta's combat power detector and know about the Dragon Ball on Namek, and this time Vic is not dead, so he didn't say the information of Namek. Gadget turned his head and thought that he had not seen the Monkey King of his world, and with the character of the Monkey King, if he knew his existence, he would pester him to ask for advice, and when he thought of this, Gadget had a headache. Forget it, it's really not okay, just use a doppelganger to send him off, but you can't let him ruin the time he and his wife stick. Chapter 32. After Gadget returned to his own time and space, he moved teleport to Taiza's side, wrapped it. Taiz was startled. After seeing that it was Gadget, he didn't get angry. He said that he would go back, but he actually went for half a year, reached out and twisted Gadget's waist. It hurts. Wujit hurriedly begged for mercy. How can a woman do this trick? Humph, you know how powerful I am. Taiz saw Gojit begging for mercy and looked proud. Of course, my wife is the best. Gadget immediately rubbed Taiza's shoulders and legs. If Taiz was not satisfied, then he could only sleep on the sofa tonight. Count you as an acquaintance. Taiz gave Gojit a very good look from your boy. Then Gadget holds Taiz and learns about what happened on Earth during this time. Through Taiz's mouth, it was learned that after Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, they were stopped by Vic and others, and the two sides fought fiercely, and then Goku arrived and fought one-on-one with Vegeta. Both of them were defeated. Vegeta used an artificial moon, transformed into a big ape, and was finally defeated by everyone, but did not kill him and let him go back. But during the fight, Vegeta revealed the news of the Dragon Ball, which was overheard by Frieza. Frieza went directly to Earth. Goku and others were fully prepared under the notice of the King of the Northern Realm, but Frieza's strength was too strong. Everyone was destroyed, and finally Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, defeated Frieza, and then went to Namek for help. Goku met Frieza's father, King Kurd, in Namek, and the two sides fought fiercely, ending with the destruction of Namek and the death of King Kurd, and Goku also went to the planet Adrated to cultivate as in the original book. The Nemesis used Dragon Balls to find a suitable place to live. Hearing that Goku was not on Earth, Gadget breathed a sigh of relief. After this, Gohan continued to practice with the Turtle Immortals. Vic Tianjin Fan returned to his own place to cultivate. Yamcha and Bulma broke up, spent a lot of time outside, and Vegeta successfully ascended to the throne. Gadget and Taiz were tired and crooked all day. They had to sit in a chair for dinner, and they almost washed together in the bath, but fortunately Gadget took it in time. Otherwise when the time came, the gun would be fired, and it would not be good to see blood. Early the next morning, Gogeta got up early and went to the restaurant for breakfast, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Vegeta eating breakfast. Yo! Vegeta turned out to be so early? Vegeta heard someone call him, looked up, his pupil shrank. This guy? It's a Saiyan. Vegeta saw the tail behind Gogeta at a glance. How is it possible, and in addition to him and Kakarot, there are purebred Saiyans? Who are you? Vegeta looked unkind and stared at Gogeta as if he was about to strike in the next second. Don't be so nervous, Vegeta. Gadget walked over to the table, sat down, and instructed the chef to make him breakfast. Vegeta's gaze did not leave Gadget for a moment. He couldn't see the depth of the person in front of him. Now even if he can transform into a Super Saiyan Kakarot, he can feel the powerful power of Kakarot, but this person in front of him, the feeling to him is ethereal. Close his eyes and feel the existence of this person, but open his eyes but really in front of him, My name is Gadget, and I'm... Gadget briefly introduced himself and explained his origins. So it is, just like Kakarot. Vegeta summed up simply and clearly after listening to Gadget's introduction. Hey! Hearing Vegeta say this, Gogeta hardened, his fists hardened. Although it is a fact, he and Goku were exiled to a very remote planet because of poor qualifications, but being said like this, Gogeta was still a little annoyed, so Gogeta decided to beat Vegeta hard. His grandmother's can't speak and shut his mouth. After a quick breakfast, Gogeta said to Vegeta, "Do you want to know how to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta dreamed of becoming a Super Saiyan, and when he heard this, he answered without hesitation. "Of course you want to, how, you know?" "Of course, it's just a Super Saiyan." The corners of Gadget's mouth raised slightly, and he transformed on the spot, and the golden aura covered Gadget's whole body, looking like a large light bulb from a distance. Abominable! Vegeta saw that Gogeta really transformed into a Super Saiyan and clenched his fists angrily. "How do you become a Super Saiyan? This is your attitude of asking for someone." Gogeta clasped his hands to his chest, just looked at Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling very embarrassed. When did he ask someone to do something? The two sides stalemated for a while, and finally, Vegeta bowed his head. "Please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan." "Well, that's right, to ask for someone is to have a supplicant attitude." Gadget nodded with satisfaction, and then flew out of the window. "Follow me." Gogeta took Vegeta to a desolate area, transformed into a super race for the first time, and couldn't control so much power. It will cause damage to the surrounding environment, and Gadget does not want to destroy his home. To transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to have a calm heart, a calm spirit, and then trigger a rapid increase in the number of S cells in the body through anger, and you can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. You've been living on Earth for a few months, you should be up to the mark, you can try to transform. Gogeta said so much. Vegeta listened to the word anger, and he couldn't understand the rest. What S cells, calm heart, calm spirit, all rolled away. Ha! Vegeta roared up to the sky and unleashed all his power. But nothing has changed in his body. When Gogeta saw Vegeta like this, he knew that he definitely didn't understand, so he stimulated Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, if you can't transform into a Super Saiyan, you will be trampled under Kakarot for the rest of your life. Maybe even Gohan will be able to transform in the future, and the gap between you and them is getting bigger and bigger, and in the end you can't even see their backs." When Vegeta heard this, he couldn't help but feel an angry emotion in his heart. How could he be trampled under Kakarot's feet? He was angry that he couldn't become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta asked himself over and over again in his heart, and finally Vegeta was extremely angry, and golden light began to appear on his body. Ha! Vegeta roared and finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now Vegeta's heart is very happy, he can finally transform into a Super Saiyan. He now feels invincible, the power in his body is constantly pouring out, he feels that he can defeat Kakarot, and Gogeta in front of him. Vegeta has a classic smile on her face. And Vegeta is known to be beaten up every time she puts a confident smile on her face, and this time is no exception. Chapter 33. What is this gas? Super Saiyan. Warriors all over the earth felt Vegeta's power. Vegeta, this guy, has also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vic was very unwilling. Obviously Vegeta was similar to himself not long ago, but the Saiyan's unreasonable speed of improvement, how can others catch up? Vegeta just transformed into a super race and attacked Gadget. Gogeta shook his head. This guy, carried away by the power, did not explore the details of others, blindly attacked. No wonder he was beaten so badly by the 18th. Gogeta easily dodged Vegeta's attack and began to taunt Vegeta. "Why, the Prince of the Tang Saiyan, just like this, you still want to surpass Kakarot? Wash and sleep." Vegeta was instantly enraged. Damn, don't underestimate me. Bastard. Vegeta punched Gadget in the face, and was easily caught by Gadget, who continued to taunt. Did you not eat in the morning? Just this bit of power? Too slow, too slow. Was continuously taunted by Gadget. Vegeta couldn't stand it. Terrifying energy condensed in his hands. He didn't care what would happen to the earth at this time. His goal now was to blast this hateful guy in front of him into slag. Go and die. Ha! They. Kigong wave in Vegeta's hand rushed straight towards Gadget, and seeing that Gogeta didn't move, Vegeta finally showed a smile on his face, confident that no one could catch his move. Soon, Vegeta couldn't laugh, only to see Gogeta stretching out his hand and opening his palm. Vegeta's huge Kigong wave, imprisoned by Gadget, held it in his hand. Just this bit of energy, you still want to kill me? You fellow! Vegeta couldn't stand it and rushed towards Gogeta, and in an instant, Vegeta flew out upside down, faster than when he rushed over. Vegeta crashed through the rows of stone pillars, and finally embedded in the stone, became the norm, and passed out. Seeing Vegeta's miserable state, Gogeta felt comfortable, extinguished the energy of Vegeta in his hand, came to Vegeta's side, carefully admired Vegeta's miserable appearance, and then went back. I don't know how long it took, it was dark. Vegeta finally woke up. He felt severe pain all over his body, endured the pain. Vegeta flew back to Bulma's house. At this time, Bulma was looking around for Vegeta, saw Vegeta covered in scars, and quickly ran over to help Vegeta. What's wrong? How did it hurt like this? Vegeta remembered Gogeta, who gave him a kick and destroyed himself, and his heart was angry. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he fainted again. Bulma quickly dragged Vegeta to treatment. At this time, Wujit fell asleep holding his wife Mimi early, and slept soundly. Alas, poor Vegeta! But it was also a good thing. Vegeta and Bulma's relationship progressed much faster than the original, and the relationship was established soon after. After this, Gadget lived a peaceful life on Earth, instructing Vegeta from time to time until the return of the Monkey King. As early as after Vegeta invaded Earth, Goku learned of Gadget's existence from Gohan and other people, but at that time, Gadget was cultivating with Whis in another time and space, and Goku also went to Namex to borrow Dragon Balls because of Frieza, and also fought with Frieza's father, King Kurd, destroyed Namek, wandered to the planet Adrath, and only returned after a year of cultivation there. It is worth mentioning that Goku learned in Gohan's mouth that he would die of a heart attack in the future, and under Bike's point, Goku made a wish to have a healthy body on Namek, so Goku's heart disease has been solved. After Goku came back, he stayed at home for a few days. He couldn't stay, went to Bulma's house to find Vegeta to discuss. Goku was surprised to find that Vegeta was actually a little stronger than himself, and then, Goku found Gadget. As a result, it can also be expected that Goku ended up in the same way as Vegeta and lay in bed for several days. If I want to say, Goku also deserves it. When Gadget was kissing ties, Goku broke in, and Gadget beat Goku later, and Goku was honest. After Goku returns, Bulma and Ties announce that their wedding will be held together in a week, inviting a group of friends and family to attend. Originally, Vegeta didn't plan to hold a wedding. He felt that it was too troublesome to engage in this, and it was better to cultivate, but he was caught by Gadget. Gadget and Vegeta, two soft rice men, successfully entered Dr. Brive's house. A week later, the western capital Bulma house. The Wukong family, Klin, Bike, Tianjin rice, Lankai, dumplings, Yamcha, turtle immortals, Oolong, Pool, Yachilobe, all present. In addition to these acquaintances, there are many social figures. The wedding venue was full of people. The wedding began. I welcome everyone. The host is the host of the Tianyi First Martial Arts Conference. After the host spoke a lot of speeches. Next, there is a bride to appear. The door of the venue opened. Xiao Gohan led Bulma and Tai slowly walked. The two people were dressed very beautifully today, wearing snow-white wedding dresses, which set off the two more beautifully. Next, there is an invitation to the groom. Vegeta and Gogeta dressed in handsome suits, walking from the gate. Gogeta looked calm and confident, while Vegeta twisted and pinched, a little unaccustomed, and the two walked to their bride. Next is the Q&A session. The host asks the bride and groom if they are willing, can they only love one person in their lives, etc. Vegeta is asked red-faced, and Goku in the audience they almost laughed out of their abs. Finally, there is the exchange of rings, and the groom kisses the bride. After Gogeta and Tais exchanged rings, they generously said that kissing or something, they have long been used to it. Vegeta heard that he had to kiss, or in front of so many people. Vegeta's face was like a boiled shrimp, it was very red, and finally Bulma took the initiative to kiss Vegeta to get this link. The wedding ceremony is over here, please enjoy. What follows is the various shows. After the host officiated the wedding, he came to Goku's side. Mr. Goku, it's all here. The host was a little excited. Wukong, they haven't participated in the world's first martial arts conference for a long time. Without their participation, the martial arts conference looks a little boring. Hey! Goku reached out to say hello. The host found a chair next to him, sat down at Goku's table, and joined their small talk. Not long after, there were 3 tables of people left at the banquet. No way, who called Wujit? This group of people can eat so much. The people who practice martial arts are different. After the wedding, everyone went back to their respective homes. Vegeta took the drunk Bulma back to the room, and as for what to do, it was paid content, hee. Gogeta and Tais finally achieved the right result. Yes. The moon is so round at night. The stars are so bright. Chapter 34. The next day, Gogeta woke up, looked at the red on the sheets, and sighed that he had finally taken off the title of virgin for 2 lifetimes. In the days that followed, Gogeta lived very comfortably, until half a year later, Tais was pregnant. Gogeta spent all his time taking care of Tais, and would take time to cultivate, and then Tais's belly became bigger and bigger. Gogeta began to be anxious, whether he could be a good father. For this Gogeta fell into confusion. Fortunately, with Tais by his side to enlighten, Gogeta also began to be confident that he could be a good father. 3 months after Tais was pregnant, Bulma was also pregnant with Trunks, and the double happiness was coming. Drive and Mrs. Brive happily closed their mouths and grinned all day. However, this guy Vegeta still focuses on cultivation every day. What an idiot. 10 months later, Tais gave birth a girl, and Gogeta took the name Ace, and from then on, Gogeta became a daughter slave. Every time Trunks makes Ace cry, Gogeta will beat Vegeta, which is called to exercise your ability to be beaten. Vegeta is bitter and can't say ah, can't fight and can't run. Time is fleeting. 3 years later, AC is more than a year old, can walk and talk. Gogeta listened to little AC softly calling her father. Her heart is about to melt. What little AC wants, Gogeta will give anything. Beerus will also give little AC as a pet cat, Gogeta said. After the birth of little Ace, Wujit felt deeply in his heart, comprehended the perfect freedom of extreme skill, successfully became silver-haired and free, and his strength was greatly improved. The strength of the empty shell is also much stronger than the same period, and they have reached the full power of the super race, and Xiao Gohan successfully graduated from the Turtle Immortal, and also comprehended the transformation of the Super Saiyan, and Gogeta's task was completed. The rest have also made significant progress. One day, everyone suddenly noticed that a large amount of chi disappeared in the south, so the warriors of the earth went to check. Originally Gogeta did not plan to go, the artificial human, but Bulma and Tais both wanted to see what the artificial man looked like, and Gogeta was worried about his wife's safety and went with him. Goku and Vegeta, who arrived first, only saw the destroyed city, and then the others arrived, and everyone searched together, but found no trace of the artificial human. At this time, Bulma came to the plain, saw everyone's ugly faces, and knew that he had not caught the artificial man. Tais was a little disappointed, turned around and grabbed Gadget's clothes, coquettishly said, "Gadget, do you have any solutions?" Gadget hugged his daughter and said to Bulma, "Bulma, don't you know the general location of Dr. Gro's laboratory? Just go there and wait for the rabbit." "Soga. Without further ado, let's go." Bulma told everyone the location of Dr. Gro's laboratory, and then set off. On Dr. Gro's side, and number 19 were walking leisurely, not aware of the crisis at all, and by the time the two of them returned to the door of the laboratory, Goku and the others had been waiting for a long time. Dr. Gro saw so many people gathered here, and he was also a little confused. How could these people find this place so quickly? So he ordered the 19th to go up and delay time, and he went back to start the 17th and 18th. Gohan stepped forward to face number 19. Goku and Vegeta did not act, they both wanted to see how strong the android was. Gohan also did not grind, directly transformed into a super race. To the 19th Emil, the 19th grasped the opportunity, grabbed Gohan's arm, began to absorb energy, but at this moment Gohan, who has entered the teachings of the Turtle Immortals, and has seen a hellish future, does not have the slightest thought of underestimating the enemy. At this time, Gohan's heart is the same as Goku's just out of the master when he was a child. He has no mercy for the wicked, and he kills them all. At that time, Goku's opponent was the Red Ribbon Legion, and now Gohan's opponent is also the Red Ribbon Legion, which is really strikingly similar. Gohan used both hands hard and tore off No. 19's hands, and number 19 felt bad and wanted to escape, but was solved by Gohan's Qigong waves. Dr. Gro also successfully activated number 17 and number 18, the door of the laboratory slowly opened. Dr. Gro laughed. Here Dr. Gro did not know that Goku Vegeta had become very strong, because the small robot he sent out was destroyed by Gadget before he could get close. "Prepare to die. Ha 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 ha." Before Dr. Gro finished laughing, his chest was pierced by a hand. It was number 17. Dr. Gro turned back in disbelief, and just wanted to say something. Number 17 kicked Dr. Gro's head off. "Verbose old man, who will listen to you?" Number 17 clapped his hands, and just as he was about to turn around, he saw Sun Wukong in the crowd. "Sun Wukong!" Number 18 heard No. 17's voice and also turned around. "Hey? You know me?" Goku asked strangely. At this time, Gohan explained. "Dad, they are artificial humans created by Dr. Gro. The purpose is to take revenge on the Monkey King who eliminated the Red Ribbon Legion. Didn't I tell you before?" Gohan is a little helpless. His father, it's really worrying. No wonder his mother has always wanted to study well, just afraid that he will become such an idiot. "He's right, we're artificial humans created to avenge you." Number 17 affirmed Gohan's claim. Bang dang! The lid containing number 16 fell to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Just now number 18 was about to call number 17 to come over, accidentally pressed to start. No 16's huge body came out of it. Number 16 was expressionless, his gaze swept over everyone, and when he saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he reacted. "Number 16, were you also made to kill Sun Wukong?" Number 18 asked number 16. "That's right." Number 16 replied expressionlessly. "Sun Wukong is here, let's kill him." Number 17 heard No. 16's answer, pointed to Monkey King, and issued an invitation to number 16. "No, through my perception, the energy of the Monkey King far exceeds the sum of the three of us, and so does Vegeta." Number 16 told the truth, but number 17 didn't believe it, and in Dr. Gro's information, he was the strongest person in the world. "Humph! You are also quite discerning." Vegeta heard number 16's words and praised. Number 17 did not believe that he was not the number one in the world, wanted to prove himself, and rushed to Vegeta. "Humph! Bite off more than one can chew." Seeing Number 17 rushing towards him, Vegeta was full of disdain, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and with just one blow, beat number 17 to the ground and couldn't get up. At this time, Vegeta would not be thinking in her heart, it turns out that Gadget's beating me is like this, I was simply a clown at that time. Gadget, that's right, that's what you think. Chapter 35. Seeing that number 17 was solved by Vegeta's kick, number 18 just wanted to rush up, but was caught by number 16. The gap between you is too big, even if you count it, it's useless. Then shall we just tie up and let them kill? Number 18 rhetorical question. Number 16. The 16th said. According to the character of the Monkey King, he will not kill us. How is that possible? The 18th still doesn't believe it, they were made in order to kill Sun Wukong, how could Sun Wukong let them go? He is right, I will not kill you, but if you do something bad, I will definitely destroy you. Goku can even let Frieza go, if not for Frieza himself looking for death, Goku would not have killed him, and the same is true for these artificial people, as long as they don't do anything harmful, Goku won't care about them. Then Goku and they left, leaving Bulma and Ties, and Bulma asked the three artificial humans. You should have no place to go now, do you want to go to my house? I can arrange work for you. This. Number 18 hesitated, and number 16 silently spoke. I'm the richest man in the world, it's easy to arrange a job for you. Bulma threw out the king bomb, hitting No 18's soft underbelly, and number 18 agreed without hesitation. Bulma returned to the plane with the three of them, and Gadget was having a lot of fun with her daughter, and was a little surprised to see Bulma and Ties bring the android back, but didn't say anything. Bulma started the plane, not long after flying out, Gadget suddenly thought that Shayla was still in the basement of the research institute, so he opened the plane door and fired a Qigong wave to wipe out the entire laboratory together with the surroundings. If Shayla can still live like this, then even if his life should not be extinguished, spare his life. After returning to the western capital, Goku and Vegeta found Gadget again, and every once in a while in recent years, they would find Gadget to fight, although they all ended in a fiasco, but the two of them were happy. After sending the two away, back home, Bulma and Ties were chatting with number 17 and number 18, and number 16 was quietly on the side. Little Ace seemed to like number 16, crawling around on him, touching here, looking there, seeing Gadget come back, happily running over. Cao Chi, hug. Gadget picked up her daughter, kissed her on the face, and asked her. Do you want to be a father? Want. Little Ace lay on Gadget's chest and kissed Gadget. How much do you want to? I really want to. Little Ace said and stretched out her hand to gesture, it was simply cute. Gadget sat next to Ties with her daughter in her arms, listening to them chatting and teasing her at the same time. The three of them remained at Bulma's house on the 18th. This concludes the Android chapter. As Ace grew up, the mind of the king of Ties's science fiction became active again. She had not written a novel for many years, so Ties asked Gadget to take her to the time and space where Gadget last went, that is, the time and space where there were two trunks. Gadget agreed without thinking, and his wife spoiled herself. So Gadget took Ties and Ace to the future space-time. Bulma in this time and space is already very old, and it is very happy to see her sister again, and it is great to be able to see her family again in her lifetime. And little Ace, Bulma is lost in little Ace's little sister-in-law. Da Te and Xiaowu also had a child, a boy named Aquabes, who was a little older than Ace but a generation younger. The two children played together. It just so happened that Beerus and Weiss also came to Earth, and over the years, the two of them have come to Earth from time to time to eat and drink, and if it were not for the great business of the Bulma family, they would not be able to withstand such a scourge from them. Yo, Lord Beerus and Mr. Weiss, such a coincidence. Gadget greeted warmly. You boy, finally reappeared. Long time no see, Mr. Gadget. Ves and Beerus were followed by Date and Trunks, and the two greeted Gadget in surprise. You two have become stronger. Gadget could feel the powerful power contained in the bodies of the two, Date had reached the level of Super Blue, and Trunks had reached the level of Super Red. Hehe, we've been practicing seriously over the years. How about Mr. Gadget have a fight with the two of them? Weiss suggested. I also have this idea, let me see how much you two have improved over the years. After Gadget finished speaking, he flew into the sky, followed by the two Trunks. Please advise, Mr. Gadget ×2. The three of them took a fighting stance and began to fight, and Date and Trunks took the lead, and the two of them wrapped up one left and one right, and launched a fierce attack. Widget easily flashed the fists and feet of the two, and Widget's free extreme skill has been integrated into ordinary life little by little, but there is still a long way to go from being fully integrated. In Widget's eyes, the two of them were full of flaws, and Gadget grabbed the heads of the two and bumped them together. It hurts. ×2. The two covered their heads. Gadget would not give them a chance to relax, rushed up and kicked Jet, and then turned around and kicked out. Trunks also flew out, crashed into Data. Date just stabilized his body, saw Trunks flying, quickly reached out to catch Trunks, but did not expect that the power was so great, slipped out a distance to unload this power. Bring out your true skills, this power is not enough. Gadget lets the two use their full strength. When the two heard this, they transformed into Super Saiyan. It's really flattened. Widget saw that the two only transformed into super matches, a little unhappy, directly rushed up, flew halfway. Gadget suddenly flashed and disappeared, and instantly arrived behind the two, a set of wolf-tooth wind fists, greeted Date. Trunks stepped forward to help, but the fist was dodged by Widget. A backhand punch hit Trunks' chest, followed by a set of wolf-teeth wind fists, hitting two Trunks in pain. Da Special gathered a wave, wanted to engage in a sneak attack behind Widget. How can this little trick escape Widget's perception? Turned his head slightly, dodged, raised his hand to pay tribute to Date's Qigong wave. Date quickly dodged to the side, but he didn't know that Widget had already seen through, and another Qigong wave flew to Date. Date didn't have time to dodge, he could only cross his hands and resist this blow. Trunks turned on the prince's battle method, a series of Qigong waves flew towards Widget, the smoke generated by the explosion, covering Widget's body. Date and Trunks used big moves at the same time, and there were some incomprehensible gestures in the void. Ha! ×2. Two Qigong waves fly into the smoke, and the explosion produces more smoke. The smoke cleared, revealing the figure of Gadget, who was not harmed at all. Not even a little ash on his clothes. Not bad, this blow just now felt a little. Gadget patted the non-existent dust on his clothes. Chapter 36. Date and Trunks looked at the unscathed Gadget, knowing that if they didn't show all their strength, they might not be able to touch the corners of Gadget's clothes, so the two transformed again. Ha! A red and a blue light shone through the audience. Super Blue Grand and Super Red Trunks appear. I'll also show you a little bit of skill. Gadget also transforms into Super Blue, and the three of them fight together. They collision of fists to flesh made the two children watch their blood boil. Wow! Dad is so good! Little Ace saw Gadget fighting for the first time, her eyes shining with gold, and Yakbiza's eyes were also full of excitement. Not bad, you two, you've become so strong. Gadget praised the two while fighting. Of course, we worked hard to cultivate with Mr. Weiss, and we didn't slack off at all. Hearing Gadget's praise, both of them had smiles on their faces. After all, who wouldn't want to be affirmed by their elders? Okay, let's go here, you can't control it if you fight again. Gadget flashed out of the battlefield, returned to normal, and said to the two. The two also returned to normal and fell to the ground, and Weiss smiled happily. The two of you are cultivating very hard, Mr. Gadget, and their talent is not low, to be able to become so strong. Beerus also interjected. These two brats are quite good, this level can probably be used as a candidate for the god of destruction in other universes. But I think Trunks' character is more suitable as the Realm King God, Lord Beerus, and if they become the Realm King God, with their strength, Lord Beerus, you don't have to worry that the Realm King God will die and implicate Lord Beerus. Gadget's words made Beerus's eyes widen. It seems so. Lord Beerus. Weiss also gave high praise. Te made it clear that he was not the king god of the realm, and after eliminating Zamas, the king of the realm Shen Xian said that he could let Te be a candidate for the king god of the realm in that time and space, but was explicitly rejected by Te. Trunks didn't know, it stands to reason that the two have similar personalities, and their thoughts should be the same. I'm very sorry, Lord Beerus, we don't have this idea for the time being. Sure enough, both refused. However, we will protect Lord God of the realm. Teo patted his chest and assured. Is Mr. Gadget here to challenge Lord Beerus? Weiss asked Gadget. No, this time it is my wife who wants to come over, and I am not sure of winning against Lord Beerus, and when I am sure, I will definitely challenge Lord Beerus. Wujit's current strength is not enough to win against Beerus, and Beerus's strength is also one of the best among the god of destruction, and it may be possible to challenge Beerus until Wujit can use the free extreme intention gong it will in the Super 4 state, or cultivate to a higher level of freedom extreme skill. You want to beat me? It won't be possible for you brat to cultivate for another million years. Beerus said disdainfully. However, it didn't matter what Beerus was talking about, no one knew what was going on in his heart. Okay, don't talk about it, let's eat some food. Bulma asked the chef to prepare the food, and everyone went to the restaurant to eat. At the dinner table, Tais and Weiss chatted very happily, Ves was well informed, and many interesting stories made Tais inspired and praised Weiss one after another. Bulma is very fond of her niece, holding her in her arms to feed, provoking Yakbis quite angry. He feels that his status is not secure. Little Ace grimaced at Yakbis. Slightly. Yakbis almost couldn't bear it, and finally Little Ace was carried by Gadget, only to avoid a big war. When Gadget was talking about the god of destruction candidate, Gadget thought of Broly. This guy can match the super blue monster under normal conditions, so after eating his fill, Gadget asked Beerus, who was lying on the beach chair. Lord Beerus, I know a very powerful guy, I think he can be a god of destruction candidate, I wonder if Lord Beerus is interested. Hearing Gadget say that he was a very powerful guy, Beerus was a little interested, so he asked rhetorically. Is that guy as good as you? He's not as powerful as me for the time being, but this guy has great potential, and his body is as strong as a monster. Gadget probably described Broly's strength, and Beerus was a little interested by Gadget. Then go check it out and let me see how good this guy is. For the powerhouse of his own universe, Beerus still has to know. Ves takes Beerus, Gadget, and Tais, two Trunks, to Wampa Star together to find Broly. It didn't take long for everyone to come to Wampa Star and descend on it. Beerus looked at the environment of Wampa Star and complained. The environment is really rubbish. Is that guy you are talking about really on this kind of planet? Of course, this kind of environment can create strong people. On Paragas's side, he actually saw someone descending here directly from space today, and he was overjoyed and rushed directly to the direction of landing. When he ran over there, as soon as he stopped, a huge monster appeared behind him, and was about to attack him, and he quickly shouted, Broly! A tall man instantly rushed out in the distance. It was none other than Broly. I saw that Broly solved the monster with one kick. A monster as big as a small mountain, smashed heavily on the ground, splashing a burst of smoke. Beerus pointed at Broly and said, This guy is what you call a very powerful guy. That's right, Lord Beerus. Gadget replied affirmatively. Broly's strength was undoubted. His potential might only be comparable to Gohan, of course, except for Gadget, who fused Veget's potential, and the potential had already broken through the sky. Can you take us off this planet? Paragus ran to Beerus and asked eagerly. "You're a scion too?" Beerus looked at the old man in front of him and asked with some impatience. Paragus chuckled inwardly, these people in front of him would not be the enemies of the scions, right? Specially come to seek revenge. Paragus turned his head and thought of Broly's terrifying combat power, and his heart calmed down again. Even if he came to seek revenge, it was a big deal that he continued to stay here. "That's right, I'm a scion and this is my son Broly," Paragus replied calmly. Beerus pointed at Gadget and said, "This guy said your son is very powerful, and if Broly is really that powerful, I can take you out of here." When Paragas heard this, he was a little hesitant. Once Broly fought, he might run away, and there was no distinction between enemies and friends. If he couldn't stop it in time, then he would be GG. He didn't believe that the few people in front of him could stop Broly. Chapter 37. Once Broly fights, he will gradually run away, and if he can't stop it in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Paragath voiced Broly's question, which he hoped would dispel the men. Gadget said, "Don't worry, let me tell you, this is the strongest being in our universe, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, it's no problem to have him. Besides, Trunks is Vegeta's son." Paragus heard Gadget say this, the hatred in his heart filled his heart in an instant, coupled with the idea that he also wanted to leave here in his heart. He agreed to let Broly fight these people. Paragus said to Broly, "Broly, don't keep your hands, fight with all your strength, the other party is Vegeta's son." Turning to Gadget said to Date, "Trunks, it's up to you to fight Broly." Date didn't expect Gadget to let him come, and he thought that Gadget made his own move. "You have been cultivating with Lord Beerus for so long, allowing you to play can better reflect Broly's power." There was no way, Da Special had to play. Broly rushed to Da T fiercely, the ground was trampled to pieces by Broly's terrifying power. Trunks crossed his hands, wanting to block Broly's fist, but he didn't expect Broly's power to be so terrifying. The stone under his feet instantly cracked, and Da T was punched into the ground by Broly. Da T instantly entered the super match state, carried Broly's fist and rushed out of the ground, kicked Broly, because he had no combat experience, he ate this kick hard, punched Da T, and the two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Broly gradually learned in the fight and began to gain the upper hand, making it difficult for Date to parry with every punch and kick. Broly saw the opportunity, grabbed Date's head, slammed it on the ground, and then pressed it on the stone beside him, scraped it fiercely, and threw it on the stone pillar in the distance. Da T was embedded on it, his eyes were blank, and he was beaten by Broly to doubt his life. Broly did not give Da T a chance to breathe, rushed forward, a powerful punch, smashed towards Da T. Da T quickly turned his head to dodge, the stone pillar behind him was directly blasted into pieces by Broly. Da T kicked Broly in the chest, Broly did not move, grabbed Da T's foot, jumped high, and smashed it the ground. Da T's eyes widened, blood spat out of his mouth, and he was smashed by Broly again, in pain. Just when Broly lifted Da T again, Da T suddenly transformed into a super god and kicked Broly in the chest fiercely. This time, Broly flew out upside down and smashed into the stone pile. On the other side, Trunks asked Gadget, "Mr. Gadget, why did Broly become so cranky when he heard that we were Vegeta's sons?" Gadget briefly explained the cause and effect. "So it is." Trunks did not expect that his grandfather was actually such a person, because he was afraid of the power of others, afraid that the status of Vegeta's line would not be secure, and exiled Broly to such a place. If he changed to himself, he would not feel good. At this time, Broly's power skyrocketed again, and his pupils turned golden, which is Broly's unique form, new form, and the power of this form is not lost to Super Blue. Broly and Da T fought together again. Broly once again had the upper hand. The Super Red form of Big Te could not bear Broly's attack at all. Every collision, Te would be shocked, and if it went on like this, Dash would be exhausted by Broly and lost to Broly, and Big T knew this. Once again, with the help of Broly's power, Te stayed away from Broly, accumulated strength, transformed into Super Blue, and the azure light shone in the audience, and Super Blue Te appeared. Broly continued to attack Date, who responded, and the two sides punched violently, colliding together, and the moment of collision, powerful energy was generated, everything around it shattered, and the ground collapsed into a huge circle crater. After a brief stalemate, Te retreated, unable to compete in strength, so Te began to attack from a distance. The Qigong waves in Te's hands were continuously emitted, and Broly resisted hard in the flesh, rushing towards Te. Te's flexible dodge, and continued to send waves. Broly saw that he couldn't catch Te, roared, and a lot of energy was gathered in his hands. An emerald green energy bomb formed in Broly's hands, and a layer of energy shields appeared around his body, blocking Te's Qigong waves. Te saw Broly gathering Qi waves, his hands were unfolded, and he also began to gather Qi. Final flash! Ha! Both sides hit at the same time, and the final flash of Date collided with Broly's energy bomb, and the two sides froze for a while, and no one could help the other. Ha! Ah! The two increased their energy output, and the two forces exploded instantly, illuminating half the planet with dazzling light. Trunks gasped and consumed a lot, but Broly had nothing to do. Te saw that Broly was stronger than him and decisively admitted defeat. I lost, Broly, you are really strong. At this time, Gadget began to make trouble. He secretly separated a doppelganger, did not hide the eyes of Beerus and Whis, and then turned into the appearance of King Vegeta, came to Paragus, and shouted. Sure enough, you father and son should have been killed in the first place, but I didn't expect your son to become so strong. When Paragus saw King Vegeta, he was pleasantly surprised, and quickly shouted to Broly, Broly, this is our enemy, hurry up and kill him. As soon as Broly turned his head, he saw King Vegeta kill Paragus with one move. Broly's eyes widened, and a wave of anger frantically hit Broly's brain. Broly covered his head in pain and roared. Ah! Yes! Grass green energy, from Broly's body continues to gush, a soaring green energy column surrounded Broly. Broly slowly soared, to a certain moment, the energy column suddenly compressed, turned into a green sphere, surrounded Broly. Ah! HH! Countless green energy projectiles flew out from the green sphere, inflicting indiscriminate blows on the surroundings, and a protective shield appeared in front of him to protect everyone around him. After a wild bombardment, Broly turned his gaze to the culprit, King Vegeta, Gadget's doppelganger. Broly condensed energy in his hand and quickly rushed towards King Vegeta, and in King Vegeta's shocked eyes, he blasted the man who killed his father into scum. Then he rushed to Gadget, who was closest to him, and Gadget smiled. It's my turn to play. Gadget got up and flew into the distance, Broly chased behind. That's almost it. Gadget turned and faced Broly, who was rushing away, and began the battle with Broly. What a monster! Te was shocked, the normal can match his own, and even stabilize the pressure. But he didn't expect that the power after transforming into a Super Saiyan was so terrifying. Just the energy sent out unconsciously, let himself be difficult to resist. Trunks is in the same mood, and he can't even resist another self who is stronger than himself, let alone himself? Chapter 38. Gadget transformed into Super Blue, reached out to block Broly's fist, raised his leg and kicked Broly's body fiercely. Broly had lost his mind at this time, completely ran away, couldn't dodge at all, and ate Gadget's attack hard, and then roared. Ah! Swinging his fist again, hitting Gadget's handsome face, Gadget pulled Broly's fist with his left hand, charged his right hand, and punched Broly's chest. Yay! This punch made Broly feel severe pain, opened his mouth wide, spit out a mouthful of blood. Gadget kicked Broly in the face again, directly kicked Broly flying, and then Gadget exploded, turned into a blue light, flew towards Broly. Broly also exploded, turned into green light, and rushed towards Gadget. A blue and a green figure constantly collided in the air, like two shooting stars, streaking across the dark starry sky. Gadget and Broly kept fighting, hitting from the sky to the ground, and then into the ground, and the hot magma could not cause them the slightest trouble, but instead spewed out the ground in the impact of the two. In the magma, Broly punched Gokujit again, retreated repeatedly. Broly gathered energy in his hand, reached out and pressed Gadget. Gadget's eyes were quick, grabbed the energy in Broly's hand with one hand, crushed it hard, and in Broly's shocked eyes, an upward hook punch knocked Broly out of the magma. Broly flew out of the magma and flew into the air. Gokujit teleported to Broly's face, and the Qigong waves condensed by his hands pressed on Broly's body, and the energy exploded in an instant, and Broly smashed the mountain in the distance. Aha! Ha! They! Energy in Broly's body soared again, the green energy shattered the mountains behind him, and Broly entered again. His hair was no longer blonde, but a grass-green hair. Broly raised his hand, and a grass-green energy bomb instantly formed, became larger, and then slammed into Gadget, who caught it with one hand. Ha! Gadget crushed the energy bomb with force, and the energy bomb turned into green fragments and slowly dissipated. And Broly has come to Gadget. Gadget didn't have time to react, was punched in the face. Broly punched again, hit Gadget's stomach. The terrifying power penetrated Gadget, and the mountain behind collapsed directly. Broly grabbed Gadget's hair, lifted it up, and reached out to aim at Gadget's face, gesturing to reward him with a Qigong wave. Gadget bent his knees and smashed into Broly's chest, wrapped his hands around Broly's hands, dragged Broly, rushed to the ground, and threw him out fiercely. Boom! There was a lot of smoke on the ground and Broly's condition was not visible. Yay! Ha! Broly exploded again, blowing away the smoke. Broly raised his hand. The prince's combat method was mastered, and the green energy bombs flew densely towards Gadget, and Gadget approached Broly while flexibly dodging in the air. Gadget went around behind Broly. The moment Broly turned around, Gadget's fist had reached Broly's face, beating Broly back repeatedly. Broly raised his hand to send out Qigong waves. Gadget jumped lightly, dodged, rotated a few times in midair, kicked Broly. Broly resisted with both hands, still could not block this force, and plowed two long marks under his feet. As soon as Broly lowered his arm, Gadget's energy bombs rained down in the sky, catching Broly off guard. Broly howled in pain, gathered energy, and formed a green shield in front of him, struggling to block Gadget's attack. Gokujit found that Broly had reached the limit, stopped the attack in his hand, and condensed the Turtle Sect Qigong. Ha! The Turtle Faction Qigong hit Broly, and instantly produced a violent explosion. Gadget fell to the ground and waited for the smoke to clear. After the smoke cleared, Broly had returned to normal, unconscious. Gadget lifted Broly and returned to the spectators. Gadget put Broly down and Beerus asked, "How's it going, Lord Beerus?" "Very good, but there is too little combat experience, only brute force is used." Beerus gave the assessment, and Weiss agreed. "After all, I haven't fought anyone else for decades, it's very powerful. Trunks can't beat Broly, as long as he exercises a little, he is an excellent fighter." Gadget added. "But I feel that Broly's personality is also a little unsuitable for being a god of destruction, and his heart is very pure and kind. But it depends on his own ideas. Humph, I haven't even agreed to him as a candidate for the god of destruction." Beerus was a little upset. He was the god of destruction, okay. It's okay, if you can't be a god of destruction, you can be something else. Or stay on Earth too. Gadget doesn't care, Bulma is also raised, whatever you want, he just wants to see Broly, so that he can go back to find Broly over there. Now he remembers Broly's breath. When the time comes, use teleportation to move over, no longer need to use the power of Weiss. I'm thinking about it. Beerus decided to think again. Gadget came to Paragatha's body, raised his hand for a healing technique. Paragus was resurrected with blood, and Gadget did not kill him, but just used him to stimulate Broly. Paragus opened his eyes. Am I still alive? He looked at his hands and couldn't believe it. Gadget came to Broly again, also with a healing spell, and Broly was also resurrected with blood. Broly stood up and was about to attack Gadget, who pointed to the side. Father! Broly was very happy to see that his father was okay, and Paragus was also very happy to see Broly. He almost went to Hades just now, and the hatred in his heart was also diluted. He just wanted to live well with his son. Father and son hugged together. Paragus felt his shoulders moist, his heart shook. All these years, he still cared too little about Broly. He was bent on revenge, ignored Broly's feelings, but fortunately, it can be made up. Thinking of this, Paragus said to Broly, Broly, you have worked hard all these years. After saying that, Paragus felt Broly hug tighter, and Paragus touched Broly's head and said, well, such a big person is still crying. When Te saw this scene, he also missed his father Vegeta a little. Okay, let's go, I'll take you out of here. Gadget interrupted the two who were playing out a father-son relationship. However, Broly still didn't trust him very much, and his eyes were a little wary. Gadget had to explain to Broly that he only wanted to see Broly's power and used his father, Paragath. Then he told Paragus about Vegeta's vein, and Paragus was overjoyed to hear that Vegeta's vein was all dead, and as for Trunks, he didn't look like Vegeta, not counting. Broly sees that his father has forgiven Gadget, and he no longer is hostile to Gadget. Finally, the two followed back to Earth. Chapter 39. After returning to Earth, the Broly father and son finally stopped looking dilapidated, and after a simple freshening, they looked more energetic. Gadget had already eaten very vigorously, and Date saw the two arrive and beckoned them to sit down for dinner. Broly looked at the food he had never seen before in front of him, and was a little stunned. Paragus had already gulped down. How long had it been? How long had he not eaten decent food? And at this moment his heart was very satisfied. Broly saw that his father had eaten and began to eat. He picked up a barbecue, took a bite, and the feeling was different from before. It was too delicious. Broly also gulped up, but ate too quickly, choked. On the side Te picked up the cup, poured a glass of water and handed it to Broly. Broly took it and drank it, feeling very comfortable, so he asked Te, what is this? This is water. Te felt great sympathy for Broly. He had not even drunk water, and he hated his unmasked grandfather even more. Teo took out a bottle of juice and handed it to Broly, and said, this is delicious, try it. Broly took a bite and said earnestly to Dat, thank you, Trunks, I love it. Broly, who does not fight, is a good boy who is polite. After a meal, everyone sat on the ground and chatted, and Te was very curious about how Broly's power came from, so he asked, Broly, how did you cultivate and become so strong? And what is that transformation of yours, Super Saiyan? Broly said, I fight monsters on the planet every day, and I don't know about transformation. Paragus explained at this time. Broly is a Saiyan mutant. When Broly was young, there were occasional violent runs, and at first I thought it was a problem with the tail, so I cut off Broly's tail, but the situation did not improve, and Broly would still run away. And Broly's strength grew every day, and I soon wasn't Broly's opponent, and my eye was injured by Broly at that time. So I put a controller on Broly, and when he ran away, press the button, and the controller would release electricity, stopping Broly from running away, and he could better control Broly. I'm sorry. Broly, Paragas said, apologizing to Broly, for his control of Broly over the years, for hurting Broly's childhood playmate. Broly touched the cloth on his waist and said to his father, it's okay. Father Broly never resented his father in his heart, in his heart, his father was always the most important. Okay, don't talk about these sad topics, let's talk about some interesting things. Bulma saw that the atmosphere was a little dignified, and quickly diverted the topic. Next, Tais told Broly some interesting facts in the universe, and Broly listened very seriously. Two little guys are playing around, and a happy atmosphere fills the surroundings. On Beerus's side, Whis asked Beerus. Lord Beerus, how have you thought about it? Such an excellent destroyer candidate is not easy to find. Beerus did not think of it and did not answer. At this time, Gajit said next. To him, Lord Beerus, if Broly becomes a candidate for the God of Destruction, wouldn't it be very face-saving for you to take him to other universes? Bruce imagined that picture, and when he thought of the other gods of destruction being deflated, Beerus burst into joy and let out a stubborn laugh. Seeing Beerus laugh like this, Gajit knew that it was done. In this way, Broly became a candidate for the God of Destruction, and Paragus followed him to the God of Destruction realm. Some time after the Broly incident, Gajit returned with his wife and daughter, and Tais' material had been collected and she could start writing her novel. After Gajit returned to his own time and space, he went to Wampa Star and took Broly and his father over there to Earth, so that Goku and Vegeta would not pester themselves day by day, and let Broly deal with them. Although Broly is still relatively young and not so strong, but it is still okay to deal with Goku and Vegeta. At first, when Paragus saw Vegeta, he still wanted revenge, but in Vegeta's sentence, King Vegeta, that guy, such a powerful guy actually exiled him, he really deserved to be killed by Frieza. Then, Paragath gave up his revenge. Broly and Paragus settled down on Earth. Bu, who was brought back in the first time and space, was also released by Gajit, and Dr. Brive said that he could not study anything, this thing was too advanced, and he only knew that there were two strands of energy in it, one positive and one evil. Bu will eat as soon as he appears, and if he does not give food, he will be destroyed everywhere, and he will be honest after being taught by Gajit, but Tais thinks that Bu is fat and cute. And every time Bu is disobedient and Gajit wants to beat Bu, he is stopped by Tais. So Bu hugged Tais' thigh, and as long as he was by Tais' side, Gajit did not dare to hit him. Little Ace also likes Bu, Bu's body is soft, Tais and Little Ace lean on Bu when she is fine, not to mention how comfortable it is. Bu's personality is also a child, and soon played with Little Ace, playing all day, once hiding Trunks secretly. Vegeta was angry and about to go up and beat this guy, but he didn't expect to be beaten by Bu. Little Ace clapped on the side, and finally Bulma invited Tais, and Vegeta escaped. Then Bu spit out Trunks from his mouth. It turned out that Trunks was playing hide and seek with Ace and Bu, and Ace was a ghost, and then Trunks hid inside Bu, and Bu hid. After a long time, he didn't find Bu, or Vegeta found Bu, thinking that Bu had stolen Trunks, so Vegeta attacked Bu, but he didn't expect to hit hard stubble. Alas, poor Vegeta! Since then, Vegeta has cultivated even harder, vowing to one day return to the field. Goku also hears that Vegeta has been beaten, so he excitedly challenges Bu, but Bu listens to Tais' words and will not strike casually, unless there is an emergency. Goku saw that Bu refused to make a move, so he tempted Bu with a cake. Bu couldn't resist the temptation and agreed to Goku. Of course, the result can be imagined, Goku was beaten and complained to Vegeta. After that, the two of them worked hard to cultivate, and they broke through Super Saiyan 3 one after another, preparing to find Bu Yuxia before shame, but were finally stopped by Gajit. Gohan is to read while cultivating. After the teaching of Gajit and the Turtle Immortals, Gohan began to cultivate the realm. Reading is Gohan's best cultivation. Gohan spends more and more time on reading, no longer limited to learning knowledge. Those books left by martial arts masters on the earth, Gohan will read, but Goku feels that Gohan will waste time like this, but Gohan ignored Gohan. Thank you Lin Yajun for rewarding the power generation for love. This is the first gift the author received, plus a chapter of thanks. Chapter 40. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and in the blink of an eye came the time of the Bu chapter. At this time, Gohan is 16 years old. Originally Gohan did not plan to go to school, he can learn to read at home, but Gadget said to Kiki that Gohan, the child, can't stay at home all the time to read, he has to go out to meet some friends and enjoy the fireworks of the world. Privately secretly telling Kiki that Gohan might kidnap her a girlfriend or something, Kiki immediately decided to let Gohan go to the nearest city to study. So Gohan went to high school. Without Chiru's existence, Mr. Satan did not become a hero to save the world. Mr. Satan can only be said to be famous, but with the name of the world champion, Mr. Satan is also a rich man. Like the plot, Gohan and Bidalai became classmates. The difference is that Gohan was not influenced by Team Kinnet, resulting in a deformed aesthetic, and under the influence of the Turtle Immortal and Gadget, he did not choose to hide his identity as before. As long as a bad guy appeared, Gohan would be there to solve everything. Therefore, the relationship between Gohan and Bidalai has grown by leaps and bounds. Everything falls into place. Gohan is not like Goku, he is a nerd who does not understand anything. He occasionally reads books about love, and knows these very well. Hey! The two parties quickly met with their parents, finalized some details, and finally decided to let the two go through high school, college, and then get married. On the weekend, Bidalai drove a plane to Gohan's house to look for Gohan, who was reading Taiza's new novel, saw Bidalai, happily stepped forward, took Bidalai's hand and sat on the sofa, asking, "Bidalai, why are you here?" Bidalai gently patted Gohan's arm and said, "After many years, the world's first martial arts conference will be held again, and the time will be set for a month later. Your dad is the champion of the previous session, and my dad is the champion of the previous edition. The champion of this time cannot be given to anyone else. So I decided to participate. Gohan, do you want to participate?" Bidalai said about the world's first martial arts conference and decided to participate, asking Gohan if he would participate. "I won't participate, I'll cheer you on then." For Gohan, he went to abuse vegetables, it's not interesting, it's better to read more books and practice more. "That's right, Gohan, your strength is so strong, there is no point in participating." Bidalai knew that Gohan was powerful and did not force Gohan to participate. Then asked Gohan to guide me in cultivation for the next month. Bidalai asks Gohan to guide her. Gohan agreed without thinking. The two took a months-long vacation from school and began to practice. At Gadget's house, 3 small children were playing, and Bu was sitting on the ground eating pudding, watching the 3 play. Because of Gadget, Trunks is a few months older than the original, and Gokuten has not changed. At this time, AC has become the existence of the eldest sister among the children, and all 3 of them can transform into a super race. AC is the strongest, and there is not much difference between Trunks and Goten. The 3 children were not at home all day long, went out to play outside every day, and several times broke other people's things and were found to the door. Alas, bear children are too difficult to discipline. After they heard that Sister Bidalai wanted to participate in the world's first martial arts conference, they also shouted that they wanted to see it, saying that they wanted to cheer for Sister Bidalai. Goku and Vegeta, this pair of wrongdoers, has long reached the level of Super 3, and is stronger than in the anime. Broly is cultivating hard, and now he can exert his full strength and not storm away, but Broly will not transform into a Super Saiyan yet. Goku has also tried to teach him, but it has not succeeded. Once Broly shows signs of transformation, he will start to run away, which may be the reason why the practice is not enough. Wujit's current normal power has already broken through the sky, and he has also fused the Super 4 and the Breath of Gods together, reaching the Super 4 boundary breakthrough, and the free extreme skill can also be used under the Super Blue or Super 4, and the Super 4 boundary breakthrough is not currently used. Gadget felt like he could challenge Beerus. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and the world's first martial arts conference was held as scheduled. Gohan walks down the street with his wife and 3 children, each holding an ice cream in his hand. While walking, Goten suddenly bumped into a person, the ice cream in his hand fell to the ground. Goten looked at the ice cream on the ground, a little angry. He looked at the guy in front of him, his fists clenched, it looked like he wanted to go up and hit him, but the person was called away by a thin man, and his head did not return. Gohan quickly stopped Goten, and Bidalai also bought Goten a new ice cream, but Gohan was a little strange. Didn't that person notice that Goten bumped into him? And Gohan felt a hint of evil chi from him. What's wrong, Gohan? Bidalai saw Gohan thinking and asked curiously. That person just felt a little strange. Gohan hears Bidalai's words and speaks his feelings. I don't know how to describe it. It's okay, with Gohan here, even if he is a bad person, he can't create any threat. Bidalai smiled sweetly at Gohan. That's what I said. Gohan replied with a smile as well. The next few people continued to walk around for a while. When they heard the radio saying that the registration for the adult group was about to begin, Bidalai went to the queue, and Gohan entered the audience area of the venue with 3 small ones. After a while, Bidalai appeared in the contestants area, and the preliminary selection was easy for Bidalai. Not long after, the competition began. The junior group first competed. Without the participation of Goten and Trunks, the competition was a little boring, and in the end an unknown imp won the first place and took away 10 million prizes. Next comes the adult competition. The host excitedly introduced the contestants. Next, there are panda players and so, Klin's opponents and guys who are too lazy to name. Panda players directly overwhelmed the top of Mount Tai and overwhelmed the opponent to the ground. So players resisted, but the gap was too big and had no effect. So player was unable to struggle and admitted defeat. Panda players advance. The host's passionate commentary caused enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Next, there are Xin players and so players on the stage, the king god of the realm and a little minions. The game begins. Player so took the lead and attacked player Xin. And player Xin stood in place without any movement. Player Xin raised his hand, and a hand knife knocked a certain player off the ring. It's too powerful, defeat the opponent with one move. Xin player wins and advances to the next round. There was another cheer at the scene. Gohan looked at the back of the realm king Shinshin, and felt a little interesting. This guy is not like an ordinary person. It's just, what is he doing when he participates in the world's first martial arts conference? Suddenly, Gohan thought that the guy Goten bumped into might have come for this guy. Next, there are the Bidalai players and the Spabik players. The Bidalai players are the daughter of our previous champion, Mr. Satan, and like Mr. Satan, she is very powerful. Chapter 41. Come on, Bidalais. Classmates in the audience cheered for Bidalai, and Bidalai waved to them. Come on, Bidalai. Come on, Sister Bidalai. Gohan and the 3 little ones also cheered for Bidalai. The game begins. As the host's voice fell, Bidalai rushed to Spabik, volleyed in the air, kicked him in the face, landed with an elbow, hit Spabichi the stomach, and then a set of wolf-tooth wind fists interspersed with kicks, hitting Spabik without parrying. Bidalai flew again and kicked flying Pabichi directly. The Bidalai player was very fierce and the Spabik player was knocked to the ground. The Spabik player stood up again, and it can be seen that his will to fight is very strong. Spabik attacked Bidalai, who easily caught the attack and counter-attacked by the way, causing Spabik to suffer so much pain that he could only roar incompetently. Bidalai kicked Spabik again, but Sidorik stood up again, and Bidalai was a little surprised. This person is so durable? Spabik was like a ruthless fighting machine, unable to feel pain at all, and Bidalai had to continue attacking. Bidalai grabbed one of Spabichi's hands and threw it over her shoulder, and Spabik slammed to the ground, but soon stood up again. The 2 sides fought fiercely again, and Spabik didn't know how many times he was knocked out by Bidalai, but he was able to get up every time. Gohan also saw that there was something wrong with this guy named Spabaichi, and he looked closely, and the guy had green tendons all over his body, and that symbol on his head. Hey? It seems a little familiar, but Gohan just can't stand up. Hey! The host's voice came, interrupting Gohan's train of thought. Gohan looked up. Spabik was kicked off in the head by Bidalai, and both the host and the audience thought that Bidalai had killed and was disqualified. Unexpectedly, Spabik stood up again and forced his head back. Good guy, what a ruthless person. The two began a new round of fighting. However, Bidalai's physical strength dropped significantly, and she began to be a little overwhelmed. Her attacks were not as sharp as at the beginning, and she gradually began to fight back, and scars appeared on Bidalai's body. The next moment, Bidalai was hit the stomach, and another kick. Bidalai lay on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Damn, try this trick. Bidalai finally stood up, slowly condensing energy in his hand, and a Qigong wave slowly appeared. Ha! Bidalai hit the Qigong wave towards Spabik. Spabik also raised his hand. Really? Bidai was a little unbelievable. This trick may have been practiced with Gohan for a month before she could barely use it. How could this guy? The next moment, the purple Qigong wave in Spabiki's hand hit Bidalai's Qigong wave, and Bidalai's Qigong wave was instantly swallowed, and the purple Qigong wave hit Bidalai. Bidri fell to the ground again, and Spabik rushed forward and continued to attack the fallen Bidalai. The guy Spabichi hit Bidalai in the face, and Bidalai's nose and mouth were bleeding. Abominable fellow, dare to hit Sister Bidai like this. Ace can't stand it in the audience. Even if you win, the battle will inevitably hurt, so the beating is obviously abusing the opponent. So Ace rushed to the ring and kicked Spabik hard, and Spabik slammed into the wall. Gohan originally wanted to make a move, but was preempted by Ace. Gohan stopped in the air. And suddenly saw Yemen, the thin man, parked in mid-air in the distance. With a long jug in his hand, he said to Spabik. That's her. The two rushed towards Ace, wanting to absorb Ace's energy. All this happened between the electric light and flint, and the Realm King God did not have time to deal with it. Gohan saw the two rushing towards Ace and wanted to make a move, but in anger, Ace directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, subdued the two in 2 or 3 strokes, and snatched their energy-absorbing device. The host was also stunned. How suddenly a little girl appeared, kicked Spabik, and then Yemen appeared out of nowhere, wanted to grab the little girl. Something even more outrageous happened. The little girl suddenly turned into blonde hair, and 3 or 2 knocked out the two and snatched the things from their hands. Gohan comes to Bidalai and takes out a fairy bean and feeds it to Bidalai. This immortal bean was specially taken by him to the Karin Immortals, thinking about it in case of emergency, but he didn't expect it to really come in handy. After Bidalai ate the fairy beans, she was instantly resurrected with blood. Gohan walked up to Spabichi and Yemen to know their intentions, when the King God came over and said, "No need to ask, I know what their purpose is." Gohan looked at the Kaiwang God and thought, I thought right, this guy came for these two people. The Realm King God continued. I originally wanted to find the lair of the Black Hand behind the scenes through these two people, but now I can only think of another way. At this time, Spabik and Yemen's bodies suddenly expanded rapidly, and then exploded directly. These are all the usual tactics of Babadai, and if those sent out are discovered, they will be silenced. Gohan and they screwed up the plan of the Kai King God and decided to help the Kai King God. Gohan had 3 smaller ones than Diri, and learned the ins and outs of the matter from the Realm King God, and was surprised. Majin Bu. That's right, Majin Bu. After so much time has passed, the Realm King Shenzhen still feels fear when he thinks of Majin Bu's smiling face. Trunks and Gokuten jumped up and down to compare the appearance of their good friend Bu, and Ace took out her mobile phone and showed the World King God a photo of them and Bu, and the frightened World King God Xin almost peed. How is that possible? The realm king god Xin is very sure that the egg that sealed Bu was taken away by Babadai, but what about this Bu? Gohan explained his doubts to the god of the realm. Mr. Bu was brought back by Mr. Gadget from another time and space, and gave it to Dr. Brive to study, and Mr. Gadget released him a few years ago, saying that he would be a playmate for Ace. Ace nodded on the side. The king god of the world has already begun to doubt life, and released Bu, just to be a playmate for the child? This joke is not funny at all. Trunks and Gokuten originally heard what kind of Majin, and they were quite interested, and after a long time, it turned out to be Bu. How does that Hanin not look like a Majin? The two are like deflated dolls, unable to lift for a long time. The king god of the realm asks Gohan to take him to Gadget, and he wants to ask Gadget's help. But Gohan said that if it was Mr. Bu's level, he could solve it himself. If it was the same Bu that Gohan saw as a child, it wouldn't be an opponent he could deal with. The realm king god was stunned again. What happened today shattered his three views. Bu was a playmate, and any person he met could abuse Bu. Chapter 42. Gohan's current combat power is only under Gadget, similar to Broly, and the two should be similar to Gotenks Bu, and Goku Vegeta has reached the level of mysterious Gohan, and these people can easily abuse Bu. At first, Goku saw Gohan reading every day, thinking that Gohan had fallen and abandoned his practice. What he didn't know was that every time Gohan had a new understanding, he would find his father Vic to verify it, and Vic also became stronger than the original because he competed with Gohan from time to time, and after Gohan comprehended the mysterious form, Vic suggested that Gohan go to Goku to compete, and he couldn't force Gohan to exert his full strength. So Gohan tried it with Goku, and the result was predictable. Goku failed miserably, and then Goku knew that what Gohan said was right, and reading books can also improve strength. So Goku also went to read the books that Gohan had read, but with Goku's personality, it was strange to be able to understand what was written in it, what kind of Dao nature, the unity of heaven and man, saw that Goku's head was big, and decisively gave up. In the anime, Goku can be stronger than Vegeta, in large part because Goku cultivates on the Great Realm King. Who are the people there? All of them are legendary martial artists from various planets, although it is said that the strength is not as good as Goku, but in terms of realm perception, Goku can't catch up with the rocket. In such an environment, do you say that Goku cannot become stronger? On the other hand, Vegeta, behind closed doors, is focused on defeating Kakarot. What realm will he feel? Realm for him, shit is not. Defeating Kakarot is the most important thing. It wasn't until the power conference that Vegeta understood that he couldn't follow Kakarot's ass all the time, and then comprehended the deep blue and self-extreme, and then Vegeta was qualified to compare with Kakarot. It's a bit off topic, back to the point. When the king god of the realm offers to ask Gadget to help, Gohan volunteers and takes the job. At the beginning, the king god encountered a problem: how to find Babadai. Originally, the plan of the king god of the realm was to track Spabike and Yemen, but now that they are dead and the clue is broken, what should I do? Gohan thought of Tenjin, and for the guys from outside the universe, Tenjin must know that they were hiding there. So Gohan went to the Tenjin temple to ask the old god, and by the way, he got 3 fairy beans from the Karin immortals. Soon, Gohan returns, and Babadai is hiding in a remote part of the eastern region. Gohan and the others and the realm king god went immediately, and they arrived in a short time. A white door on the ground in the distance is Babadai's spaceship, and Babadai buried the spacecraft in the ground, revealing only a passage to enter and exit. At this moment, the white door opened, and Babadai walked out from inside, followed by Dapla and a group of miscellaneous fishmen. As early as when Spabik and Yemen died, Babadai knew that he had been discovered, but with Dapla there, Babadai believed that the king of the realm could not run away when the god came, so when Babadai found that someone found here, he confidently came out with a group of people, ready to kill the troublemakers. When the king god of the realm saw the appearance of Dapura, he was shocked again, and the guy Babadai actually controlled the king of the demon world, Dapura. This guy is very powerful, the king of the demon world. Babadai does not look very powerful, but he will have a lot of magic. He can dominate people with evil thoughts in their hearts, and those who have an M symbol on their foreheads are slaves controlled by him. So just fix these two guys, right? Gohan points to Babadai and Dapura. That's right, but before the Realm King myth was finished, Dapura made a move, rushed to Jebit's face in an instant, reached out and aimed at Jebit's face, and was about to kill Jebit with a Qigong wave. I have to say that this king of the demon world has something, and he knows to kill the nanny first, but Gohan has been prepared for it, and he flew forward with a kick, and Dapura flew back faster than when he came. Babadai and those miscellaneous fish quickly dodged, and Dapura smashed straight to the ground, revealing the corner of the spaceship buried underneath. Gohan said to the Kai-sama, "This guy will be handed over to me, and Babadai will be handed over to the Kai-sama." Okay. No problem. Seeing Gohan so brave, the king of the realm, Shenzhen, is also full of energy, and this time he may be able to kill Babadai and his men. Dapura exploded, blasted away the stone that buried him, and attacked Gohan again. Dapura waved his arm, the invisible energy was as sharp as a blade, flying towards Gohan. Gohan dodged sideways, the stone behind him was instantly cut. Dapura swung his arm again, matching the cloak behind him, it looked like a large bat. After dodging two cuts, Gohan quickly approached Dapura and swung his fist, which also responded with a punch, but Gohan's attack was faster, and his fist hit Dapura in the face, and Dapura's fist was still some distance away from Gohan's face. Gohan grabbed Dapura's hand, threw him out, and then connected with a Qigong wave. After Dapura twisted his body to avoid the Qigong wave, Gohan's attack arrived again. Dapura was kicked again, and flew to the ground again. Gohan flashed to the ground in an instant, raised his leg and kicked Dapura into the air. Then Gohan flashed into the air again, his fingers clasped, and with a heavy blow, he hammered Dapura to the ground, and Babadai's poor spaceship was damaged again. Gohan showed no mercy, cast the prince's battle method, bombarded the ground. The scene was very spectacular. The king gods on the side looked stupid. The king of the demon world was abused by Gohan like this, like a dream. After being stunned for a while, the king god of the realm came to his senses. He was going to solve Babadai now, and now was a great opportunity, so he set his sights on Babadai, who was hiding on the side. At this time, Babadai was also shocked. The strongest combat power under his hand was actually abused by people. There was no room to fight back. Seeing the Realm King God rushing towards him, he was scared and hurried to escape, looking for those miscellaneous fish subordinates to block the Realm King God, so that he could slip away. Dapura rushed out of Gohan's attack range, and at this time he was embarrassed, covered in scars, his clothes were tattered, and the cloak behind him was half missing. Dapura took out the machete that he didn't know where to hide, and slashed at Gohan. Gohan stretched out his hand, his index and middle fingers clamped the machete. Dapura couldn't pull out the machete with all his strength, and he punched Gohan again. Dapura arched his waist, spitting purple blood out of his mouth. Gohan raised his hand to Dapura's face, and in Dapura's terrified eyes, he was blasted into slag by Gohan. On Babadai's side, he fled everywhere, and all the trash fish under his hand were wiped out by 3 small ones. Surrounded by 5 people, Babadai. You can't escape. The king of the realm Shenzhen's face was gloomy, and he let out a stubborn laugh at Babadai. He finally wanted to understand this henchman who had been suffering for many years. Babadai had no way to escape, and no one could control him, and eventually hated the Northwest and died at the hands of the Realm King God. Thank you for your tips. Chapter 43. Finally, it's over. Realm King Shen Xin lowered his arm and muttered to himself, and Babadai, the great enemy who had been plaguing his heart for a long time, was finally eliminated by him. Great, Lord God of the realm, we have finally eliminated Babadai. Jebit rushed to the side of the Realm King God and shouted excitedly. The two almost held hands and danced. Kai Wang Shinshin walked up to Gohan and solemnly thanked. Gohan, thank you very much for your help, Gohan. Without you, Dopura is not an opponent we can deal with. I'm afraid Jebet and I will die at his hands. You're welcome, even if there is no Lord of the Realm King God, I will wipe out this group of guys and allow people to destroy it on Earth. Gohan talks about Earth, his fists clenched, his eyes sharp, he will not let the tragedy of the future world play out here. In the end, there is only the egg that sealed Majin Buu. Realm King Shenzhen looked at the spaceship with a corner exposed on the ground. The 7 soldiers divided into 6 ways and went inside the spaceship to look for it. Gohan led Bidalai and moved around the ship, while the others went their separate ways. This guy Babadai's spaceship is really big, so many layers. Bidai was still shocked by Gohan's strength, originally thought that Gohan could physically resist bullets and rocket attacks, it was already very strong, and later taught her a move of Qigong waves. Gohan's strength was raised another notch in Bidai's heart, but it was not to the point of outrageous, and it was acceptable. This time, Gohan's power was beyond her cognition, and her whole head was dizzy, and she was led by Gohan. Gohan, who are you? Bidalai pulled Ragahan's clothes and asked the question in her heart. What about this? Let's talk to you slowly when we get home, the story will be long, are you willing to listen to it? Gohan said, holding Bidalai's hand. Of course, I want to learn about Gohan's past. Bidalai backhanded Gohan's hand. The atmosphere is very sweet. Hey, I found it! Goten's voice came from underground. Majin Buu is here, and it will shine. Everyone came to Goten's location, and Goten pointed to the glowing dome and said excitedly. It's amazing. Trunks stepped forward and touched the eggshell, well, a little hard, completely different from Buu's feeling. Trunks was a little disgusted. The king god of the realm is looking at the energy situation of Buu, and the pointer is full. It turned out that just before Babadai died, at the cost of his life, he cast a magic spell to inject all the energy of the dead person into the egg, and the energy needed for the resurrection of Majin Buu was instantly filled. The king god of the realm was very frightened and ran to Gohan's side. Gohan, are you sure you can beat Majin Buu? Although he knows that there is a Majin Buu on Earth, and Gohan himself said that he can beat Majin Buu, but the image left by Majin Buu to the realm king god is too terrifying, and he is still not sure if Gohan can win. Although Gohan has just eliminated Dopura, Majin Buu can also easily kill Dopura, and he is not sure who is stronger between Majin Buu and Gohan. Don't worry, Lord Realm King God, there is no problem. Gohan comforts the king god of the realm and reassures him. Z. The egg was divided into 2 halves, pink gas gushed out from the inside, and after a while, the gas inside the egg was sprayed. And the eggshell also fell to the ground. The king god of the realm also thought that the demon Buu had not been resurrected, and just wanted to cheer. He saw that the pink gas in the sky slowly contracted, became smaller little by little, and finally became fat. The realm king god looked at the harmless face of the human and animal, unable to speak in fear, and his body was trembling slightly. Gohan, who was standing on the side, naturally felt the performance of the realm king god. Alas, as a realm king god, it was really a shame to the gods. It's really boy. The 3 little ones were too familiar with the demon Buu, and immediately rushed up and hung up on Buu. Who are you? As soon as Buu woke up, he saw 3 children hanging on him, and thought about it carefully. Well, I don't know. We're good friends. ×3. Good friends. Can I eat it? At this time, Buu was as pure as a blank piece of paper, and he didn't know what a friend was. The realm king god secretly said, not good, to come out. The realm king god just wanted to say that something was going to happen, but he was dumbfounded in the next second. Trunks took a piece of chocolate out of his pocket, handed it to Buu, and said, this is what it eats, we're good friends. Saying that, he also gestured to Wushan and explained together. Yes, yes, good friend. Gokyudan took Trunks' shoulders and explained together. Bu took the chocolate, threw the package into his mouth without tearing it, chewed it, and then spit it out. This is not delicious. Stupid, you have to tear open the bag. Trunks pulled out a piece of chocolate again, tore it open and handed it to Bu. After Bu took it, he sniffed it before putting it in his mouth. Well, delicious. Bu narrowed his eyes happily. The mouth of the Realm King God is about to fall to the ground. Is this still the demon Bu in his impression? Shouldn't it? And Majin Bu asked Trunks. Trunks and Gokyudan touched their bodies for a long time, then took out a chocolate candy, handed it to Bu and said. That's the only one left, and the rest are all at home. Goten nodded. Let's go home, there is a lot of good food at home. Ace also interjected. Finally you can play a game for 5 people. Yay! The 3 cheered at the same time. Then he pulled Bu and prepared to go home. Brother Gohan and sister Bidalai, and those 2 strange uncles are also coming together. Gokyudan turned his head and asked a few people over there. No, I have something to do with you then Sister Dili, so I won't go. Lord Realm King God, are you going? Gohan asked to the Kaiwang God. I want to go and see. The Realm King God was still relieved, and after thinking about it, he would follow to see. Then let's go. Bu followed the 3 little ones and the 2 of the Realm King God back to the western capital. Gohan and Bidalai returned to the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. These things happened, the powerful players walked to death, and in the end, Mr. Satan won the championship. Mr. Satan was being interviewed, and when he saw Bidalai and Gohan, he dropped the interview, ran to the 2, and asked with some concern. Where have you been? I'm looking for you everywhere. That Spabik guy dared to beat Bidalai to a serious injury, better not let me run into him, Mr. Satan was relieved to see that Bidalai was safe and sound, and said to Gohan. You have to protect Bidalai for me, and if Bidalai tells me that you bully her, I can't spare you. Gohan also replied solemnly. I will definitely protect Bidalai, please rest assured. Hearing Gohan's solemn tone, Mr. Satan was relieved. Mr. Satan waved his hand and motioned for them to leave. You guys go on a date, I'm going to be interviewed. Without waiting for them to reply, they walked back for an interview. Bidalai and Gohan looked at each other and left as well, returning to Bun Mountain, where Gohan wanted to tell Bidalai his story. Chapter 44. Realm King Shenzhen and Jebet followed the 3 little ones to the western capital. Gadget is fighting with Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, and Gadget has no pressure to hit 3. Under normal circumstances, Gadget clasped his hands to his chest and easily dodged the attacks of the 3. Abominable. Vegeta, a hot-tempered guy, attacked desperately, but failed to hit Gadget once. Goku praised. Gadget, you guy, you're still so strong. Since meeting Gadget, Goku has worked hard to cultivate, but after so long, Goku has also become a lot stronger, but he is still the same as when Gadget was at the beginning, and he was killed in seconds. Broly silently did not speak, staring at Gadget, trying to see Gadget's movements clearly. Seeing that his daughter came back, Gadget didn't fight anymore, came to his daughter, picked up his daughter, and kissed him. How is it? Is the world's first martial arts conference fun? Ace pointed to the Realm King God and said. It's fun, it's so lively and funny there, it's just that a bad guy injured Sister Bidalai and was taught a lesson by me. Then we met this strange uncle, and we defeated the bad guys with the strange uncle. Gadget has long seen the Realm King Shenzhen, alas, this guy, Gadget doesn't know how to talk about him, or give it to his ancestors to educate. Then another Bu, just call him Mr. Bu, came out with a plate of pudding, eating as he went, and suddenly he saw another Bu, who he thought was turning into his form and was going to hurt his friend. Who is this guy of yours? Mr. Bu asked Bu a little angrily. Trunks and Gokuten pulled Mr. Bu aside and explained to him. After listening to Gokuten and Trunks' explanations, Mr. Bu returned to his humble appearance and took the pudding in his hand to Bu. "This is delicious." Bu picked one up and threw it into his mouth. "Really?" Bu was pleasantly surprised. "Let's go have a snack," Trunks said to the two Bu and Goten. "I'm going to." Ace jumped out of Gadget's arms and went with her. Gadget walked up to Bu and reminded him not to use his power indiscriminately, and Gadget would teach him a hard lesson if he caused trouble. Mr. Bu was visibly afraid of Gadget, and moved his body back. This scene was seen by the Realm King God. He now believes Gohan's words. This one called Gadget is really powerful, and Bu is afraid of him. "Okay Dad, don't scare Bu." Ace grabbed Gadget's pants and pulled him, letting him go away. Every time Bu saw Gadget, he was scared. It seems that Gadget hit very hard. The three little ones went to the restaurant with two Bu, leaving the Realm King God and Jebet. At this time, the Realm King God and Jebet were a little restless. This guy in front of him was a person that even Bu was afraid of. If they were not happy to kill both of them, they would not be able to reason. "Don't be so nervous, I'm not a murderous maniac." Then Gadget and the Gaku Realm King God chatted with them, and Gadget said that he had also met the Realm King God in other times and spaces, and like the one here, he chased the Babadai demon Bu all day. When the Realm King God heard this, he said, "Majin Bu is really terrifying." Gaku also echoed, "That's right, Bu, that guy is really powerful, I'm not sure I can win him now." Bu will also grow. The original book to the power conference period, Bu can suppress the normal Gaku. Gaku also said that Bu has improved a lot and become stronger. That Bu is still the good part of Bu, not to mention the complete Bu here. Veget shook his head and said, "Your vision is too low, you haven't seen anyone stronger. What is Bu? There are many people who are equal to me or even stronger than me. If nothing else, he can't beat 12 angels. As for the God of Destruction, Gadget should be able to deal with it now. It is not impossible to win. The weakest God of Destruction Gadget should be able to win. Beerus, this is not necessarily, unless Gadget's free extreme skill is on the next level, he can defeat Beerus. Is there anyone stronger than Gadget? I always thought Gadget was the first in the universe." When Gaku heard this, he was immediately excited. It turned out that there were so many powerful guys. Vegeta did not speak, but he also clenched his fists, and his heart was very uncalm. As a Realm King God, you don't know the Destruction God, and you don't even know the responsibility of the Realm King God. Let your ancestors educate you well," Gadget said, pointing to the Realm King God. The King God of the realm looked confused. What is the God of Destruction? What is the responsibility of the King God of the realm? He didn't know anything about it, and his ancestors? Where did the ancestors of the Realm King God realm come from, him and Jebet? Seeing the Realm King God's confused expression, Wujit said again, "The sword inserted in the realm of the Realm King God seals your ancestor, and if you break the sword, you can release him. Which of you will go and help him get it?" Gaku was very interested, and took the job, and Vegeta and Broly also went together. The four people were taken by Jebet to the Realm King God realm, and then Gaku pulled out the Realm King Excalibur and released the old Realm King God. After seeing the ancestors, the Realm King God asked what was the responsibility of the Realm King God? And what is the God of Destruction? The angry old Realm King God was about to ascend to heaven on the spot, angrily scolding this ignorant junior. However, after learning the truth of the matter, the anger also dissipated, and I can't blame this junior, but at the same time, I am rejoicing. Fortunately, he didn't die outside, otherwise there would be a big problem. Uncontested juniors. After the old world King Yugwang glanced at Broly, he decided on the spot to help Broly develop his potential. He saw that Broly contained this huge power in his body, and repaid Gaku for letting him out. Gaku stops the old Realm King God, saying that Broly may run away if his strength increases too quickly, and they can't stop it. Then he asked himself and Vegeta if they could develop their potential. The old realm king god said that you two have no potential, and the angry Vegeta will beat people on the spot. What is called their potential? He wants to let this old man know how powerful he is. Fortunately, there was Goku to stop him, otherwise the old realm king god was in trouble. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Goku and Broly Vegeta went back to Earth, and the old king god took the god of the realm to class. Poor realm king gods, all mixed with gods, and they still have to go to class. The three returned to Earth and continued to cultivate, but Goku said, "This way the cultivation improvement is so slow, Vegeta, or let's ask Gogeta if there is any good way to become stronger." Vic told me that Gogeta had practiced the transformation of Super Saiyan 4 in the Spirit Time House before. When Vegeta heard Super Saiyan 4, his eyes widened and he cursed Goku. "Damn, Kakarot, you guy, why did you say it now?" I also remembered the Super Saiyan 4 mentioned by Vic when Gogeta mentioned stronger people. "I'm sorry," Goku replied weakly. Vegeta ignored Goku and quickly went to find Gogeta. This time he had to become Super Saiyan 4 one step ahead of Kakarot, and then beat Kakarot fiercely, and Vegeta seemed to see the scene of Kakarot falling at his feet.